Chapter 335. Xiaoqin stood at the top of the tree. His body moved along with it as though he would be flung off in the next moment. However, he maintained a delicate balance and remained standing at the top of the tree, not getting flung off. Boom, 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 boom. Bolts of surging lightning struck down endlessly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was like the lightning was going to shatter space. This light illuminated the pitch-black night in the forest. Nothing must happen to him. Xiaoqin prayed. The lightning seemed to strike Xiaoqian's heart, making him extremely anxious. Under the baptism of the heavenly Tao, Xiaoqin did not dare to release his spiritual sense. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao detected it, he might receive an even harsher punishment. Dust filled the sky, blocking Xiaoqian's vision. Occasionally, lightning fell from the sky as though it would never end. Hu Qi. Xiaoqin sent out a sharp palm wind. The palm wind was as sharp as a saber. It cut through the dust filling the sky, revealing a crack that extended towards Bai, who was in the center of the dust cloud. The crack only existed for an instant before it mended. Xiaoqian's eyes were like lightning. In this fleeting moment he finally saw Bai's figure. Under the baptism of the lightning, that golden halo became even brighter. The divine and dignified aura deterred others from looking directly at it. Fortunately, I can hold on for a while longer and I will pass. After all, the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation is an immortal grade cultivation technique of the fiend race. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning roared for a while before it completely quieted down. However, the boundless clouds in the sky had not dissipated yet. It was like the calm before the storm. The air in the forest stopped flowing in an instant. The dust filling the sky seemed to freeze, not moving at all. A heavy atmosphere spread out in the forest, making breathing difficult. It felt like a huge rock was blocking one's chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaoqin held his breath as he looked at the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky. He muttered to himself, "This should be the last one. I hope nothing goes wrong." Right after Xiaoqin said that, a golden light exploded in the horizon. The boundless dark clouds looked boundlessly resplendent under the illumination of the golden light. A golden bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It was like a golden javelin piercing through the obstruction of space. It descended from the sky and landed on Bai's head. The boundless golden light exploded, and Xiaoqin felt a piercing pain in his eyes. After a while he was temporarily blinded. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he completely lost all light. The unending shockwave struck Xiaoqian's body, causing him to sway unsteadily in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Xiaoqin extended his spiritual sense and his surroundings appeared in his mind. Then he flipped in the air and landed firmly on the ground. I was too careless. The golden lightning is probably one of the highest grades of lightning. Even a martial monarch would not dare to look at it directly, Xiaoqin thought to himself. He had to get rid of the lightning in his eyes as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might leave behind a hidden injury that might cause permanent damage to his eyes. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged. Purple essence flowed through his meridians and into his eyes, carefully expelling the remnant golden lightning in them. After a while the lightning was completely gone. Xiaoqin opened his eyes again and his vision was restored. Slash. With a shout, Xiaoqin rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the spot where the golden light had landed. The dust that filled the sky slowly dissipated. In the center of the dust, a perfect and flawless girl's body appeared in Xiaoqian's vision without a single piece of clothing. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was as soft as snow, and her delicate facial features matched with her small oval face. She looked very delicate and cute. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her thick eyelashes cast 2 fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. As she breathed, her eyelashes seemed to tremble like butterfly feathers. The girl looked like she was asleep. When Xiaoqin felt the girl's aura of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and placed it on Bai's body. Xiaoqin carried her in his embrace. Her soft and delicate body had the youthful and cute aura of a young girl. It would make one's heart tremble. Xiaoqin took a deep breath and calmed the intense fire in his heart. This was a physiological reaction that all men would have. Xiaoqin rushed back to his courtyard. After causing such a big commotion, it would be hard to avoid startling some people. He had to leave this place quickly. Xiaoqin carried Bai and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He flew across the ground and the scenery on both sides flashed past his vision. At some point in time Bai, who was in Xiaoqian's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, there was a seductive air to her lovely face. The corners of her eyes curled up slightly, and her eyebrows reached her temples. This was a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her eyebrows were curved as she looked at Xiao Chen's serious face. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, and her lips curled up into a faint smile. She looked down and focused on Xiao Chen's thin lips. It seemed like she thought of something. Suddenly, Bai hooked her soft arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth bit down on Xiao Chen's lips. The sudden change in the situation and the slight pain at the corner of his lips caused Xiao Chen's essence to be disrupted. He nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he quickly dispersed his essence before he could stabilize himself. Bai released her teeth and revealed a smile. Her face was filled with pride. A small trickle of blood appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. It was the result of Bai biting his lower lip. In one day he was forcefully kissed by 2 girls. Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The expression on Xiao Chen's face affected the wound at the corner of his lips. It immediately caused Xiao Chen to suck in a breath of air in pain. This is not a normal kind of pain. Where did this girl learn this from? When Bai saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, she said suspiciously, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong? You look like you are in pain." However, when elder sister Ryue kissed you, your expression was very comfortable. Could it be that Bai did something wrong? Perhaps it was because this was the first time she spoke, or perhaps it was because she saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, but Bai's immature voice sounded very timid and fearful. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, you did not learn from her properly. She only lightly tapped me, not bit me. However, Xiao Chen naturally said these words in his heart. It was not good for Xiao Chen to explain this to her directly. Furthermore, when facing the transformed Bai, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to get used to it. You are not wrong. However, you cannot casually do this to others. You can only do it to someone with a very close relationship, Xiao Chen said after thinking for a long time. Bai nodded. Her cute face revealed an understanding expression. She said in a melodious and immature voice, "And I know. Elder sister Ryue likes elder brother Xiao Chen, that's why she can do that. I also like elder brother Xiao Chen, that's why I can do that. Elder brother Xiao Yang also likes elder sister Xiao Meng. I often see him secretly kissing elder sister Xiao Meng." Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. The more he explained, the more confused he became. However, he finally understood why Bai did it. She had just transformed into a human and she already knew so many strange things. So it turned out that she learned it from Xiao Meng. Xiao Chen was not good at this kind of topic. He could only smile embarrassedly and did not say anything more. He freed one hand and took out a pair of shoes from the universe ring. "Since you are awake, you can walk by yourself. I'll give you a pair of shoes. In the future you have to learn how to wear shoes." Bai hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and squeezed herself in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her watery eyes were filled with doubt as she asked seriously, "Why? Elder brother Xiao Chen, didn't you often hug me in the past? In the future you have to hug me as well. Bai likes it when you hug me. Can you stop moving around?" Xiao Chen said depressedly in his heart. Bai was now wearing a simple robe. Most of her body was not covered properly. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. She came into direct contact with Xiao Chen. The young girl's fiery body pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Her firm and soft breasts occasionally pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. To any man with a normal physiology, this would arouse the flames of desire in his heart. This was especially so for the girl before Xiao Chen. She did not know what kind of arousal her current actions would arouse in a man. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and worked hard for a long time before the blazing flame in his heart calmed down. After a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "All right, but you have to promise me not to move. Do you understand?" Bai nodded her head obediently. "Bai will not move. Bai is very obedient. I will definitely not move." Xiao Chen put away the shoes that he took out and looked at Bai's pure face. That pair of soul-stirring eyes made him smile helplessly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, even if I don't move, she is still a fatal temptation. Unfortunately, this girl does not understand anything now. In the future, I cannot let her be with Xiao Meng. I have to teach her more. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art again and flew towards his courtyard. Not long after Xiao Chen and Bai Xiao left, 2 scarlet lights landed on the ground where Bai had transformed. These 2 people were wearing scarlet battle armor and scarlet cloaks. They had scarlet bloodsucker sabers at their waists and scarlet medallions on their belts. They were the Divine Saber Camp's commander and deputy commander. The 2 of them had grave and stern expressions. There was no focus in their eyes, it was chaotic. It seemed like there were countless aggrieved spirits in their eyes, letting out sorrowful cries. The two of them just stood there quietly and casually released their auras. The surrounding vegetation seemed to feel a horrifying killing intent. The grass bent over and prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. It was as though it was alive, feeling incomparable fear. The person on the right looked around as though he had seen through everything. After a while he said, "Big brother, it looks like that golden lightning did indeed come from here." The voice was somewhat hoarse, but it was very steady. The person who spoke was the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Zhuyen. The person who was addressed as Big Brother was the Divine Saber Camp's current commander, Ximeneng. Ximeneng closed his eyes and a red light that was invisible to the naked eye was emitted from his body. When the red light returned to his body, he said, "The golden lightning is indeed the might of the heavenly Daos. For this person to be able to withstand such an intense might of the heavenly Daos, he is no weaker than Murong Chong." Chapter 336. Zhuyen said softly, "What does Big Brother mean?" Ximeneng nodded and said, "Investigate this person's identity. I want this person." Xiaoqin carried by, enduring the physical friction and mental torture along the way. When they finally arrived at his courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was another problem. Although there were many rooms in this courtyard, Xiaoqin had always been the only one staying there. Thus, there was only one room that could be used. The others were all empty, there were no suitable beds. If it were in the past, there would naturally be no problem. Xiaoqin could sleep on the bed, and Bai could enter the spirit blood jade. Or it would be fine if she slept beside Xiaoqin. However, things were different now. Now that Bai had taken human form, it would be inhumane to lock her in the spirit blood jade. However, if he placed a pretty girl who did not know anything who would occasionally tease Xiaoqin by his bed, Xiaoqin would not be able to sleep. He would not even be able to calm down when he cultivated. It looked like he could only spend the night outside the courtyard. Xiaoqin carried Bai into the room and placed her on the bed. He said, "You sleep first, I'm going to cultivate." Bai burrowed into the blanket and stretched her body. She looked at Xiaoqin with her large watery eyes. She said in a melodious voice, "Elder brother Xiaoqin, come quickly. Let's sleep together." As Xiaoqin looked at the innocent and serious Xiao Bai, who seemed to take it for granted, he revealed an extremely conflicted expression. After a long time he squeezed out a sentence. "Bai, you have already taken human form. There are some things that you cannot do as casually as before. If a man and a woman are not lovers, they cannot sleep together. Do you understand?" Bai revealed a pondering expression on her delicate and cute face. Her little head was doing its best to digest Xiaoqin's words. She seemed to understand and not understand at the same time. When Xiaoqin saw her expression, he felt that she was really like a little girl, ignorant and lovable. Tenderness rose in his heart. He knew that some things could not be rushed. He had to teach her slowly. "Listen to me and sleep early. I'm going to the courtyard to cultivate. Don't think too much about it. Just take it slow," Xiaoqin said softly. Bai nodded lightly and said, "I'll listen to you and go to bed first. However, if brother Xiaoqin is tired at night, you can also come and sleep." Xiaoqin smiled gently and didn't say anything more. He immediately closed the door gently. He turned around and raised his head to look at the sky full of stars. He thought back to when he had first obtained Bai and how the mature six-tailed spirit fox had protected Bai without any regard for its life. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. For the first time he felt a tinge of regret for what he had done. "No matter what, since I have snatched away the love of your life, I will do my best to ensure that she does not suffer any harm." Xiaoqin looked at the starry sky with a calm expression as he made his promise. It was already late at night. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged on a rock in the courtyard. As the cool and tranquil night breeze blew, Xiaoqin's restless heart slowly calmed down. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated slowly. Spiritual energy flowed over like water. The spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to the spiritual energy at the top of the mountain. If he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future and wanted to find such a good place to cultivate again, it would be very difficult. Xiaoqin wanted to cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 6th layer before he left. As he cultivated, time flew by quickly. The stars in the sky slowly dispersed and a faint light gradually appeared on the horizon. Dawn was coming soon. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaoqin's face, Xiaoqin opened his tightly shut eyes. A bright light flashed in them. Xiaoqin saw that Bai had woken up at some point in time. She had one hand on the stone table and was looking at him in a daze. With a flip of his palm, Xiaoqin absorbed the surrounding purple electricity into his body. He got up and walked over to Bai. He smiled faintly and said, "When did you wake up?" Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Bai slowly stood up and said, I woke up very early. From today onwards I will be a man, so I cannot be lazy anymore. The instant Bai stood up, Xiaoqin suddenly discovered that she was still wearing the robes that he had given her yesterday. Furthermore, it was just draped over her shoulders. When Xiaoqin stood up, his chest revealed a large patch of snow-white skin. He blushed slightly. It was not very obvious at night. However, it was currently daytime. It was not very appropriate. Xiaoqin recalled that there seemed to be a set of clothes in his universe ring. It was a set of clothes that he had bought for his maidservant Bauer in the past. Bauer's figure was about the same as Bai's. It should fit her well. Xiaoqin searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense and finally found it. He quickly took it out. Wear these clothes first. In the future you have to dress up neatly when you go out. Xiaoqin handed the clothes to Bai. Then he looked at her smooth feet and said, also remember to wear shoes. Bai received the clothes happily. However, after measuring them repeatedly, her delicate face revealed a distressed expression. She said, however, I do not know how to wear them. Elder brother Xiaoqin, please help Bai wear them. Bai asked with anticipation in her eyes. Xiaoqin took a deep breath. There were some things that he had to harden his heart. Bai was already a normal girl. She had to learn these things. You have to learn this. You cannot rely on anyone's help. Otherwise you will not be allowed to go out, Xiaoqin said sullenly. Bai looked at Xiaoqin's serious expression and nodded seriously. She said, Bai is very smart. Elder brother Xiaoqin, don't worry. I will definitely learn it. Xiaoqin nodded and smiled. In that case, go quickly. Put on your clothes, I will bring you out. As Xiaoqin watched Xiao Bai pick up the clothes and head for his room, he revealed a grave expression. How should he explain Xiao Bai's identity to the others? This would be problematic. However, he could still trust the people of Qingyun Peak. He would just tell them directly. He could not lock Bai up in the courtyard forever. Sooner or later she would have to go out and see others. Xiaoqin took out some breakfast from the universe ring. He sat at the stone table and ate unhurriedly. After a while the door opened with a creak. Xiaoqin put down the teacup in his hand and looked back. His eyes lit up. He saw Bai wearing a long green dress. Coupled with her pure and cute face, she looked like a little sister. That pair of almond-shaped eyes added a hint of charm to this pure temperament. The two different temperaments merged naturally, making Bai look very tempting. Bai walked around Xiaoqin and giggled, do I look good? Xiaoqin was slightly distracted. However, he quickly recovered. He nodded and said, you look good. Let's eat something first. Bai walked over in satisfaction. She came to the table and ate the breakfast in small bites. Her eyes darted around before she said, Elder brother Xiaoqin, I want to drink wine. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. He took out a bottle gourd and poured her a small cup. He said, you are only allowed 1 cup. It is not a good thing for a girl to like to drink wine. Bai happily held the wine cup in her hand and sniffed it. After that she happily took a small sip. Clearly she did not have enough. Then she finished the wine in the cup in one big gulp. After she finished drinking, Bai immediately looked at Xiaoqin pitifully. Before she transformed, she often used this trick on Xiaoqin. Now she unconsciously used it again. I cannot let her do as she pleases. Xiaoqin put on a serious expression and said, no, there is only 1 cup. Eat something. Seeing that Xiaoqin did not agree, Bai felt helpless. She could only slowly eat her breakfast. The pitiful expression on her face made others want to agree. In the end, Xiaoqin hardened his heart and did not agree. He had to set the rules slowly. Otherwise it would be hard to teach her in the future. After they finished eating, Xiaoqin led Bai to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqin was looking forward to the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation. All this while, he had not forgotten his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it so that he could awaken Ao Jiao as soon as possible. As they walked on the mountain path of Qingyun Peak, Bai was very lively. She walked in front of Xiaoqin. She was as fast as the wind, unable to stop. She was very excited. When Xiaoqin saw this, he thought to himself, looking at the familiar world from a different perspective, anyone would be excited. This was especially so for Bai, who was still a child. However, when they approached the dueling grounds, Bai became very quiet. It was as though she was afraid of coming into contact with other people. Xiaoqin consoled her, it's fine. The people of Qingyun Peak are all friends. Friends do not mind so much. Bai nodded her head as though she understood. However, she still hid behind Xiaoqin. She was no longer as lively as before. Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and took the lead to enter the dueling grounds. Soft shouts came from the dueling grounds. Today was somewhat surprising. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were rarely seen, were cultivating here as well. They were exchanging moves with each other. When Lu Suifeng, who was exchanging moves with Lu Riyue, saw his savior, he immediately revealed a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiaoqin. Lu Suifeng immediately saw Bai behind Xiaoqin. He was startled and immediately became stunned. The smile on his face froze as he stared at Bai. Xiaoqin coughed twice before Lu Suifeng reacted. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry. Yiqin, who is this beauty? Why do I find her familiar? Aren't you going to introduce her? When Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and the others discovered the situation, they all came over out of curiosity. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiaoqin organized his thoughts and decided to tell them the truth. There was no point in hiding such things. She is Bai. She just transformed last night. Lu Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Yiqin, you must be joking. Xiaoqin had a calm expression as he said, Do I look like I'm joking? Seeing Lu Riyue casting a doubtful gaze at him, Xiaoqin nodded and said, Her situation is a little special. I will tell everyone the exact reason in the future. However, I hope everyone can help me keep this a secret for now. Lu Riyue was the first to recover her wits. She said seriously, Yiqin, you don't have to worry about this. Bai is the safest here. Xiaoqin gently pushed Bai to the front of the crowd and said, Bai, say hello to everyone. At this moment, Bai was no longer as afraid as before. She smiled and said, Elder brother Suifeng, elder brother Xiao Yang, elder sister Riyue, elder sister Xiao Meng, how are you? Chapter 337. Xiao Meng pulled Bai over and said, Let's go. Bai, I'll bring you to do your hair. A girl with messy hair does not look good. Before Xiaoqin could stop her, Xiao Meng had already pulled Bai away. Lu Riyue smiled and said, Let her go. Nothing will happen to her in Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqin was not afraid of anything happening. He was only worried that Bai would learn something strange from Xiao Meng. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly and withdrew his gaze. Thank you. I have already made my preparations to enter the ancient absolute saber formation. Lu Riyue withdrew her smile and said seriously, Come with me. This time, the ancient absolute saber formation is much more dangerous than the previous ones. It tests your mental state even more. There are some things that I need you to pay attention to in advance. Lu Riyue led Xiaoqin to a corner of the ancient absolute saber formation in the dueling grounds. She carefully explained some of the things that he needed to pay attention to. Under Lu Riyue's guidance, Xiaoqin slowly walked into the saber formation. The killing qi of the ancient weapons surged over, continuously attacking Xiaoqian's soul. If it was a weaker person with a weaker soul energy, the killing qi that transcended time would cause their soul to scatter on the spot. Xiaoqin guarded his dantian and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. He blocked the flood of killing qi and sat down cross-legged in the center of the formation. Wong. The small saber in Lu Riyue's hand gave off a melodious hum as it was drawn from its scabbard. The blade of the saber trembled continuously. Lu Riyue was slowly activating the listening to the sword and communicating with it that she grasped. The weapon stuck in the ground immediately trembled as well. The buzzing sound reverberated throughout the dueling grounds. The sound of the thousands of ancient weapons trembling gathered together and formed a deafening sound. An intense wind blew around the saber formation without any wind. Lu Riyue's pretty face was filled with a grave expression as she shouted suddenly, Heavenly Saber Formation. The small saber in Xiaoqian's hand gave off a dazzling light. A strong wind instantly gathered on Xiaoqin, who was in the center of the formation, forming a pillar of wind. Extreme. The light left his body and entered the wind pillar in the blink of an eye. The wind pillar immediately emitted a bright light. Then with a swoosh all the weapons began to glow. After doing all this, the blood drained from Lu Riyue's face. She looked incredibly pale and her body wobbled. When Lu Suifeng, who was beside her, saw the situation, he quickly flew over. He revealed a grave expression as he extended his hand to support Lu Riyue. Sister, is it worth it to help him like this? With your current cultivation, activating this strengthened ancient absolute saber formation will exhaust half a year of cultivation. Spending half a year's worth of cultivation was equivalent to wasting half a year's worth of time for peak cultivators. To a peak cultivator, if they did not work hard for a month, they might leave the group of peak geniuses. Wasting half a year's time would be a great loss. Lu Riyue rubbed her temples with her right hand. After a while she opened her eyes, she felt much better. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said softly, Aside from listening to the sword and communicating with it, He has done so much for Qingyun Peak. If I do not help him, who can? Lu Suifeng said softly. However, if he learns listening to the sword and communicating with it, he will definitely leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this Qingyun Peak. When Lu Ryue heard this, an undetectable disappointment flashed in her black eyes. She said softly, from the first day he came to Qingyun Peak, I knew that he was just a passerby to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Qingyun Peak. After pausing for a while, Lu Ryue smiled helplessly. She revealed an indifferent expression and continued, in this world, there are some people who are destined to be extremely talented. Their names will shake the world, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Rather than tying him down, it is better to lend him a helping hand and climb to the peak of this world. Within the ancient Absolute Saber formation, Xiaoqin suddenly discovered the scene before him change under the light of all the weapons. He entered a gray world. Countless sabers tore through the sky, flying at Xiaoqin quickly. Xiaoqin, who had entered the ancient Absolute Saber formation many times before, had a calm expression. He did not panic at all. With a thought, a snow-white saber immediately appeared in his hand. The saber was 2 fingers wide and 1.5 meters long. The saber's blade flickered with a cold light. Xiaoqin had trained in the miniature ancient Absolute Saber formation for a few months. He had already made some progress in listening to the sword and communicating with it. All he lacked now was an opportunity. An opportunity that would allow him to completely grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Da, da, da. As the saber danced around, saber lights shot out, knocking away the sabers flying at him. Standing in the air, Xiaoqin had a pensive expression on his face. He said indifferently, in the past, when I was in the miniature ancient Absolute Saber formation, I could already shatter the weapons flying at me. However, this time, I used 70% of my strength and could only barely knock them away. It looked like it was as Lu Ryue said. The might of this strengthened ancient Absolute Saber formation was at least 5 times stronger than before. The sharp saber lights came in an endless stream, flying at Xiaoqin as if they wanted to swallow him up. Quick, quick, find your saber. Find your saber. A familiar voice rang out in Xiaoqin's ears again. His expression was calm as he ignored it. He flew up and down in the air. Saber lights flashed as he practiced the Wuxia saber technique. Glittering Wuxia. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Qi breaks Wuxia. Xiaoqin shouted 3 times and executed the Wuxia saber technique infused with the state of thunder at full power. Streams of purple energy shattered all the sabers flying at him. The air slowly turned quiet. However, it was only quiet for a moment. Then, countless sabers flickered with dazzling saber lights. They flew at Xiaoqin even more ferociously and quickly. Instantly, a bright light burst out in the gray space. It was so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Wuxia blossoms. A purple flower bud appeared under Xiaoqin's feet. It gave off a strange purple light and enveloped Xiaoqin's body. Bah, bah, bah. The sabers clashed on the surface of the flower bud. The continuous attacks were like a torrential storm, ringing out endlessly. Shio. The flower bud suddenly blossomed and purple petals filled the air. When the sabers struck the petals, they gave off intense explosions. It sounded like firecrackers going off in the air. The petals filled the air as Xiaoqin moved in the air. When he passed through the petals, his speed would increase explosively. The ferocious sabers could not catch up to him. Explode. There was no clear target in this place. Naturally, Xiaoqin could not execute Wuxia supporting the heavens. He could only explode the energy. Xiaoqin shouted and all the flower petals exploded. A huge amount of energy gathered together, and the entire gray space seemed to tremble. Quick, quick, find your saber. After Xiaoqin knocked back this wave of attacks, that urgent voice rang out in his ears again. He looked at the saber in his hand but still ignored it. The last time Xiaoqin saw through this sentence, he found the so-called saber in his heart. After that, he easily summoned out the lunar shadow saber. However, the voice rang out in his ears again and again. It was clear that the saber in his hand was not the saber in his heart. As Xiaoqin stood in this gray space, he ignored the voice in his ears. He knocked back the attacks of the sabers again and again. Each wave of attacks was more intense than the one before. Wounds started to appear on Xiaoqin's body. Just as Xiaoqin was about to reach his limit, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. After Xiaoqin repelled 100 waves of attacks, the scene before him suddenly changed. He felt his vision blur and in the next moment, he appeared beside a lake. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The rippling lake water was very quiet. In the middle of the lake, there was a quiet saber floating on the water. The snow-white saber reflected the full moon in the sky. It was as if there was a full moon in the saber. It was quiet, melodious, and peaceful. The lake water, the full moon, and the saber all seemed very harmonious. It was magnificent. The wounds on Xiaoqian's body strangely disappeared. Xiaoqian did not care about this. He focused all his attention on that saber. A joyful expression appeared on Xiaoqian's face. He muttered, "Did I succeed? This is the true lunar shadow saber in my heart. How beautiful!" Po, po. Xiaoqian leaped into the air and stepped on the water. He quickly headed for the saber floating in the water. Xiaoqian pushed off the water gently and moved 100 meters in one leap. After a while he arrived below the saber. Ripples appeared on the lake water. Xiaoqian stopped and stood on the water. The full moon reflected on the saber was now clearly visible. Just as he was about to grab the saber, Xiaoqian, who was in the air, suddenly discovered a girl sleeping quietly under the water. Ao Jiao. When Xiaoqian saw the girl's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly. He immediately turned around and dove into the water. He fell into the water, but when the beautiful woman in front of him reached her hand into the water, she only touched the ice-cold lake water. The rippling lake water made the girl sleeping in the water look hazy. Xiaoqian stopped moving and quickly calmed down. Ao Jiao has already entered a deep sleep and sealed herself. Hence all I see is an illusion. I have to grab the saber before I can truly wake her up. After making up his mind, Xiaoqian leaped out of the water and kicked up a splash. Then he tried to grab the lunar shadow saber. Just as Xiaoqian was about to grab the lunar shadow saber, a lily-white hand appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed the lunar shadow saber before Xiaoqian could. Xiaoqian was startled. He looked up and saw a white-clothed girl in front. Her figure was graceful. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Ao Jiao's. Her facial features were exquisite. When put together they looked very beautiful. However, the expression on her face was somewhat otherworldly. There was no emotion at all. She was like a fairy who did not eat the food of the mortal world. She looked very similar to Duamuking when he used the profound ice incantation. However, she seemed even more otherworldly than Duamuking. Xiaoqian was astonished. This girl was the one Xiaoqian saw when he first entered the ancient absolute saber formation. Who is she? Why does she want to take away my lunar shadow saber? Chapter 338. The white-clothed girl held the lunar shadow saber in her hand. She looked very pretty. A hollow and clear voice rang out. "Who are you?" The lunar shadow saber's saber soul is not something you can casually obtain. Xiaoqian felt it was strange. He said, "You ask me who I am? I should be the one asking you who you are. I am the master of the lunar shadow saber. Am I not qualified to awaken the saber soul?" The white-clothed girl's exquisite face remained expressionless. She held the saber in her hand across her chest and spoke again. "What a joke! I am the lunar shadow saber. How come I did not know that I had a master? Whether I am qualified or not is determined by the saber in my hand." Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He did not know why the girl in front of him had become the lunar shadow saber's saber spirit. Furthermore, she did not recognize him as her master. Xiaoqian grasped the saber in his hand tightly. His expression calmed down as he said, "As you wish. I will let the saber in my hand make you submit completely." The white-clothed girl's face remained calm. Her voice resounded as she said indifferently, "In that case, let me see if your saber can make me submit completely." Wuxia. The white-clothed sword spirit's figure flickered in the air. Her body tore through space as though she had teleported. Suddenly she appeared on the left side of Xiaoqian. Glittering Wuxia. The lunar shadow saber in her hand released a purple electric light. A purple saber chi containing the state of thunder flew towards Xiaoqian at lightning speed. Xiaoqian was greatly astonished. He did not expect this saber spirit to know his martial technique. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that this glittering Wuxia also contained the state of thunder. Xiaoqian's figure flashed in the air as he quickly dodged towards the surface of the lake. He stepped on the water and retreated quickly. As Xiaoqian retreated, a huge force created two waves of water on the calm surface of the lake. Two thunder clouds started to gather in the sky above. One belonged to Xiaoqian and the other belonged to the white-clothed girl. The two of them started to compete with the state of thunder. When the thunder clouds clashed, there was a loud clap of thunder in the silent night sky. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake, giving off loud bangs. In the air, countless streaks of purple lightning wandered wantonly in the air. My state of thunder merged with holy might is actually helpless against her state. Xiaoqian was somewhat astonished. Boom. When the two thunderclouds collided, the accumulated energy reached its peak. There was a loud sound, and a 100-meter-tall pillar of water instantly shot up from the water. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The white-clothed girl shouted, and the divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into hundreds of dense purple saber Qi, piercing through the water pillar and flying at Xiaoqin. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Xiaoqin quickly moved back and similarly executed Wuxia transforms to Qi. Bang, bang, bang. The saber Qi that the two of them sent out clashed in the air. Intense explosions resounded. The berserk lightning attributed energy in the air surged everywhere. This move was still evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. The thunderclouds above the white-clothed girl started to churn quickly. After a while, they formed a huge whirlpool of thunderclouds. The ferocious roars of a vast army came from the whirlpool, causing the sky to tremble. Unexpectedly, she knows this move as well. Xiaoqin's complexion turned ashen. This move was a combination of all the moves of the rushing thunder saber technique. He was very clear on the might of the rushing thunder roars. The thunderclouds above them also churned. Boundless thunderclouds churned and formed a huge electric whirlpool. The auras of the two of them rose ferociously. Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses galloping. The two of them roared ferociously at the same time. Countless electric knights leaped down from the electric whirlpool above them. They were like a vast army, carrying the might of thunder as they surged over. On the surface of the lake, the two thunder and lightning knights fought against each other and exploded. After a while, there was a chain reaction. The 2,000-odd electric knights all exploded. These knights, which contained the state of thunder from both sides, created an energy that caused the surface of the lake to rise. It was as though the ground had been raised by 100 meters. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiaoqin could not dodge in time and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, the white-clothed girl was not in a good state either. Her complexion turned extremely pale. At the same time, in the real world, the lunar shadow saber that Xiaoqin placed beside him started to tremble violently. All the weapons in the saber formation could not stop trembling as well. Rumble. A huge energy spread out in the dueling grounds. The entire ground shook left and right. Xiaoqin, who was in the ancient absolute saber formation, had a pained expression on his face. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Lu Suifeng's expression changed greatly. He asked in astonishment, "Sis, what's going on? Xiaoqin seems to be in danger. Should we stop the operation of the saber formation?" Lu Ryua's pretty face was filled with worry as well. However, her eyes were strangely resolute. She shook her head and said, "There is no need. I believe that Xiaoqin will be able to pull through. The lunar shadow saber is undergoing a transformation. If we give up now, all our efforts would be wasted." Kill. Xiaoqin's fighting spirit was completely ignited. He did not believe that he would lose to the weapon spirit of the lunar shadow saber. The two of them leaped into the air above the rising water. A white and a purple figure intertwined in the air. Dang, dang, dang. Under the full moon, saber lights flickered and a strong wind blew. The two of them were comparable in speed. In an instant they exchanged 100 moves in the air. When their weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. Although the white-clothed girl could not execute the movement technique that was exclusive to the blue dragon, she had her own movement technique. She seemed to be able to suppress Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin thought to himself, "I can't go on like this. Her essence seems to be inexhaustible. She knows all my martial techniques. It is hard for me to gain an advantage over her. If this drags on, I will exhaust my essence. Sooner or later, I will be defeated by her. I have to think of another way." Bang! Xiaoqin's sharp saber gave off a dazzling saber light. After he knocked back the white-clothed girl's saber strike, he quickly somersaulted. Xiaoqin executed the azure cloud soaring art to its limits. In the blink of an eye, he opened up a distance of several hundred meters. Xiaoqin pulled back the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead looked very alluring. It was even more beautiful than fresh blood. His delicate face immediately turned bewitching. In Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness, the scarlet throne started to surge. Strands of red light came from it. Xiaoqin finally used his true trump card, the state of massacre from the scarlet throne. A scarlet light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. As the state of massacre infused into the lunar shadow saber in his hand, strands of blood appeared. For the first time, the white-clothed girl revealed an expression of shock on her calm face. She felt a trace of fear. "Hu Qi." Xiaoqin pushed off the water heavily. The state of thunder infused with the state of massacre carried a boundless killing intent as he charged forward. The white-clothed girl had a cautious expression. The lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly, sending out resplendent purple saber chi. She stepped in front, trying to block Xiaoqin. "Break!" Xiaoqin shouted and a saber light flashed. The saber destroyed the sharp saber chi the white-clothed girl sent out, turning it into nothing. Xiaoqin flicked his wrist and tilted his body slightly. From a tricky angle, he stabbed his saber at his opponent's chest. Dang! The white-clothed girl held her saber horizontally in front of her chest. When the huge force struck the saber, she was immediately knocked back and flew a long distance above the water. Xiaoqin did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He swooped down and sent all sorts of sharp attacks at the white-clothed girl. Bang! 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 On the water, the white-clothed girl executed all sorts of techniques that Xiaoqin used. However, after Xiaoqin executed the state of massacre, all of them were easily shattered. Every move she made was broken. Her body, which was originally solid, slowly turned fainter, giving off an illusory feeling. The white-clothed girl was already in a losing situation. In less than 100 moves she would be defeated by Xiaoqin. However, even at this point the white-clothed girl still did not submit. She brandished her saber to block Xiaoqin's killing moves. Xiaoqin lost his patience. He no longer wanted to waste time with her. All he wanted was to obtain the lunar shadow saber in her hands and wake up Ao Jiao. Just as Xiaoqin was about to make a move to kill the white-clothed girl, a strong aura suddenly surged out from the lake. It covered the sky and the sun. A flood surged up and spread throughout the entire space. In an instant, it completely suppressed the state of thunder of Xiaoqin and the white-clothed girl. Even Xiaoqin's state of massacre was affected. He could not execute it normally. A huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. After a while, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. The water pillar was more than 500 meters long. The waves it kicked up were like rain falling onto the surface of the lake. A petite figure stood above the water pillar. It was Ao Jiao who had woken up. Ao Jiao slowly floated down from the water pillar. Her voice came from above. "Xiaoqin, don't kill her." Since Ao Jiao spoke, naturally Xiaoqin would not kill her. He sheathed his saber and retreated. When he saw Ao Jiao slowly land on the water surface, he said, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Unexpectedly, there are two weapon spirits in the lunar shadow saber. Ao Jiao was about to speak when she saw the thrown mark on Xiaoqin's forehead. Her expression immediately changed. She said sullenly, "Wait a moment. I will tell you in detail. You have to tell me about the massacre thrown on your forehead later as well." Right after Ao Jiao spoke, she shifted her gaze to the white-clothed girl. She stretched out her hand and pointed. The white-clothed girl's body became very faint, looking very illusory. The lunar shadow saber in the white-clothed girl's hand fell, and the illusory figure slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Shio. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and grasped the slender lunar shadow saber. Boom. The towering water pillar crashed down. The waves on the lake surged for a long time before they slowly calmed down. "Let's talk on the shore." After Ao Jiao spoke, she pushed off the water and headed for the lakeside. When Xiaoqin heard this, he did not say anything. He quickly followed. The two of them landed on a rock by the lakeside and found a clean spot to sit down. The waves on the lake's surface had disappeared. Now it was calm once again. Under the light of the moon, it was quiet and peaceful. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "All right, idiot master. You can ask me any questions now." Xiaoqin smiled gently. Ao Jiao was still the same as before, not giving him any face at all. She did not care about her master at all. However, Ao Jiao's attitude was much more amiable than the white-clothed girl earlier. Her tone sounded more like a casual call from a girl. Xiaoqin organized his thoughts and asked, "Let's start with the white-clothed girl. How did she become the lunar shadow saber's weapon spirit? Furthermore, she does not recognize me as her master." Chapter 339. Ao Jiao smiled mischievously and said, "This is called a long story. Let me explain it to you in detail. I will only say it once. If you do not understand, then don't ask." Ao Jiao said she would only say it once, so she would really only say it once. Xiaoqin could not do anything to her. He could only perk up his ears and listen carefully. The materials and methods used to forge the lunar shadow saber are the best. However, the conditions for a weapon spirit are too harsh. I originally thought that it would be impossible for the lunar shadow saber to form its own weapon spirit, so I sealed myself in it. However, things surpassed my expectations. While I was asleep, the weapon spirit in this lunar shadow saber started to slowly form. It has been in a state of coexistence with me. At that time, although I had sealed myself, I could split out some energy to suppress her, not letting her take the initiative. However, after she forcefully woke me up, I exhausted too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. In an instant she took the initiative. If it were not for the battle between you and her exhausting too much energy, it would have taken me a long time to wake up. Xiaoqin suddenly understood. So that was the case. He had always found it strange. With Ao Jiao's strength, how could another weapon spirit take over the Lunar Shadow Saber's saber soul? Then why does she not recognize me as her master? Furthermore, she seems to be hostile towards me. Ao Jiao explained, all weapon spirits are like this. This is the weapon spirit's way of protecting itself. When I was first born, I was unhappy with the Thunder King. If you were not strong enough, why would a weapon spirit recognize you as its master? However, once a weapon spirit recognizes a master, it will be loyal for life and will never betray you. Xiaoqin said doubtfully, in that case, what is your relationship with me now? You are much stronger than me. Doesn't that mean I will not be able to let you make decisions for a long time? Ao Jiao smiled and said, yes, so stupid master, you should quickly become stronger. If you can't even protect me, how can you be my master? Xiaoqin was speechless. Based on the strength that Ao Jiao displayed, she was at least a superior grade martial monarch. Xiaoqin did not know when he would be able to reach that level. Looking at Xiaoqin's pondering expression, Ao Jiao giggled and said, get up, stupid master. Don't think too much about it. I will first merge my saber soul with the Lunar Shadow Saber in your hand. Then, you will be able to enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiaoqin got up and looked at the Lunar Shadow Saber in Ao Jiao's hand. He asked in disbelief, it's that simple? Back then, for Xiaoqin to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it, she had put in a lot of effort. However, she had not succeeded. In the end, she could only touch the edges and was unable to enter the next level. Ao Jiao smiled and said, that girl's method was correct. However, she did not take into account that there was another weapon spirit in your saber. The weapon spirit has an innate ability to protect itself and rejected your call. Hence, you have not been able to enter the next level. No wonder Xiaoqin kept feeling like he was pacing back and forth outside the door to listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not push the door open. It turned out that this door was blocked by someone else. Hu Qi. Ao Jiao raised her hand and fired. The slender lunar shadow saber soared into the boundless sky. Spots of purple light surrounded it. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very beautiful. The saber flew higher and higher. Soon Xiaoqin could only see a blurry black figure. Xiaoqin looked up and asked, where is this flying to? How are we going to merge it? Ao Jiao said, of course it is flying to the real world. Otherwise, why do you think we are merging it in the space within the lunar shadow saber? Alright, when you get out, you will understand immediately. Now, it is time for you to tell me about the massacre throne. Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. He decided to tell the truth. There was no need to hide these things from Ao Jiao. After Xiaoqin told her everything that happened in the Ink Forest, he asked, Ao Jiao, is there anything wrong with this scarlet throne? After Ao Jiao heard everything, she thought for a while before answering, there is nothing wrong with it. The scarlet throne was personally refined by the ancient evil king. However, before he was killed, he split the throne into 6. Each throne represents a will. They are the will of massacre, the will of destruction, the will of destruction, the will of rage, the will of berserk, and the will of death. According to rumor, when the 6 thrones merge together, the ancient evil king will rule the world once again. Xiaoqin muttered, are you saying that there are 5 other thrones? I only obtained 1? In that case, what should I do if I run into someone else with a throne? Ao Jiao nodded and said, that is the crux of the problem. As long as 2 cultivators with thrones are within 500 kilometers of each other, they will be able to sense each other's presence. The thrones are originally one so they can swallow each other up. After swallowing, the might of the throne will increase greatly. Without needing Ao Jiao to explain, Xiaoqin already knew how much the swallowing of a throne would increase its strength. Each throne represented a state. Grasping 2 high-leveled states at the same time, the might of the throne went without saying. Xiaoqin did not fear competition from others. However, he was worried about what Ao Jiao said about the throne merging and the evil king's rebirth. He felt that it was strange. How reliable are the rumors? It has already been 30,000 years since the people of the ancient era. Could they have returned? Xiaoqin asked doubtfully. The Qianwu dynasty had existed for 20,000 years. It was destroyed 10,000 years ago, resulting in the current situation of the great Jin nation dominating the continent. Before the Jianghu dynasty, there was a chaotic period. There were no detailed records of it in the history books. The period before the chaotic period was the true ancient era. It was hard to imagine. After 30,000 years, even the sea could turn into mulberry fields. Could humans still be revived? Ao Jiao said, the rumors are still credible. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the past 10,000 years, I have never heard of 6 thrones appearing at the same time. It is impossible for it to happen to you so coincidentally. Rumble. Rumbling sounds appeared in the sky. Xiaoqin looked up and saw that the lunar shadow saber had already flown to the edge of space. It was continuously breaking through the barriers of space. Ao Jiao said softly, the lunar shadow saber's saber soul is coming out soon. You have to go as well. After you go out, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it properly. This is just getting you started. Xiaoqin felt that there were still many things he had not said. He quickly thought about it and said the most important thing, in that case, can I wake you up at any time in the future? Ao Jiao shook her head and said, that won't do. I have to take this opportunity to swallow up the white-robed weapon spirit to prevent any future problems. Don't forget, my goal is to forge a subdivine weapon. Right now it is far from enough. In the real world, in the dueling grounds, the saber formation did not stop shaking at all. The lunar shadow saber beside Xiaoqian's hand leaped up and struggled free of its scabbard. With a so sound, it flew into the air and floated quietly 100 meters above Xiaoqian's head. It gave off a bright light and looked very beautiful. Lu Suifeng asked in astonishment, Sis, what's going on? Why did the lunar shadow saber fly out by itself? Lu Riyue revealed a suspicious expression as well. She shook her head and said, I am not sure either. However, I feel that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. I can feel that the lunar shadow saber has a faint excitement, like it is anticipating something. As the two of them spoke, a beam of light leaped out from Xiaoqian's head. Then it flew into the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xiaoqian suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. His body was like a flood dragon as he grabbed the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiaoqian shouted and brandished his saber. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber immediately gave off a drawn-out hum. The blade of the saber trembled uncontrollably. There was a flash of light and the snow-white blade turned pitch-black once again. It had actually advanced from an earth-rank spirit weapon to an inferior-grade heaven-rank spirit weapon. Xiaoqian held the lunar shadow saber and landed on the ground. He revealed a joyful expression. The lunar shadow saber finally gave off a sound that belonged to it. He did not expect that after using listening to the sword and communicating with it, the lunar shadow saber's spirit weapon rank would actually recover to its original state. Hu Qi. Xiaoqian moved his wrist gently and circulated the essence in his body. A strong force immediately came from the sharp blade. A strand of extremely dense purple saber qi broke through the blade and created ripples in the air. When it landed, it left behind a long mark. Bang, bang, bang. After the saber qi stopped, the ground beside the mark immediately flew up and exploded into powder in the air. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, what a strong might. Is this the original strength of the lunar shadow saber? It seems to be much stronger than a regular heaven-rank spirit weapon. All it took was a casual wave. Xiaoqian casually waved his hand and the scabbard in the saber formation appeared in his hand. He gently dispersed the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. The pitch-black blade immediately turned snow-white once again, returning to being an earth-ranked spirit weapon. Xiaoqian had just comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it. He could not maintain this state for a long time. However, after he started, he believed that he would improve very quickly in the future. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber and looked at Lu Riyue who was walking over with a smile. He said sincerely, Riyue, thank you. Lu Riyue felt happy for Xiaoqian. She said seriously, congratulations, you finally grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it. Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqian was in his independent courtyard. A cool breeze blew through the courtyard, lifting up the fallen leaves. Xiaoqian had his eyes closed and was in a mysterious state. His expression was calm as he placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He did not care about his aura. He allowed his aura and the cool breeze in the courtyard to fluctuate as they pleased, rising and falling, appearing very casual. Suddenly Xiaoqian opened his eyes and a bright light shot out from them. It was like a sharp saber piercing through everything in front of him. Kaxie. The lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn, and listening to the sword and communicating with it was executed. The snow-white blade immediately turned pitch black. This was a characteristic of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was automatic. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, there was no circulation of essence. A long strand of saber chi automatically flowed out from the sharp blade. With a sound, it shattered several fallen leaves in the cool breeze. Listening to the sword and communicating with it had a total of 4 realms. Listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with it. Xiaoqin was still at the listening to the sword realm. This allowed him to thoroughly understand his own weapon. This feeling was very wondrous. When Xiaoqin held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt that the lunar shadow saber was like an extension of his arm. Chapter 340. Xiaoqin could feel every pulse of the saber. There seemed to be blood flowing in it. Of course, that was not real blood but spiritual energy flowing in the saber vein. Without comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it, no matter how strong a person was, they would not be able to feel the pulse of the saber. As the essence slowly poured in, Xiaoqin could clearly see his purple essence flowing in the saber vein. With a thought, the saber lit up with a bright purple light. Withdraw. With another thought, the purple saber light immediately stopped. There was no separation at all. The circulation of the essence was faster than before. After dispelling the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, the saber immediately turned snow-white again. Just like that, Xiaoqin repeatedly used listening to the sword and communicating with it in the courtyard. Earlier in the dueling grounds, after Lu Riyue spoke to him, she immediately left. Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. However, he did not know what was wrong. Hence, he did not intend to continue staying in the dueling grounds. Instead, he returned to the courtyard and tried to practice listening to the sword and communicating with it. He wanted to reach the stage of listening to the sword as soon as possible and enter the state of controlling the sword. That way it would be of great help in battle. Xiaoqin practiced until dusk. When Bai returned, Xiaoqin stopped practicing. He saw that Bai's hair had been trimmed up very well. She had 2 small braids on her forehead. The black hair at the back was tied up in a complicated fashion. Finally, she used a green hair clip to hold it up. This brought out Bai's delicate and pretty temperament, completely covering up her charm. Looks like this Xiaomeng is really attentive. Bai smiled gently at the side. Elder brother Xiaoqin, are you practicing? Bai has to practice as well. After she is done, she can protect elder brother Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin heard this, he thought it made sense. After spirit beasts took human forms, they could practice human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. It was necessary to teach her some martial techniques for self-defense. In the universe ring, there were many spirit weapons that Xiaoqin had looted from the Jiang clan's treasure trove. Xiaoqin took them out one by one. There were sabers, dual sabers, short swords, dual sabers, and countless swords. Choose a weapon first. What kind of weapon do you like? Then I'll help you find a martial technique. Bai picked and chose among the large pile of soul weapons, and finally chose a sword that was 2 fingers wide and 5 feet long. This sword was called Skywater, and it was a high-grade profound rank soul weapon. Brother Xiaoqin, I choose this one, Bai said with a smile. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He hoped that Bai would choose a saber. That way it would be easier to find the secret manuals. The huge heavenly saber pavilion might lack many things, but it did not lack saber-related secret manuals. Furthermore, the heavenly saber pavilion revered the saber. To a certain degree, swords were taboo. Even the heavenly saber pavilion's pavilion master, who once shook the world, had only used a piece of wood to carve a sword for the sake of cultivating the sword in his later years. Suddenly, Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. He recalled that aside from the great dragon tiger fist and the dragon and tiger body sculpting art, the pavilion master had also left behind a heart-nourishing universe sword technique. This was a good chance for Bai to use. Xiaoqin rummaged around in the universe ring for a while before he finally found the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in a corner. Xiaoqin handed the secret manual over and said, "This secret manual is for you. Take it and read it first. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." The heart-nourishing universe sword technique was a peak earth-rank sword technique. In terms of might, it was not much weaker than Xiaoqian's Wuxia saber technique. After all, a martial technique that the pavilion master collected would not be something that an ordinary cultivator could find. Bai received it joyfully. She smiled and said, "Thank you, elder brother Xiaoqin. I will go and read it now. I will master it in 2 days. At that time I will be able to protect elder brother Xiaoqin." As Xiaoqin watched Bai leave, he revealed a faint smile. This girl is too naive. Xiaoqin had seen a little of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique before. There was a total of 13 moves. Each move was harder to practice than the one before. The difficulty was comparable to the Wuxia saber technique. Back then, Xiaoqin had spent 3 days and only managed to learn the first 3 moves of the Wuxia saber technique. He was not even familiar with the 8th move. As for the 9th move, he had never thought of practicing it. How could I possibly learn all 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique in 2 days? The days slowly went by. Xiaoqin practiced the Wuxia saber technique in the morning. In the afternoon, he practiced listening to the sword and communicating with it. At night, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer, preparing to break through to the 6th layer. Time passed very quickly. Aside from the necessary rest time to prevent his body from overworking itself, Xiaoqin spent the rest of his time cultivating. Xiaoqin worked so hard for the sake of the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition in a month's time. If nothing unexpected happened, he would help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank to repay Lu Ryue's kindness. 6 days later, Xiaoqin was trying to practice the Wuxia saber technique's 8th move, Wuxia opens heaven in the back mountains. However, he could not merge the state and the mysterious phenomenon. He could not reach great perfection. Elder brother Xiaoqin, I succeeded in practicing the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, Bai said excitedly as she rushed over to Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin heard this, he was startled. He was incomparably astonished. That is impossible. I have never heard of anyone being able to learn a peak earth-ranked martial technique within 6 days. Execute it once for me to see. Xiaoqin decided to verify its authenticity. Bai nodded her head heavily and drew the heavenly water sword. She brandished her sword, and her petite and exquisite figure moved quickly in the forest. In the forest, as Little White executed the heart-nourishing universe sword technique, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to become a little chaotic in an instant. As the sword moved, the surrounding trees actually moved strangely. However, these trees were still full of life. There were no strange phenomena. It was like the world spun around and space turned chaotic, resulting in such an effect. Xiaoqin's expression started to turn grave. He saw an indistinct blurry light at Bai's chest as the sword light danced. The shape of the light seemed to be the silhouette of a small sword. Sword heart. Xiaoqin blurted out in astonishment. Heaven was the sky, earth was the earth. After the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was executed, it would incorporate the heavens and earth into the sword technique. Every move of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique contained the heavenly Tao. When practiced to great perfection, it could even reverse the heavens and earth, truly changing the laws of heaven and earth. However, the crux of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique was the word, nourishing the heart. This so-called nourishing the heart was to use the power of the heavens and earth to temper an unparalleled sword heart with an absolute sharpness. As far as Xiaoqin knew, although there were very few people who could practice the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, there had been some sword sages in history. With one sword strike, they could make rivers flow backward, tear through space, and cause tall mountains to spin. However, aside from the person who created this sword technique, Xiaoqin had never heard of anyone else successfully tempering their sword heart. Bai executed the 13 moves of the heart-nourishing universe sword technique one by one. Sword chi surged in the forest and countless fallen leaves flew everywhere. Bai sheathed his sword. The chaotic feeling of the forest spinning around him immediately vanished. He looked at Xiaoqin's silent appearance. Bai said somewhat nervously, "Xiaoqin, is Bai stupid? I said I would learn it in 2 days, but in the end I spent 6. Furthermore, it seems like I have not used it yet." Xiaoqin smiled bitterly to himself. If you are considered stupid, then how are the geniuses of the world supposed to live? This sword technique could only be considered a beginner. This was because the range that Bai could influence in the realm of heaven and earth was not very large. It could only be maintained within 10 meters of him. According to the records of the sword technique, when a martial saint practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique to great perfection, the range of influence could reach up to 500 meters. Bai was still far from that. Furthermore, he had not merged it with the state. This caused the might of the sword technique to be greatly reduced. However, to be able to use only 6 days to execute this sword technique and comprehend the sword heart, such a talent was simply horrifying. What Bai lacked now was only mastery and comprehension of his state. At that time, the might of the sword technique could be considered to have reached great perfection. Xiaoqin smiled gently and said, "No, it is already pretty good. However, you still have to continue working hard. You are still lacking some mastery." Bai smiled joyfully and said, "Really? In that case, when can I be as strong as elder brother Xiaoqin?" At that time, when there are bad people, there will be no need for elder brother Xiaoqin to make a move. I will help you chase them away. Xiaoqin smiled speechlessly. He thought to himself, why did I let Bai protect me? I should not have let Bai practice martial techniques. Actually, it was for her own sake. As for Bai's future, Xiaoqin already had a rough plan in his heart. However, he could not tell her about it for now. Go back first. Don't think too much. Remember not to let others see you practicing the sword technique, Xiaoqin said. After all, practicing the sword technique in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a taboo. Bai nodded and walked back in high spirits. She was clearly in high spirits. Seeing Bai leave, Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, Bai is already so powerful. I have to work even harder. I cannot let her leave me behind. I have to completely grasp Wuxia opens heaven. 3 days later, Lu Suifeng came to Xiaoqin's courtyard and told him a piece of shocking news. When Xiaoqin heard the news, he felt very suspicious. He asked, You said that the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war scheduled for the middle of next month has been delayed? Why is it like this? Lu Suifeng was confused as well. I am not sure either. The people from the Elders' Assembly did not say the exact reason. The end-of-year inner disciple ranking war has been a tradition of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion since it was founded. In the past 10,000 years, unless something major happened, I have never heard of the ranking war being delayed. The purpose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual Inner Disciple Ranking War was not just to check the cultivation results of the inner disciples. It was also to maintain a healthy competition among the inner disciples. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would make use of this opportunity to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the world. It would ensure its reputation as the top sect in the Xihe province. Every year, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would send out invitations to the various powers and youths of the Xihe province. Even the officials would be invited. The purpose of this was to display the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and protect its reputation. If they suddenly delayed the end-of-year inner disciple ranking war, it would cause others to suspect that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any worthy inner disciples. That was why they delayed it. Chapter 341. All these unfavorable events were a huge blow to the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unless they had no other choice, they would not postpone the competition. Lu Suifeng continued, This matter is very strange. Until now there are no leads. Furthermore, even the outer disciple competition was postponed. This is very confusing. Xiaoqin thought for a while and said, There is no need to care about it. It is only postponed, not cancelled. That's right, why have I not seen elder sister Ryue recently? Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, Actually, the last time she used the strengthened ancient absolute saber formation, her essence was greatly injured. She will not be able to cultivate for half a year. Recently, she has been consuming spirit herbs to nourish herself. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater. Xiaoqin was greatly startled. He had felt that something was wrong the last time. It turned out to be so serious. Naturally, Xiaoqin knew the severity of the matter. He did not expect Lu Ryue to make such a huge sacrifice for him. Why did you not tell me earlier? Xiaoqin said with some blame. If he had known there would be such serious consequences, Xiaoqin would not have accepted it. Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. I wanted to tell you, but my sister did not let me. Furthermore, even if I told you, would you still accept this kindness? Xiaoqin shook his head and wanted to get up to look for Lu Ryue. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped him and said, Don't go. My sister is very headstrong. Since she does not want you to know, just pretend that you do not know. Xiaoqin had no choice but to sit back down. The two of them chatted for a while before Lu Suifeng got up and took his leave. Xiaoqin did not feel anything about the inner disciple ranking competition being postponed. As long as it was not cancelled, it was fine. He was not in a rush to leave Qingyun Peak anyway. On the other hand, Lu Ryue had wasted half a year for him. This made him feel uneasy. If he still could not guess what Lu Ryue was thinking, he would be a fool. Everyone had emotions and desires. No one could truly transcend time. How could one pretend to be relaxed in the mortal world? That night, Xiaoqin stopped cultivating. He leaped up and landed on a big tree outside Lu Ryue's courtyard. The bright moonlight shone on the ground. Lu Ryue was in the courtyard, practicing her saber techniques as usual. Saber lights filled the place and energy surged. Now that Lu Ryue was a martial king, she could see that her saber chi was much purer than before. As the saber chi flew through the air, even the air seemed to be sliced apart, forming blurry ripples. Wuxia. Without any warning, a strand of resplendent saber chi suddenly flew towards the tree where Xiaoqin was. It covered the distance of 500 meters in an instant. With a cracking sound, the thick tree was immediately cut in half, revealing Xiaoqin who was hiding behind the tree. Lu Ryue flew over and saw that it was Xiaoqin hiding behind the tree. She heaved a sigh of relief and sheathed her saber. She asked, "Yiqin, why are you hiding behind the tree?" Xiaoqin felt extremely embarrassed, and his delicate face immediately flushed red. His usual calmness had long since been lost somewhere. There was nothing more embarrassing than being caught peeping at someone. Xiaoqin stood on the broken tree and stammered for a long time before saying, "Indeed, why am I hiding here? This question is really strange." Lu Ryue looked at the embarrassed Xiaoqin and found it very funny. She smiled and said, "Actually, this tree has a heavenly spiritual energy. When one stands on it, one can calm down. It is a good place to comprehend bottlenecks." "Yiqin, you are comprehending a martial technique, right?" Xiaoqin slowly calmed down and smiled, "And that's right. I did not expect Ryue to know this secret as well. This tree is indeed very useful. I nearly broke through my bottleneck." Lu Ryue's flirtatious face revealed a mischievous smile. She said seriously, "In that case, I have to apologize to you. I should not have interrupted you earlier and even broken this spiritual tree. I am truly sorry." Lu Ryue's tone caused Xiaoqin's flustered heart to calm down. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The tree was broken and the spiritual energy leaked out. It is a good opportunity to break through my bottleneck. However, this tree will be useless in the future." Lu Ryue nodded and said, "In that case, you should properly comprehend your bottleneck. I will come back tomorrow morning to take a look." Xiaoqin sweated profusely in his heart. This meant that he had to stand on this broken tree for an entire night. This tree did not really have spiritual energy. Even if he stood on it without moving, he would feel uncomfortable. Hu Qi. Xiaoqin leaped down from the broken tree and landed gently in front of Lu Ryue. Lu Ryue nodded and smiled, "Young hero Yi, why are you not continuing to comprehend your bottleneck?" Xiaoqin smiled embarrassedly, "Ryue, can you stop laughing at me?" Lu Ryue burst out laughing and said, "All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. Go in then. Why are you looking for me?" After they sat down in Lu Ryue's courtyard, Xiaoqin told her about what Lu Suifeng had told him. He told her about the matter of the inner disciple ranking competition being delayed. Lu Ryue said softly, "I know about this. There is no special reason for anyone to hold the inner disciple ranking competition. The manpower and resources required are huge. It would require the entire sect to do so. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is unable to hold two grand events in such a short period of time." Xiaoqin felt suspicious and asked, "Are you saying that there is something even grander than the inner disciple ranking competition? What is it?" Lu Ryue nodded and said, "This matter is a secret for now. However, there is no problem telling you. Lung Liusu came out of closed-door cultivation. She is already a peak inferior grade martial king." Xiaoqin was slightly stunned before he reacted. Lung Liusu was only 17 years old and she was already a peak inferior grade martial king. Aside from the word demonic, there was no other way to describe her talent. This was a realm that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, she did it at the age of 17. Furthermore, she was not just a martial king but a peak inferior grade martial king. The earlier a person became a martial king, the higher their future achievements would be. This was something that had already been proven. Back then, the Thunder King also became a martial king at the age of 17. At the age of 20, he became a martial monarch. At the age of 30, he saw through life and death and became a martial sage. At the age of 40, he became a martial emperor ruling over the world. There were many experts in history. All of them had different characteristics. However, they all had one thing in common. They all became martial kings before the age of 20. If a cultivator could not become a martial king before the age of 25, their future achievements would be limited to that of a martial king. Back then, Murong Chong had told Xiaoqin some things about Lung Liusu. He said that when she came out of closed-door cultivation, she would shock the world. It looked like it was true. The bloodline of the Saber Emperor was truly shocking. Lu Ryue continued, "The First Elder has already sent people to inform the three Holy Masters. He wants to make use of this opportunity to get the people from the three Holy Masters to come and help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack." The people from the three Holy Masters will come as well? Xiaoqin finally understood why the end-of-year inner disciple ranking competition was delayed. If the three Holy Masters really came, the inner disciple ranking competition would be insignificant. The three Holy Masters transcended the world. The legends of the three Holy Masters were spread all over the Tianwu continent. In the eyes of the people, they were an untouchable legend. They had existed since the ancient era. After tens of thousands of years, their strength was unfathomable. They were the last hope of the Jianghu continent. There were several known times in history, and in the end, it was always the three holy lands who led the people to repel the demon race, continuing the seed of humanity. The arrival of the three holy masters would definitely shock the entire Great Qin nation. At that time, all the noble clans and sects in the Great Qin nation would come to pay their respects. If the geniuses of the various clans caught the eyes of the three holy masters, they would be very lucky. With the Holy Land taking care of them, their status would automatically rise. The three holy lands, Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, and Divine Martial Gate. Xiaoqin did not know why, but he instinctively felt a little repulsed by them. Furthermore, he was a transmigrator. He did not have any intention of worshipping them, so he was not interested. However, the opportunity to see the strength of the people from the Holy Lands piqued Xiaoqin's interest. He wanted to see how strong a holy soul cultivator with an unbroken inheritance was. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin said, "Will the three holy masters come? If they come, which holy land will they go to? Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, or Divine Martial Gate?" Lu Ryue replied, "It is very likely that they will come. The three holy masters have been searching for geniuses all over the continent. With Lung Liusu's talent, she will definitely attract them. As for which holy land, I am not sure." After this topic ended, the two of them chatted for a long time. There were several times when Xiaoqin could not help but ask about her wasting half a year. However, he resisted in the end. Since Lu Ryue was not willing to talk about it, he would just bury this topic in his heart and keep it to himself. As the night grew darker, Xiaoqin stood up and took his leave. He said, "I will go back first. No matter what, I will definitely obtain the top rank of the inner sect disciple rankings for Qingyun Peak." Lu Ryue smiled gently and said, "In that case, I thank you for your promise in advance. However, if you want to come and see me in the future, just come in directly. Although there are many trees here, not all of them are filled with spiritual energy." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. I have already passed my bottleneck. To me, trees are no longer important." After the two of them spoke, they looked at each other and smiled gently. There was no need for words. To Xiaoqin, trees were indeed no longer important. Lu Ryue had not only chopped down a tree outside the courtyard, she had also chopped down a barrier in Xiaoqin's heart. Since he liked her in his heart, then he should step forward openly. There was no need to suppress his feelings and think of all the worries. There was no need to be conflicted over whether to meet her or not. Regardless of whether he left Qingyun Peak or not, the person he loved was here. There was a worry in his heart. No matter where she went, they would know each other. After walking out of Lu Ryue's courtyard, Xiaoqin felt as though a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He felt very comfortable. Although the two of them did not say it out loud, there was a kind of silent tacit understanding between them. They both knew each other's intentions. Xiaoqin slowly walked on the mountain path in the forest. Under the moonlight, he looked up and revealed a faint smile on his face. In the following days, aside from cultivating diligently every day, Xiaoqin would take some time out to come to Lu Ryue's courtyard at night. The two of them chatted about everything under the sun. There was nothing they did not talk about. They chatted happily. However, they mostly talked about their understanding of the martial way. Lu Ryue's accumulations as a martial saint were deep. This was especially so with her experience of breaking through to Martial King twice. She told Xiaoqin everything he needed to pay attention to when breaking through. Chapter 342. Advancing from Martial Saint to Martial King was a huge hurdle for early-stage cultivators. Once one crossed it, one would be able to enjoy the treatment of an expert anywhere in the Great Qin nation. The earlier one crossed it, the higher one's future accomplishments would be. Xiaoqin also told Lu Ryue about his comprehension of states, Xiaoqin's understanding of states. Now, aside from some of the older generation experts, no one in the younger generation could compare to him in the Great Qin nation. This allowed Lu Ryue to benefit a lot from it. When they got excited, it was hard to avoid arguments. The two of them would compare notes with each other, perfecting their understandings through actual combat. This kind of exchange was much more useful than Xiaoqin's usual thinking. After a week, Xiaoqin actually managed to completely comprehend the Wuxia opens heaven, which he had been unable to perfect in the past. The substantial gains in his cultivation allowed Xiaoqin to immerse himself in this kind of exchange. He would go to Lu Ryue's courtyard almost every night. On this particular day, as the two of them were chatting happily, there was a sudden explosion in the sky thousands of meters above the heavenly saber pavilion. In the dark night, 7 huge meteors descended from the sky above Qingyun Peak. As they descended, They destroyed the 81 restrictions that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion laid in the sky. Ear-piercing alarms reverberated throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It was as though there was an emergency. It rang out continuously. Oh, oh. Occasionally, figures would soar into the sky from the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. A strong aura reverberated in the surroundings. Their fighting spirit soared, causing people to tremble in fear. The expressions of Xiaoqin and Lu Ryue changed. Unexpectedly, someone dared to barge into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion so brazenly. Lu Ryue had a grave expression as she looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. She said, "Neither of us should act rashly. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in." Even without Lu Ryue saying anything, Xiaoqin could feel that horrifying pressure. The 7 meteors contained the aura of a martial monarch. Just thinking about it caused one to tremble in fear. There were only 10 known martial monarchs in the entire Great Qin nation. However, at this moment, 7 martial monarchs arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The strength of one martial monarch could easily destroy a city. With 7 martial monarchs, they would be able to defeat an army of 1,000,000. Martial monarch, the monarch of martial arts, was not a title that could be casually given. Even in the Great Qin nation, which had many spirit veins, a martial monarch was considered an expert. Furthermore, in the Great Qin nation, there had been no news of a martial sage appearing in the past 1,000 years. Martial monarchs were already the peak combat power. If any sect or clan had a martial monarch, they would immediately become a first-rate faction. As for the figures that soared into the sky from the 7 main peaks, they were all superior-grade martial kings. Given Xiaoqian's cultivation, if he rushed up, the shock waves of the battle could crush him to pieces. Xiaoqian did not know how many martial monarchs the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had. With this sudden crisis, he could clearly see the trump cards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqian looked at the sky and asked doubtfully, "Why are these people here?" Lu Ryue muttered, "Divine weapon." Boom. The 7 meteors in the sky pierced through the restrictions of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. A fiery light spread out and countless sparks quickly shot into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sparks fell like rain, covering nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were intense explosions on the ground. Surging shockwaves spread out and dust filled the air. Countless buildings were destroyed, turning into rubble. Many cultivators were struck by the sparks. Before they could react, they were blasted to pieces, dying without a complete corpse. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in chaos. Many places were set on fire and the fire immediately spread. Sparks flew towards Lu Ryue's courtyard. When they saw the energy contained in the sparks, the 2 of them did not dare to clash head-on. They executed their movement techniques and dodged quickly. In the next moment, the previously perfectly fine courtyard was blasted beyond recognition. The shockwaves carried countless rocks over. The 2 of them turned around and sent out a few sharp saber chi, reducing the flying shockwaves and rocks to dust. After the sparks scattered, 7 middle-aged men in azure robes appeared before the crowd. 9 blue dragons were embroidered on their robes. The 7 of them emitted an overwhelming aura. Even Xiaoqin, who was a kilometer underground, felt a huge pressure. Many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the ground who were looking up could not withstand this pressure. They fell to the ground, not even having the strength to get up. The aura of the 7 martial monarchs was equal to that of a martial sage. It could even stop the flow of a river. What more these martial saint cultivators? Who dares barge into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Are you reckless? Hundreds of martial kings from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion flew over. The person leading them did not show any fear when facing the 7 martial monarchs. Are you even worthy of speaking to us? One of the 7 green-robed martial monarchs snorted coldly and pointed. A ripple appeared in the air. After a while, it turned into a whirlpool and surged forward. Bang! The person who spoke was struck by the whirlpool and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. He cried out miserably as he fell from the sky. A bona fide peak martial king could not even retaliate before a martial monarch. He was defeated with just a finger. This was truly frightening. When Xiaoqin felt the intense fluctuations in space, he said indifferently, "This is the power of space. Martial monarchs and martial kings are simply not on the same level. All of you withdraw." The first elder, Jianghu, led the peak masters of the other peaks and finally arrived. However, Xiaoqin did not see Song Quebec. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Song Ke only had 1 arm now. He was no longer a peak martial king. The hundreds of martial kings that had gathered earlier quickly retreated to the side and watched from a distance. Even they could not participate in this battle. When Xianxia saw the attire of the seven, his expression turned grave. He said slowly, "My heavenly saber pavilion does not seem to have any grudges with you. Why are you here at my heavenly saber pavilion?" The leader of the seven took a few steps forward in the air and said, "We are the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's 7 sage envoys under the Dragon King. I am Long Tuesday. We are here to borrow something from the heavenly saber pavilion." Jianghu had already guessed what they were here for. However, he still said coldly, "Is this the attitude you have when you want to borrow something? Big brother, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. They are just a bunch of half-step martial monarchs. Why bother with them? Just kill them. What is the heavenly saber pavilion? How dare they compare themselves to our divine dragon palace?" The person who made a move earlier said ruthlessly as a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Long Tu smiled gently and ignored this person's words. He looked at Jianghu and said, "My apologies, my seventh brother's temper has always been bad." His words were a little harsh. "I'm sorry, the heavenly saber pavilion has too many restrictions. We had no choice but to forcefully break through. As long as you are willing to lend us the item, I am willing to compensate the heavenly saber pavilion tenfold for all the losses." Jianghu said sullenly, "If you want to borrow the divine weapon you can scram now. I will only say this once. If you leave now I can pretend nothing happened. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the heavenly saber pavilion just because you are an inferior grade martial monarch." When Long Tu heard this, his expression turned cold. He said, "Since ancient times the divine weapon belongs to those who are capable. Today my Dragon King has taken a liking to this divine weapon. I will say this only once. Obediently hand over the divine weapon. Otherwise, the heavenly saber pavilion's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed." The seventh of the divine dragon palace's 7 sage envoys smiled coldly and said, "Just a few half-step martial monarchs and you dare to say that you can keep us here? Do you not know how the word death is written? Old man, I will start with you." Boom. Just as he was about to make his move, 7 scarlet warships suddenly flew over from all directions. The scarlet flags on the bow of the warships fluttered in the night sky. The scarlet flags were as beautiful as fresh blood. Even the night could not hide them. Instead, the dark night made the scarlet flags look even more bewitching. A person stood under each of the flags. They wore scarlet battle armor and had a scarlet cape draped over their shoulders. A scarlet bloodsucker saber hung at their waists. They did not hide their killing chi at all. 7 waves of killing chi soared into the sky and merged together, forming a vast sea. At some point in time, the dark clouds above had been dyed scarlet like blood. The terrifying murderous aura was almost tangible. From time to time, the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard coming from the blood clouds. The people from the divine saber camp had arrived. For the first time, the expressions of the 7 people from the divine dragon palace turned grave. Shio. The figures on the bow of the warships turned into 7 beams of scarlet light and arrived behind the first elder, Jianghu, at lightning speed. The divine saber camp's first commander, Shimaning, nodded slightly to Jianghu. He said softly, "The divine saber camp's Shimaning arrived late and caused the heavenly saber pavilion to suffer losses." Jianghu said indifferently, "It does not matter. It is good that you are here." When Long Tu saw the horrifying baleful aura of the 7 people, he was astonished. So, they are cultivators who use killing to prove their Tao. Could it be that they would cause others to feel fear? However, only 2 of them were martial monarchs. The other 5 were only half-step martial monarchs, so there was nothing to fear. Long Tu said sullenly, "The 6 of you go and get the divine weapons. I will block them." The other 6 people were very confident in Long Tu's strength. They did not hesitate and immediately headed for the summit of Qingyun Peak. Jianghu's expression turned grave as he said anxiously, "Block them." The many martial kings who were watching from the side immediately rushed forward and charged at the 6 people. All sorts of high-ranked martial techniques gave off resplendent lights in the sky, surging forward. The 6 people each sent out a palm strike and an azure flood dragon appeared. The 6 flood dragons roared ferociously and crushed all the strong martial techniques flying at them into the air. After that, the blue dragon's might did not decrease. As it moved, it swept away dozens of martial kings. Then it flew into the distance like a cannonball. Boom. The few martial kings were knocked back 2,000 meters. Their bodies crashed into a mountain peak and there were a few loud sounds. The mountain peak immediately collapsed. The 6 of them only used one move to easily knock back dozens of superior-grade martial kings. After they withdrew their attacks, the blue dragon roared and returned to their bodies. So, so, so. 7 scarlet warships quickly flew towards the 6 people. 100 Divine Saber Camp elite disciples jumped off the warships and formed a 3-dimensional formation in the air. At the same time, they drew their bloodsucker sabers and roared ferociously. All their killing chi merged into one. Chapter 343. As the 6 martial monarchs moved in the formation, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Even though they had killed countless people in their lives, they still felt fear in their hearts. Furthermore, the formation of these 100 Divine Saber Camp disciples seemed to follow some sort of natural law, suppressing the strength of the 6 martial monarchs. The 6 martial monarchs charged around in the formation. Their horrifying strength was unstoppable. However, they strangely discovered that even though they were moving forward, they were moving in circles. They were unable to break through the encirclement of these 100 martial monarchs. Long Tu took a glance and ignored the situation. With the strength of the 6 of them, it was only a matter of time before they broke through this formation. The true threat came from the 7 people before them, especially the 2 inferior grade martial monarchs. They were the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Shi Mining and Zhui Yan. Jianghu and the others had already retreated far away. With their strength as half-step martial monarchs, they could barely participate in this battle. However, the Divine Saber Camp was very particular about cooperation. What they learned was completely different from what they learned. They could not participate in the battle at all. They could only watch from the sidelines just in case. Kill? The 7 of them attacked at the same time. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands released a scarlet light. Boundless scarlet clouds started churning in the sky. A sinister wind blew and a baleful aura pressed down. Long Tu flipped his palm and a purple spear appeared in his hand. He swung it gently and ripples appeared in the air. An azure flood dragon coiled around the spear. The flood dragon opened its mouth and roared ferociously. It swung the spear 4 times in the air and blocked all the attacks of the 7. Huchi! Huchi! The weapons clashed and a horrifying energy spread out. Black cracks appeared in space. The few of them casually waved their hands and tore space apart. The black cracks extended for several kilometers before stopping. Everywhere the cracks passed, mountains were chopped in half. From the sky, it looked like a biscuit that was bitten off by a dog. The few of them fought in the air faster and faster. Xiaoqian's eyes could not keep up with their speed. He could only hear deafening roars. Bang! On the battlefield, a streak of blood-red light was sent flying backward. A fist-sized hole appeared on the forehead of a Divine Saber Camp cultivator. He had been stabbed to death by Long Tu's spear. A moment later, cracks spread from his wounds, and his body was quickly torn into pieces. Ah! Again. The Divine Saber Camp is only a so-so. Lanta raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. As his voice rang out, another spear swept out. The purple spear seemed to have come to life. It turned into a blue dragon and swept out wildly. A Divine Saber Camp disciple sent out a scarlet light that connected heaven and earth, trying to block this horrifying attack. Before the azure flood dragon even got close, it let out a furious roar that contained boundless holy might, shaking this person to the point where he felt dizzy and his legs went weak. Bang! In the next moment, the green flood dragon turned back into a hard purple spear. A dot of purple light appeared on the tip of the spear. Long Tu tilted his body slightly and pushed his hand forward, shattering the blood-colored light with lightning speed. This person quickly turned around and retreated. His speed was comparable to that of scarlet lightning. Long Tu snorted coldly and swung his spear forward. His right hand grasped the tip of the spear. The range of the attack immediately increased significantly. With a horizontal swing, the spear struck this person's chest. This person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. He did not have time to control his direction and crashed into the spreading spatial cracks. This person could not resist at all and was cut into pieces by the spatial cracks. At the same time, the sharp attacks of the other 5 people filled the sky with scarlet light. The horrifying killing moves containing the state of massacre flew at Long Tu. Soaring Dragon. Long Tu pulled back his spear and shouted. Suddenly 9 azure flood dragons flew out of his body. As the 9 dragons soared, a supreme will of wind was contained in the azure flood dragons. Bang! 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 The flood dragon roared furiously, and the will of wind sprayed out, stirring up a gale and blowing away the torrential state of massacre. No matter how strong the state of massacre was, it was just a state in the end. It was not a match for a higher-leveled state unless the people of the Divine Saber Camp comprehended the state of massacre. As the 9 dragons soared, the berserk energy contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It forced everyone back. This was especially so since the state was broken. The might of the killing move was greatly reduced, there was no rebound at all. Long Tu laughed maniacally and the 9 dragons returned to his body. His figure flashed and he arrived before a divine saber camp cultivator. He thrust his spear forward and a black hole appeared in the air. The power of this spear was very berserk, it directly pierced through space. The supreme will of wind started to spread out from the tip of the spear. A fist-sized black hole immediately spread out. Long Tu's figure flashed and he entered the spatial crack. In the next moment, a crack appeared in front of the retreating cultivator. A spear carrying an unparalleled force suddenly appeared from the void and pierced towards the cultivator's forehead. This spear came out of nowhere without any warning. There was no way to defend against it, it was a sure hit attack. Dang! Just as the spear was about to pierce through the cultivator's forehead, a scarlet saber flashed from the side. The saber struck the tip of the spear. However, the will of wind on the tip of the spear prevented it from moving at all. Shimin Ying's chaotic and unfocused eyes suddenly focused. 2 crimson dots appeared in his eyes, making him look extremely strange. The horrifying state of massacre on the saber started to increase rapidly. Finally, it exploded and formed a strand of will of massacre. Boom! The horrifying spear was finally knocked away. That cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat. Long Tu grasped the handle of his spear and slowly emerged from the spatial crack. He looked at Shimening and smiled faintly, "Not bad. You actually managed to evolve the state of massacre into the will of massacre. However, it is just a strand. Let's see how you are going to block my will of wind." Long Tu's spear swept out and a purple light burst out from the tip. Strands of purple wind blades appeared and tore cracks in space. Everywhere the wind blades passed, the cracks extended continuously. The pitch-black cracks were like a flower blooming, a horrifying flower filled with the power of death. Shimening had a grave expression. He did not say anything. His scarlet pupils released a strange light. He brandished his saber and knocked back the purple wind blades. Countless wind blades were sent flying, creating long black spatial cracks in the air. Many of the idle martial kings in the air could not dodge in time and were immediately cut in half by the spatial cracks. The power of the spatial cracks was not something an ordinary martial king could deal with. However, the force of the wind blades was too strong. Every time he knocked back a strand, Shimening immediately moved back 100 meters. His complexion also turned increasingly pale. When the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander Zhui Yan saw that Shimening was in a dangerous situation, he quickly flew over and worked together to knock back the scarlet wind blades. Long Tu laughed loudly and a purple flood dragon appeared on his spear. He charged at the 2 of them quickly before he ignored them. Long Tu shifted his gaze to the other 3 half-step martial monarchs of the Divine Saber Camp. He casually tore and a spatial crack appeared. Then his figure flashed out. Bang! 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 Long Tu executed the shocking spear strike that contained the will of berserk wind 3 times in a row. The 3 half-step martial monarchs had condensed their state of massacre to its limits. However, there was a natural difference between states and wills. They could not move the spear at all. Furthermore, Long Tu hid himself in the spatial crack. No matter where he hid, he would always appear beside them. Be it behind, to the left, to the right, or even to the front, he would thrust his spear at them. Bloody holes appeared in the heads of the 3 half-step martial monarchs with this shocking spear strike. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, Shimening and Zhui Yan were still fighting against the soaring green flood dragon. The flood dragon was 100 meters long and its green scales were crisscrossed. Both of its eyes flashed with spiritual light as if it was a real flood dragon. The flood dragon roared ferociously as it wantonly flew in the air. As its dragon claws tore, it left thin cracks in space. Occasionally, it would spit out strands of azure dragon flame. Shimening and Zhui Yan turned into 2 beams of scarlet light. As they dodged the flood dragon's attacks, they left wounds on its body. When the saber technique containing the state of massacre struck the flood dragon, the wounds would not heal. The flood dragon's figure slowly faded. It would not be able to last much longer. After Long Tu dealt with the 3 half-step martial monarchs, he looked around and saw that the azure flood dragon was about to run out of energy. His expression did not change as he swung his spear through the air. A purple light gathered at the tip of the spear, and a long spatial crack appeared. Long Tu turned around and disappeared into the night sky. Shimening and Zhui Yan, who had dealt with the azure flood dragon, did not have time to catch their breaths. Suddenly, a crack appeared above their heads. A purple spear containing a strong will of wind exploded in the air, descending towards the 2 of them. Dang! Ximeneng and Zhuoyan quickly moved to the side. They crossed their scarlet sabers in the air and blocked the spear strike that could split mountains. Long Tu's figure emerged from the spatial crack. He laughed loudly and shouted, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You think you can block it?" Scram. Long Tu's right hand, which was holding the spear, exerted some force. A purple light spread out from the tip of the spear. Instantly, the flood dragon carved on the spear glowed brightly. The will of wind became even more berserk. Bang! Ximeneng and Zhuoyan both vomited a mouthful of blood. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands could not withstand the force. They flew out of their hands and fell to the ground. Scram! With a roar, Long Tu's figure rapidly leaped forward. The space beneath his feet was like flat ground. Every step he took left a purple footprint in the air. Long Tu brandished his spear and struck Ximeneng, Zhuoyan, and Zhuoyan's chest. Their bodies flew backward and crashed into a mountain a kilometer away, destroying half of it. When Xiaoqin saw all this, horror filled his eyes. At the same time he was filled with doubt. They were all martial monarchs, but why was Long Tu able to beat the other martial monarchs to the point where they could not retaliate? Chapter 344. With a casual move he could easily tear space apart. When his spear swept out, there was no way to block it. As for those half-step martial monarchs, they were as simple as slaughtering dogs. One spear for one without any hesitation. Oh. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiaoqian's mind. He remembered what Long Tu said. This was because of the will. It was just like how a martial saint who comprehended a state could easily kill a martial saint who had not comprehended a state. To a martial monarch, the state could no longer keep up with the development of their strength. Only a higher level will could bring out the might of a martial monarch. Lu Ryua's eyes filled with anxiety. Occasionally she would look at the summit of Qingyun Peak. The summit was currently very calm. It was very peaceful. First Elder, should we call out those Supreme Elders? This Long Tu's will of wind has clearly reached great perfection. Ximeneng and Zhuoyan are not a match for him. Indeed, if we still do not call out those Supreme Elders, there will be no chance to turn the situation around. The peak masters of the main peak said anxiously. Jianghu's expression turned grave. He ignored the words of these people. After a while he shook his head and said, "The Divine Saber Camp still has not used their trump card. The enemies that the Supreme Elder wants to deal with are not these people. Let's wait and see." Boom. Two scarlet lights shot up from the ground. Ximeneng and Zhuoyan started fighting again. So, the two of them stretched out their hands and the bloodsucker sabers immediately returned to their hands. The killing chi of the two of them spread out continuously. Their red cloaks fluttered in the air. The blood on their lips had not dried yet, but their faces were extremely pale. Long Tu looked at the two of them and smiled coldly. "You are at the end of the road, yet you are still putting on an act." Xiaoqin swung his spear in the air and disappeared into thin air again, appearing very mysterious. Peerless blood shadow. Ximeneng and Zhuoyan shouted and the sabers in their hands moved in an arc. A scarlet crescent moon appeared on the tip of their sabers. Xiaoqian's gaze turned grave as he looked carefully. Back then, Murong Chang's peerless lunar shadow was born from this peerless blood shadow. Now that he had executed the original martial technique, its might should not be weak. However, it was hard to say whether it would be able to injure Long Tuesday. Long Tu was in the void, and there was no way to track him. After executing the move, their pale faces turned even paler, without the slightest hint of blood. The two blood-colored crescent moons whistled through the air, but they disappeared in a flash and actually entered the void. Puchi. In the void there was a violent explosion. A pitch-black hole was torn open and a red light shone out. Bang! The instant the red light shone, the spatial crack rapidly expanded. A red full moon broke through the space and leaped out. In an instant, the scarlet light illuminated the entire Lingyun mountain range. The cultivators with better vision could see an azure figure moving quickly in the black hole in the sky. If they looked carefully, they would discover a trace of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Xiaoqin exclaimed in shock, "Peerless blood shadow." Unexpectedly, not only did it stop Long Tu's attack, but it even injured him. The black hole quickly closed. The instant it completely closed, a resplendent purple light appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Long Tu was about to break through space and come out. Ximeneng and Zhuoyan's gazes were like lightning. The instant the purple light appeared, they quickly formed hand seals. Strands of perception locked onto each other. Long Tu's figure had just appeared when the scarlet full moon in the sky charged at him with a startling state of massacre. The speed of the full moon reached its peak. Everywhere it passed, space turned blurry and ripples appeared. Bang! Long Tu did not have any chance to dodge. His face filled with shock. The tip of his spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward, wanting to shatter this scarlet moon. However, the energy contained within this full moon was simply too vast. The two of them exhausted their essence and forcefully condensed their states into strands of will, infusing them into the full moon. Such a secret technique that forcefully raised one state would have severe side effects on the body. However, at this moment they could not care so much. Unexpectedly, Long Tu's successful will of wind could not block this move. His body was instantly covered by the scarlet moon as he crashed heavily into the ground. Rumble. A 1,000-meter-wide pit immediately appeared at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Dust flew into the air and a huge force spread out. The entire Qingyun Peak started to shake violently. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this power was to be able to shake an entire mountain. Shimin Ying's complexion paled. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He ignored his injuries and said coldly, "Attack." Right after he spoke, the 7 scarlet warships in the sky released a scarlet pillar of light that soared into the sky, connecting with the scarlet clouds in the sky. The trump card of the Divine Saber Camp was finally going to be revealed. The endless red clouds began to tumble and surge, becoming brighter and brighter, as if blood was flowing through them. In an instant, a horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It caused all the cultivators present to tremble. At the same time, the martial kings of the various noble clans in the Shiha province all felt this aura. They all soared into the sky and looked at the boundless scarlet clouds in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Their expressions all changed. What's going on? The Divine Saber Camp's heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation has been executed. What's happening in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? I have not seen the Divine Saber Camp for hundreds of years. Now they are making a move. What is going on? Many figures gathered in the sky. They could not resist the curiosity in their hearts as they quickly flew towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The great Qin nation's imperial capital, where everyone was preparing to sleep in the middle of the night, suddenly discovered 10 huge golden warships had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. They were flying quickly to the west. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warships. There were 9 golden dragons embroidered on the flag, and the word Qin was written in the center. Among the 10 warships, there was one that was especially huge. It was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. Golden talisman scripts flickered around the hull of the warship. There was a person standing on the bow of the warship. He was 7 meters tall and looked very energetic. His aura was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. The light he gave off was so dazzling that it seemed like it lit up the night sky. This was the leader of the Imperial Dragon Legion, the leader of the 10 martial monarchs of the Great Qin Nation, the Nangong clan's clan head, Nangong Lai. The entire Imperial Dragon Legion actually turned out in full force. In a secret room 1,000 meters below the imperial capital's imperial palace, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed as though he could see through the essence of this world. It is actually the people of the boundless sea. Aha. However, is the divine weapon really that easy to obtain? If it were so easy, this old man would have made a move long ago. How foolish. After a while, the golden light scattered and the old man closed his eyes again, ignoring him. Long Tu slowly stood up in a deep pit at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. His azure robes were already in tatters. His hair was disheveled and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Ah ha ha ha. Good. Very good. You actually managed to injure me. It looks like you are seeking your own death today. I want the divine weapon. I will kill everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not leaving a single person alive. Long Tu looked at the boundless churning scarlet clouds above him and wiped the blood off his lips. Then he laughed maniacally. Long Tu's aura soared continuously. A horrifying might spread out into the surroundings without any concealment. His aura did not stop growing until it reached peak superior grade martial monarch. When the might of a martial monarch spread out, the grass grew stiff and the trees broke from the ground. The boundless aura crushed them into dust. Several Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples vomited a mouthful of blood under this horrifying might and fainted. Unexpectedly, this Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed greatly. When the first elder, Jianghu, saw Long Tu unleash his full aura, his expression changed slightly. He had not expected Long Tu to be a peak superior grade martial monarch. What should we do now? Long Tu is actually a peak superior grade martial monarch. First elder, get the supreme elders out. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will suffer great losses, the people at the side said in unison. Jianghu's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. There were countless experts from various places watching from a distance. Jianghu withdrew his gaze and shook his head. We can't do it yet. Let's hold on for a while. Let's see if the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation can suppress him. Suddenly, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky started churning very quickly. After a while, a blurry face formed in the scarlet clouds. Only half of the face appeared, the other half merged with the scarlet clouds. A huge scarlet hand suddenly appeared. The palm of the scarlet hand was the size of a small mountain, and half of the arm was over 1,000 meters long. It smashed towards Long Tu, who was on the ground with a soaring aura. Long Tu's expression turned grave. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. When the huge hand landed, his figure flashed and quickly retreated. Bang! The scarlet hand left a huge handprint on the ground. The outline of the 5 fingers was very clear. The deepest part of the handprint was more than 100 meters deep. Wuxia. The scarlet hand gently raised its hand and used the back of its huge hand to move towards Long Tu's day. Long Tu moved like lightning, moving quickly in the air. Bang! The back of the scarlet hand gently touched a desolate mountain. Half of the mountain immediately turned into powder, and half of the mountain was gone. With such a huge force, no wonder Long Tu did not dare to clash head-on. Instead he chose to avoid it. The scarlet hand was like a human arm. When it moved, it was incredibly fast. It was no slower than Long Tu, who had comprehended the will of wind. Furthermore, under the suppression of the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation, the baleful aura in the air affected Long Tu's speed. He could not shake off the scarlet hand. A purple light appeared on the tip of the spear, and Long Tu tore open a spatial tear in the air. When the spatial tear closed, he entered it. Long Tu hid in the spatial tear, and he immediately disappeared from the night sky. The blurry face on the scarlet clouds frowned slightly. Then it roared. Although it was a roar, it was as intense as thunder. When it opened its mouth and breathed, it formed an intense tornado in the air. The huge scarlet hand pulled back slightly, and its 5 fingers clenched the air. In that instant, a spatial tear appeared and half of the arm entered it. Chapter 345. Bang, bang, bang. Loud sounds came from the spatial crack. An intense shockwave exploded in the air. Many black cracks appeared out of nowhere, spreading out like black streams in the air. Long Tu tore open a spatial crack and quickly emerged from it. His expression turned even more grave. Clearly, he had not expected this scarlet hand to be so difficult to deal with. The instant Long Tu emerged, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. When he turned his head back, he saw a huge scarlet hand crashing into him. It was the scarlet giant's hidden second arm. It shot out at lightning speed and opened its huge hand, grabbing Long Tu in an instant. The huge hand grabbed Long Tu's body and smashed him into the ground. It did not stop at all, causing the entire Lingyun mountain range to shake. Some of the old buildings could not withstand this force and collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. The mountain peaks were directly blasted apart by the cracks, forming a huge crack in the sky from the center. Did he succeed? He was caught. With such horrifying force, he should have been smashed into meat paste, a few elders said joyfully. Jianghu shook his head slightly. He could sense that the other party's aura had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become even more vigorous. The other scarlet hand also emerged from the void. Then the 2 palms clapped ferociously. When the 2 palms merged, they had the strength to smash a small mountain into powder. When the 2 palms merged, even if the other party was an impregnable fortress, he should have been smashed into meat paste. Boom! Right after the palms clapped, an even more intense sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to burn and their internal organs to tremble. The sky was filled with bloody light exploding. Specks of bloody light sprinkled on the ground like raindrops. The 2 huge bloody hands were completely blown to pieces. 9 azure flood dragons circled around Long Tuesday. He smiled coldly and said, "Is that all you have? The heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation is only SOSO. Ah, watch me break this formation." It turned out that Long Tu had not made a move all this while because he wanted to test the limits of the scarlet hands. Now that he knew their limits, he no longer feared them. Wuxia. Without the interference of the huge scarlet hand, Long Tu's speed completely recovered. He was so fast that the human eye could not even react to it. In the eyes of a regular cultivator, it was like teleportation. Xiaoqun brandished his spear, and 9 azure flood dragons circled around and roared. Then he headed for one of the scarlet warships. A scarlet light descended from the sky and enveloped the scarlet warship, forming a thick, solid scarlet light. Break! Long Tu roared and 9 azure flood dragons merged into the spear. The purple spear immediately lit up with a resplendent, fiery light. It was like a purple sun in the night sky, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Xianxia's figure instantly vanished. A moment later, a huge, bloody hole appeared in the blood-colored pillar of light. The pillar of light shattered, and the blood-colored warship inside broke in half and fell to the ground. Break, 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 break. Long Tu roared 6 times. His figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the void. His dazzling purple spear carried a destructive force as it pierced through the 7 blood-colored warships in an instant. No matter how powerful your magic skills are, how profound your formations are, or how vast your killing chi is, I only need to use 1 spear to stab you. I will use absolute strength to form an overwhelming attack. After the 7 warships were destroyed, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky immediately dimmed. The scarlet giant sighed and slowly faded from the sky. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly saber pavilion is so useless, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words, looking down on the divine dragon palace. What other abilities do you have? Bring them all out. I Long Tu will break them with 1 spear. After destroying the 7 warships, Long Tu laughed maniacally. His voice was like rushing thunder resounding everywhere. The entire heavenly saber pavilion could hear this arrogant voice. Such humiliation caused the blood of the heavenly saber pavilion disciples to surge. As one of the 3 great sects, when had they ever been humiliated like this? However, even though they were hot-blooded, they did not have the strength to back it up. They could only feel sullen in their hearts. After the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation was broken, the 100 elite divine saber camp disciples surrounding the other 6 sage envoys immediately showed flaws in their formation. The 6 sage envoys grasped the flaws and used their strength to charge around. In an instant, they broke through the encirclement of the 100 divine saber camp disciples. Most of the disciples died from severe injuries. Big brother, do you need our help? Let's just destroy the heavenly saber pavilion together, the 7th sage envoy of the divine dragon palace said coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. Long Tu said indifferently, there's no need. The 6 of you go and retrieve the divine weapon. That side is the main point. I can handle this alone. The 6 of them nodded and immediately rushed to the top of Qingyun Peak at lightning speed. When the peak masters and elders saw this, they said anxiously, First Elder, if the Supreme Elder still does not come out and the divine weapon is stolen, the heavenly saber pavilion will perish. The First Elder had a resolute gaze as he said sullenly, It is not time yet. The true enemy has not appeared yet. Boom. 2 figures soared into the sky from the ground. It was Shimening and Zhuoyan. They rushed over again and blocked Long Tu, who was preparing to destroy the heaven viewing platform's main hall. Dang. 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 The 2 of them gave off a red light and their eyes turned scarlet. Their strength increased wildly. They had actually used the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, which burned their life force. Their state of massacre was forcibly raised to the state of massacre. Their cultivation also soared to peak medial grade martial monarch. When the 2 of them worked together, they managed to block Long Tu's surging attacks. How dare you clash with the righteous sects with unorthodox sects? Long Tu snorted coldly. His spear sent out blurry spear images, like countless azure flood dragons roaring in the air. Even though the 2 of them executed the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, they could only hold on bitterly. This Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch, only a step shy of becoming a martial sage. He was simply too strong. Unless a martial sage appeared, no one could defeat him. Pooh. The 6 azure-robed sage envoys landed firmly on the summit of Qingyun Peak. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock at the summit. His wrinkled face opened slightly when he felt the 6 of them land. His gaze was calm. He looked like an old man with a serene expression. A wooden box stood quietly beside him. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were carved on it. The 7th of the 7 sage envoys cursed. I was wondering who the person guarding the divine weapon was. It turns out that it is just a cripple with a shattered martial spirit. Old man, hand over the divine weapon, and this Lord 7 will not make things difficult for you. I will send you on your way and not let you feel any pain. Otherwise, hee. Wuxia. The 4 wooden boards on the wooden box shattered and fell to the ground. The divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber, floated quietly in the air. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber. His calm gaze suddenly lit up, and his aura soared into the sky. In an instant he revealed his sharpness. With a cautious sound, the divine weapon was unsheathed. A dazzling light dazzled the eyes of the six. A saber light flashed by. Before the seventh of the seven sage envoys could finish speaking, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. His head flew into the air. He died without knowing why. There was no pain at all. The other six were astonished. When they saw the unsheathed divine weapon, they fled for their lives. They were shocked. Didn't the Dragon King say that the divine weapon could not be completely unsheathed? How did this old man manage to completely unsheathe the divine weapon? This was completely beyond their expectations. The might of the divine weapon could even kill a martial sage. They were only martial monarchs. How could they dare to be impudent? They used all their means to flee. Long Tu, who was suppressing Shimin Ying and Lu Tianyu, changed his expression. He forced the two back with one move. Then he moved as fast as lightning, heading for the summit. In the blink of an eye, Long Tu arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. When he saw the unsheathed divine weapon, he revealed an expression of shock. Xiao. Lu Tianyu remained expressionless as he watched Long Tu fly over. He gently brandished the heavenly universe divine weapon, and a simple resplendent saber chi flew at Long Tu's chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space was sliced in half. The empty space was like a piece of tofu, sliced in half from the middle. Long Tu's expression changed drastically. This was no longer a power that he could control. Even if he used his full power, he could only tear a crack in space. If he were to view space as a rock, he could make a crack on the rock, but the other party could easily cut the rock in half like tofu. The will of the divine weapon had already locked onto Long Tuesday. He had no chance to dodge this saber strike. Ha! The purple spear lit up with a resplendent light. A crescent-shaped azure energy appeared. The will of wind in the energy was condensed to the extreme. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Long Tu used all his strength to block this move. Pu Si. There was no earth-shaking sound or overwhelming energy fluctuation. That strand of saber chi that sliced through space easily destroyed Long Tu's full-powered strike. At the critical moment, a jade pendant on Long Tu's chest burst out with a bright light. It emitted a solid light barrier that encased him. It was not strange for a martial monarch expert to have one or two life-saving secret treasures. Bang! The light barrier instantly shattered, and the jade pendant on Long Tu's chest shattered into tiny pieces. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as he flew back a kilometer. The sharp saber chi did not lose any momentum. It flew quickly towards the horizon, flying all the way to the distant starry heavens before disappearing from everyone's sight. Big brother, are you all right? Long Tu asked anxiously as the other six caught hold of him in midair. The sixth of the seven sage envoys said, Big brother, are we still going to retrieve the divine weapon? Seventh brother is already dead. The situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Long Tu was still in high spirits, wanting to sweep through the entire heavenly saber pavilion. Now he was easily defeated with one saber strike and severely injured. Kaxie. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu still sat cross-legged on the rock. His body did not move at all and his expression was calm. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard with a huang dang sound. The first elder, Jianghu, had a suspicious expression. He could not understand how Lu Tianyu managed to draw the divine weapon. Boom. Chapter 346. Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand as he stood upright on the ground. Then he pointed with his left hand. Several dozen strands of saber chi revolved around his fingertips. The saber chi spun continuously, shooting at the six people in the air like an awl. In the pitch-black night sky, the awl-like rotating saber chi tore a spatial crack that was even darker than the night sky. The six people immediately scattered in the air. They executed their movement techniques and moved around, trying to avoid this strand of saber chi. Lu Tianyu's right hand, which was holding the divine weapon, flipped his palm over and faced it downwards. The divine weapon spun quickly and the condensed saber chi immediately scattered, chasing after the six people. The sharp saber chi danced wildly in the air. It was so fast that it was like silver lightning, tearing open spatial tears. The six people executed their movement techniques to their limits. The people below could not see them at all. They could only see a blurry light flickering in their vision. Miserable cries came from the air. The sharp saber chi was hard to defend against. It broke through the protective essence of the six people and left horrifying wounds. Using the might of the divine weapon, Lu Tianyu toyed with the six people in the palm of his hand. Hu Qi. Just as the 6 people were covered in injuries and were bitterly holding on, there was an intense spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared. Above the 6 of them, a huge spatial gate suddenly opened. Seeing the spatial gate open, the 6 of them immediately became overjoyed. A huge azure dragon image peeked out from the door. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 6 people. After that, the huge dragon head quickly retreated into the spatial door. Lu Qianyu snorted coldly, "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think my heavenly saber pavilion is?" Boom. Lu Qianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand and threw his left hand into the air. His ordinary arm immediately grew infinitely large. Just as the azure dragon was about to enter the spatial door, Lu Qianyu exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon head. He exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. The dragon's head shook and roared, causing the sky to tremble as it tried to break free. The scabbard of the divine weapon gave off a bright light. Lu Qianyu's left hand seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart. No matter how the dragon shook and roared, it did not move. "Get back here!" Lu Qianyu shouted and pulled with his huge hand, pulling the huge blue dragon out of the spatial door. Bang bang bang. The huge azure dragon image's 1,000-meter-long body tumbled in the air, shattering countless mountains and pavilions in an instant. Boom. Lu Qianyu had a grave expression on his face as he swung his huge hand behind him, tossing the horrifying dragon image towards the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range. A towering mountain peak was smashed into smithereens by the dragon. The ground in the distance was covered in dust and rocks flew everywhere. The image of the dragon slowly dissipated. The 6 people in the dragon head vomited blood from the immense force. Their injuries worsened as they struggled to stand up from the ground, wanting to escape. The first elder's expression turned cold. He said, "Divine Saber Camp, heed my orders. Do not let a single one of them off." Roger. The red figures on the ground quickly leaped towards the back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range and surrounded the 6 severely injured people. After Lu Qianyu pulled the huge dragon out, he looked at the spatial door that was about to close. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he drew the heavenly universe saber again. A strand of resplendent golden saber chi shot out from the saber. Just as the spatial door was about to close, it shot into it. Wuxia. Millions of kilometers away in the boundless sea, a strand of golden saber chi suddenly appeared in the sky above an island. Then it headed for the splendid palace on the island. Everywhere it passed, the buildings of the palace crumbled. The golden saber chi directly chopped them in half. Several unlucky green-robed cultivators were chopped in half for no reason. The golden saber chi cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. It immediately flew to the main hall of the palace. A middle-aged man in azure dragon robes sat on a dragon throne in the main hall. This person looked very majestic with a high nose and large eyes. He exuded the air of a ruler. With one look, one could tell that he was a person of high status. His chi and blood flourished and his eyes shone brightly. When the middle-aged man saw the golden saber chi breaking through the palace and flying towards him, his expression turned grave. He clenched 2 fingers on his right hand and shouted. A strand of azure-colored dragon chi came from his fingertip. The dragon head on the fingertip roared ferociously. It finally blocked this indestructible and unstoppable golden saber chi. Bang! The azure-colored dragon chi and the golden saber chi clashed, giving off an intense explosion. The raging energy immediately reduced the entire main hall to rubble. Only a lonely dragon throne remained in the vast palace. Blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips as he sat on the dragon throne. His complexion was somewhat pale. That strand of golden saber chi had not scattered yet. It clashed continuously with the azure-colored dragon chi at the fingertip. The middle-aged man shouted and suddenly stood up. Then he pushed his arm forward. There was a melodious explosion, and the golden saber chi turned into countless motes of light. The motes of light were like a torrential storm as they spread out in all directions. The cultivators that rushed over were covered in wounds, their bodies mangled. 7 strong figures blasted the motes of light into nothing and landed beside the middle-aged man. When they saw the blood leaking out of the middle-aged man's mouth, they were astonished. The Dragon King, who was like a god to them, was actually injured. All of them quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "This subordinate is incompetent and caused the Dragon King to be injured." The middle-aged man known as the Dragon King took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood off his lips. Then he looked at the handkerchief and entered deep thought. Then he casually tossed the handkerchief into the air. There was an explosion of energy, and the handkerchief immediately turned into countless pieces of cloth. He said softly, "Get up. From today onwards, the 7 of you are the new holy envoys of the Divine Dragon Palace." The hearts of the 7 people kneeling on the ground trembled. They did not feel any joy. They knew that the 7 holy envoys that went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion probably would not return. 7 martial monarchs had died. The Divine Dragon Palace had suffered a heavy loss. The Dragon King looked into the distance, his eyes filled with infatuation. He muttered to himself, "The strength of the divine weapon is indeed strong." Unfortunately, this person did not even bring out a tenth of its might. Back in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xianxia, who had just executed his shocking saber strike, immediately sheathed the divine weapon. The scattered wooden boxes pattered back together, completely covering up the aura of the divine weapon. Under the rock, countless black tentacles extended all over Xianxia's body, making his face look very sinister. Xianxia frowned and closed his eyes. Then he started an endless battle with the tentacles. Reporting to the First Elder, the 6 people who barged into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion put up a stubborn resistance. The Divine Saber Camp suffered heavy casualties and could not capture them alive. "We could only kill them," a Divine Saber Camp high official reported in a sullen voice as he flew to Jianghu's side covered in injuries. Even though the martial monarchs were severely injured, the destructive power of the Divine Saber Camp still shocked this high official. Jianghu looked at the scene of desolation, the dead and injured Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, and the rubble of the Lingyun mountain range. He said with a sullen expression, "Chop off their heads and hang them on the city walls of Saber City forever." "Roger." That person replied and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after the man had left, the First Elder's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the Peak Masters and the members of the Elders' Council who were following behind the First Elder all changed at the same time. They saw 10 golden warships outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's restrictions flying towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they were about to touch the restrictions, they accelerated. Bang, bang, bang. The golden horn of the ship was like a sharp knife. 10 sharp knives slowly broke through the tough restriction, and a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship is actually flying over. "What is Nangong Lai trying to do?" a few of them exclaimed. Jianghu said calmly, "Pass the orders to the Supreme Elders. Tell them to come out and welcome them." After Jianghu spoke, he led the group towards the warships in the sky. They were as fast as the wind and arrived before the flagship in the blink of an eye. Jianghu looked at Nangong Lai, who was clad in golden battle armor and had an exuberant qi and blood soaring into the sky. He said coldly, "Nangong Lai, what are you trying to do?" Under the fluttering golden banner, Nangong Lai looked at the devastated Lingyun mountain range. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to be anxious. I just saw that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is facing a great enemy, so I came to help. With the Imperial Dragon Legion's help, we will be able to eliminate the remnants." Jianghu smiled coldly, "Many thanks for General Nangong's kind intentions. The enemy has already been dealt with by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. General Nangong can return now." Nangong Yen laughed loudly, "I have good intentions. Brother Jiang, why are you chasing me away in such a rush? Today's enemies have already been defeated. What about tomorrow and the day after? Such a huge loss, I'm afraid the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be able to endure it for long. How about this? Our Imperial Dragon Legion will send a warship to guard the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a long time, helping the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to defend against the enemy. The Imperial Dragon Legion is still quite strong." Huchi. Right after Nangong Yen spoke, aside from the largest flagship, the other 9 warships opened their cannons on both sides. Ancient demonic energy cannons revealed their malevolent faces. Countless golden talisman scripts appeared around the warship, flickering with a dazzling light. The few elders behind Jianghu all had sullen expressions. Rage burned in their hearts. Nangong Lai was blatantly threatening the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after seeing the heavy losses. The royal clan and the 3 great sects had always been on guard against each other. The royal clan of any empire did not wish to see a power that could threaten the royal clan. However, aside from being on guard, the sects and the royal clan relied on each other to a certain extent. There had to be strong sects within a nation. The more sects there were, the stronger the nation would be. However, there was a precondition. The royal clan had to have absolute power to suppress these sections. Otherwise, they would always be a hidden danger in the eyes of the royal clan. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which possessed a divine weapon, was such a sect. 20 years ago, the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was an absolute genius. The sect was filled with talents and experts. The sect was the strongest of the three great sections. With the might of a divine weapon, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a peak power in the entire Jianghu continent. The people of the royal clan felt immense pressure. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not very lucky. When the demonic calamity broke out, nearly all the experts of the older generation died. The genius pavilion master even died in battle. The strength of the entire sect was greatly reduced. Chapter 347. In order to prevent the resurgence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the royal court had been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in trouble again. The Qin Emperor decisively made a move, wanting to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was like stabbing a sharp knife into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It could greatly restrict the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's development. Xianxi's expression remained calm when he saw the golden warships firing on all cylinders. He said indifferently, "Nangong Lai, it looks like you really like to play with fire. In that case, I will play with you." Nangong Lai's eyelids sank. He thought to himself, could it be that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion still has some trump cards? Impossible. Nangong Lai shook his head and said indifferently, if they really had a trump card, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have been reduced to rubble. How could a great sect watch as their own sect was destroyed like that? Even if they had one, they would have used it already. After the consecutive battles, they probably did not have much combat prowess left. Nangong Lai continued to smile indifferently. Brother Jiangqi, it was not my idea to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. You should know whose idea it is. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Jiangqi said indifferently, in that case, get him to come and talk to me personally. Before Nangong Lai could say anything, an adjutant at the side shouted, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Is the Emperor someone you can meet whenever you want? How dare you speak to Elder Jiangqi like that? Why are you still not apologizing to Elder Jiang? Nangong Lai pretended to reprimand the adjutant. After that, he turned to Jiangqi and smiled, my subordinate did not know the rules. I will teach him a lesson for Brother Jiang later. Jiangqi's expression was very calm. His eyes did not change. He said indifferently, there's no need. He is already dead. Nangong Lai's expression changed. He looked to the side and saw a tiny wound on the adjutant's neck. The faint wound looked negligible to the naked eye. The adjutant did not feel any pain. He did not even notice the wound on his neck. You want to take my life? You cannot do that, the adjutant said indifferently as he looked at Jiangqi. However, the adjutant saw shock in Nangong Lai's eyes. The adjutant turned his head to look suspiciously. However, he saw a headless corpse wearing golden battle armor standing behind him. Why does this corpse look so familiar? The adjutant's last thought as his head flew into the air. Bang! Nangong Lai punched the air in front of him to his right. This punch was clearly in the air, but it produced a deafening sound. The huge battleship shook uncontrollably under the force of this punch. The void shattered and a blood-red figure emerged from the crack. He wore a ghostly mask with a faint smile on his face, and his right hand held a cold mask. The scarlet figure gently floated and appeared at the top of the ship like a ghost. When Nangong Lai saw this person, his expression turned grave for the first time. He exclaimed in shock, Shimenjan, you are actually not dead yet. Shimenjan was the previous commander of the Divine Saber Camp. Now he was more than 190 years old. Before he went into seclusion, he was already a peak medial grade martial monarch. Shimen smiled faintly, little brat Nangong, do you really wish for this old man to die? Boom boom boom. From the east, south, west and north, 4 powerful auras rose one after another. These auras soared into the sky, spreading out endlessly. They were all the auras of peak superior grade martial monarchs. When Nangong Lai saw these people, his expression changed drastically. He muttered to himself, Shin Manjun, the previous 2 peak masters of Jade Maiden Peak, Xiao Feng, the previous peak master of Chenduan Peak, Song Bai, the previous peak master of Biyun Peak, and Lu Xiaohe, the previous peak master of Ganyu Peak. Not only were these people not dead, but their auras were also flourishing. Their chi and blood surged. Clearly they had not gone through a huge battle, they were all at their peak. Among the 4, a white figure slowly floated over. It was the Jade Maiden Peak's Shin Manjun. Nangong Lai looked at the otherworldly Shin Manjun and did not dare to be impudent. Before he became famous, she had already become famous throughout the entire Great Qin nation. When Nangong Lai was young, he had even secretly worshipped Shin Manjun. Originally he thought that she had died long ago. He did not expect her to appear before him in one piece. Nangong Lai Jiangqi said that the Qin Emperor cannot come personally. In that case, can I make the request? Shen Manjun asked indifferently as she looked at Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai cried bitterly in his heart. He had not expected the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to have 5 martial monarchs in perfect condition. Furthermore, there was a martial monarch who was even more horrifying than him. With the strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion, it was not impossible to defeat these people. However, the price they would have to pay would be too high. Furthermore, the Qin Emperor did not intend to destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation and suppress the other party's strength, taking things step by step. It was not an all-out war with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Starting a war with a sect would have too many implications. It would be hard to avoid the suspicions of the other 2 great sections. Nangong Lai's expression kept changing. After a while he slowly calmed down. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Shin, this is really just a misunderstanding. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has resolved its crisis, the Imperial Dragon Legion has no intention of remaining." After Nangong Lai spoke, he took out a row of wooden chests and said, "There are 10,000 medial Great Spirit Stones here. Consider it compensation for the Imperial Dragon Legion for breaking the restrictions. Goodbye." Jiangqi received the wooden chests and felt humiliated in his heart. He wished he could smash the wooden chests into smithereens. Shen Manjun, who was beside him, placed her hand gently on his shoulder. A gentle wave of essence spread over, calming his agitated heart. Jiangqi quickly thanked her. "Many thanks, ancestral martial aunt." Jiangqi is useless, causing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be humiliated several times. Shen Manjun smiled gently and said, "You have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. There is still hope for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The news of the 3 holy masters should arrive tomorrow." The 10 golden warships of the Imperial Dragon Legion immediately turned around and left. Before the gazes of the experts of the Shiha province, they slowly withdrew from the Lingyun mountain range. He came and went in and out in a hurry. Many people scratched their heads as they watched, not knowing what was going on inside. The Imperial Dragon Legion came out in full force. It was clear they wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, not long after they entered, they retreated safely. It did not seem like there was a dispute. Halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin saw all this. He shook his head and thought to himself, in the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined. Although the Imperial Dragon Legion left behind 10,000 medial grade spirit stones, they could come and go as they pleased. In the eyes of the world, it was easy to tell who was strong and who was weak. Lu Ryue looked at her ruined courtyard and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Yi Qin, I am homeless now." Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and smiled gently, "You can come to my place and stay for a while. There are still empty rooms in the courtyard. You can come back after the courtyard is repaired." Lu Ryue smiled and said, "It is settled then. I will go to the summit to see my father first. I will see you tomorrow." Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Ryue to agree so straightforwardly. Originally he was just saying it casually. By the time he recovered his wits, Lu Ryue had already gone far away. Xiaoqin revealed a faint smile and shook his head slightly. Then he quickly headed to his courtyard. This unprecedented battle gave Xiaoqin a lot of thoughts. This was the first time he saw the true destructive power of a peak human cultivator. The so-called splitting mountains, moving rivers and draining seas were not just legends. In the past he had only heard of it. Now that he saw it for himself, he truly felt the shock in his heart. Furthermore, this was only the strength of a martial monarch. There was still the martial sage Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. I still have a long way to go. Sooner or later I, Xiaoqin, will become such an expert. No, I will be stronger than these people. I will rise to the heavens and reach the peak of cultivators. My name will be spread through the ages, just like the Qinwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago and the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. Xiaoqin's emotions surged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely achieve this. The sun was high up in the sky, the weather was pleasant, there were no clouds in the sky. In a place with abundant spiritual energy in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged on the ground. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence circulated quickly in his meridians, breaking through all the obstacles along the way. It was an endless cycle. There were 9 main meridians in a cultivator's body. When a cultivator condensed their martial spirit, they would instantly open up. The 9 main meridians were very important. they were the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. The so-called essence circulating in the meridians was actually a cycle in the 9 main meridians. After that, as a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, there would be new branch meridians outside of the main meridians. The number of branch meridians in the human body could be said to be as many as the stars in the sky. With every increase in cultivation realm, there would be many more branch meridians. These branch meridians were the expansion of the main meridians. It was like the countless branches of a tree. The more branch meridians there were, the more flourishing the tree would be. It was the same principle for cultivators. The more branch meridians there were, the more vigorous and surging the essence in the body would be. The so-called essence circulating in a great cycle referred to the essence circulating in the 9 main meridians once before going to the various branch meridians and returning to the dantian. It grew and multiplied endlessly, forming a virtuous cycle. After every cycle, the quality and quantity of essence qi would increase. This was the essence of cultivation. However, Xiaoqin felt a headache over this branch meridian. He felt very depressed. Not long ago, Xiaoqin relied on the rich spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range to finally reach the peak of the 5th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Just as he was preparing to break through to the 6th layer, suddenly he discovered that the branch meridians required to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation were not fully opened. 4 of them were still sealed. This way, the path of the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be incomplete. There was no way to form a cycle, and he would not be able to cultivate the 6th layer. Now there were 2 solutions. The first was to temporarily give up on cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He would wait until his cultivation realm increased and these branch meridians opened up before he attempted to break through. In reality, most of the cultivators in this continent did the same. This was because many cultivation techniques had very strict requirements on cultivation realms. Furthermore, the person who created the cultivation technique did not do it on purpose. Only when one reached the corresponding cultivation realm and cultivated the corresponding cultivation technique could the cycle progress gradually. It would not result in a situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 348. There was another method, which was to use essence to forcefully open these minor meridians. Once the minor meridians were opened, he could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This way, Xiaoqin's strength could increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, the difficulty of breaking through was not mentioned. Forcefully opening 4 minor meridians in one go would definitely leave behind some hidden dangers. If not dealt with properly, it would greatly affect his cultivation in the future. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a major cycle in his body, Xiaoqin opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the dark forest for an instant. The light flashed for a moment before it was hidden in the depths of his eyes. As he looked at the purple lightning-attributed energy in the air, Xiaoqin casually waved his hand. The purple energy instantly formed a whirlpool and gathered on his palm, forming a clump of purple flame. Xiaoqin pushed his hand forward and purple flames shot out. The trees in front of him were silently burned to ashes without a sound. Bang! In the end, the purple flames crashed into a mountain wall and immediately blasted open a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The mountain gently shook a few times and a piece of rock fell down with a crashing sound. A casual strike could have such an effect. In the past, Xiaoqin would have been a little proud. However, after seeing the strength of a peak martial monarch, Xiaoqin knew that this was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of a true expert, it was like child's play. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoqin stood up and muttered, "I am now a peak medial grade martial saint. I need to open 4 minor meridians. When I advance to superior grade martial saint, I will open one of the minor meridians. When I advance to peak superior grade martial saint, I will open another one. When I advance to martial king, I will open the remaining 2. That is to say, I can only truly cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation when I advance to martial king." This was a difficult choice. Forcefully breaking through would be risky. If I waited until I advanced to martial king, it would waste too much time. Never mind, I will not think about it for now. I will go back and discuss it with Lu Riyue and hear her opinion. Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Then he walked towards his courtyard. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the startling battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. During these 3 days, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very busy. They repaired the destroyed palaces and buildings, and also treated the unlucky disciples who were affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for the elders, they were even busier. Not only were they busy giving orders to these trifling matters, but they were also very busy. He also had to calculate how great the loss was this time, comfort the people, compensate the families of the deceased, and so on, a series of things that he had to worry about. In these 3 days, all sorts of rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spread throughout the Xia province. Many experts had personally witnessed the sudden heavy losses. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Legion could enter and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as they pleased. There was no way to hide this. As the rumors spread, they became even more ridiculous. Someone said that the Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all died in battle, more than half of the core disciples were dead, and the first elder was killed by the enemy. All sorts of rumors magnified the losses of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiaochen thought about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's decision to postpone the inner disciple ranking competition at the end of the year, he could not help but think that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. A portion of the small sects and clans that maintained a subordinate relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion also felt uneasy. What made Xiaochen feel strange was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not provide any explanation for these rumors. They did not care about the rumors in the outside world. They focused all their attention on repairing the destroyed buildings and treating the disciples. In Xiaochen's opinion, although the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined, it was still the strongest power in the Xia province. They had 5 supreme elders who were martial monarchs. This already left the other powers far behind. Furthermore, there was a mysterious expert who wielded a divine weapon. Furthermore, they firmly controlled a spirit vein that could continuously produce spirit stones. With such accumulations, their position as the strongest sect in the Xia province could not be shaken. In this disaster, the only one that suffered a greater loss was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. However, although the 2 commanders were severely injured, they survived in the end. However, Xiaochen could not be bothered with these things. He only thought about them when he was bored. He spent most of his time cultivating. Even without circulating his movement technique, Xiaochen moved very fast. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his courtyard. Lu Ryue and Bai were currently playing Gamoku at the stone table in the courtyard. Gamoku was something that Xiaochen had created when he was bored. It could be considered a nostalgia for that world. Whenever he had free time, he would play a few rounds with Bai. Bai was very intelligent. She only needed to explain the rules to learn it. Furthermore, she improved very quickly. It would not be easy for Xiaochen to defeat her now. Xiaochen walked over quietly and looked at the situation on the board. Unexpectedly, Lu Ryue had the upper hand. Bai was busy thinking of countermeasures. She looked very adorable. Lu Ryue looked at Xiaochen beside her and smiled gently. "You're back. It seems like your strength has improved again." Xiaochen smiled and replied, "I ran into some trouble. You play first, I will discuss it with you later." When Bai saw Xiaochen arrive, she immediately smiled joyfully. "Elder brother Yichen, quickly teach me how to play. Elder sister Ryue is too incredible. I have not been able to defeat her even once." Ever since Lu Ryue arrived, Xiaochen told Bai to call him by his alias. Although Bai did not understand why, she still did as she was told. Xiaochen gently patted Bai's head and smiled. "Use your own brain. You cannot rely on others to guide you when playing Go. You have to train your thinking." Bai pouted and said, "Elder brother Yichen just likes to side with elder sister Ryue. He is not willing to help Bai." Xiaochen shook his head and smiled faintly. He ignored Bai's words and walked to the side to rest. After a while, Bai, who had lost to Lu Ryue again, put away the Go board and said, "Woo, elder sister Ryue is too incredible. Bai will not play with you anymore. Bai, go and look for elder sister Xiaomeng." Even if Xiaomeng and Xiaoyang worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai. After she spoke, she put away the Go board and skipped out of the courtyard. She did not seem dispirited at all. Clearly she did not care about winning or losing. After Bai left, Xiaochen opened his eyes and walked over to Lu Ryue. Lu Ryue asked, "What trouble did you run into? Let me see if I can help you." Xiaochen nodded and told Lu Ryue about the difficulties he faced when cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in detail. After Lu Ryue heard it, she frowned slightly. Her face, which was filled with a mature charm, revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, Lu Ryue relaxed her frown and revealed a smile. She said softly, "Let's see if we can do it this way. Opening 4 minor meridians in one go is indeed risky. However, if we only open 2, the risk will not be as high." Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He said, "Are you saying that I should wait until I become a peak superior grade martial saint before forcefully opening the other 2 minor meridians?" Lu Ryue nodded and said, "That's right. At that time you will be breaking through to Martial King. If you can cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, breaking through to Martial King will be much easier. When preparing to open the minor meridians, remember to prepare some spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians. If you can buy medicinal pills for nourishing the meridians, that would be for the best. A forcefully open meridian is much weaker than a naturally open meridian. If it is not well protected, this minor meridian will slowly be crippled in the future. On the other hand, if you take good care of it, there will not be any hidden dangers in the meridians. Xiao Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Although he still needed some time to cultivate to peak Martial Saint, it was much faster than cultivating to Martial King. Furthermore, according to Lu Ryue's method, breaking through to Martial King would be much easier. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He thanked her. Ryue, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have helped me greatly again. Lu Ryue smiled gently. When she saw Xiao Chen's happy smile, she felt happy for him as well. That's right, my father wants you to go to the summit tonight. He has something to discuss with you, Lu Ryue suddenly said as though she recalled something. The night sky was dark and filled with stars. Xiao Chen looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. His eyes were filled with hesitation. If there was one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that could make Xiao Chen feel fear from the bottom of his heart, that person would be Lu Tianyu. Regardless of whether it was someone as strong as Song Ke or someone as powerful as the First Elder, although Xiao Chen feared them, he did not feel any fear. This was because he could see through these people. He could tell where their limits were. Since he knew their limits, naturally he had nothing to fear. However, there was only Lu Tianyu. If Xiao Chen could avoid meeting him, he would do so. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this person gave him a scabbard to help him cover up the traces left by the Thunder King on the Lunar Shadow Saber. With one glance, Lu Tianyu saw through Xiao Chen's identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. After that, he half-coerced and half-bribed Xiao Chen into sending him into a different dimension. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Before Lu Tianyu, Xiao Chen did not have any secrets. Such a person was terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Chen had to go. This person could not even afford to hide. Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and pushed off the ground. He dashed up the steps leading up the mountain. When he arrived at the cliff, he used the gravity spell and soared into the air. After a while, he landed firmly on the ground. A strong wind blew endlessly at the summit. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He could not even keep his eyes open. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on that strange rock. When the wind blew past him, it was like he was air. There were no ripples at all. The two of them stood on the summit, one quiet and the other moving. The difference in their cultivations was clear. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at Xiao Chen quietly. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with wrinkles. He looked even older than before. There were signs of aging between his eyebrows. Lu Tianyu's gaze made Xiao Chen's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me? I hope you can tell me." Chapter 349. Lu Tianyu was not in a rush to reply to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a smile on his aged face. He said in a drawn-out manner, "There is something I would like to ask for your help with." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Senior must be joking again. You can even draw the divine weapon. Is there anything in this world that you can do? I am just a mere martial saint. How can I accept such a favor?" Without hesitation, Xiao Chen rejected Lu Tianyu's request immediately. Now that he no longer owed Lu Tianyu a favor, there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Lu Tianyu's favor was not that easy to help. Lu Tianyu was not surprised at Xiao Chen's rejection. He stared at Xiao Chen without saying a word. Lu Tianyu's gaze did not contain any irrelevant thoughts. He allowed Lu Tianyu to roar, not saying a word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Tianyu. After a while, he could not take it anymore and said, "Tell me what you need help with first." Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He said, "I just know that young Hero Yi is young and promising. You have the heart of a bodhisattva and love to help others. You will take pity on an old man like me." Xiao Chen interrupted, "Please don't flatter me. Just say it directly." Lu Tianyu waved his hand and the wooden box with the words, "Like the emperor descending personally," was sucked over by his palm, rolling around in the air. "I would like to give this divine weapon to you," Lu Tianyu said seriously as he withdrew his smile. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. It felt like waves were surging in his mind. No matter how resilient he was, when he heard that Lu Tianyu wanted to give him a divine weapon, he could not help but feel excited. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen calmed down. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Without the corresponding strength, trying to obtain the divine weapon was akin to seeking death. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu would not give him the divine weapon for no reason. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How could they give it to someone else so easily? Help me pass this to someone. When he sees the divine weapon, he will know everything. As expected, Lu Tianyu quickly replied. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly in his heart. Senior, can you finish your words in one breath? Handing over the divine weapon to me, aren't you afraid that I'll pocket it for myself? Lu Tianyu said indifferently, even if you want to use it, you won't be able to pull it out. To you, it is just a piece of scrap metal. Within the strong wind, Xiaoqin closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, Sorry, I really cannot do this. There are many experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Why did Senior choose me? The incident from 3 days ago was still fresh in his mind. The temptation of a divine weapon was too great. The other party did not even care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and directly charged over. What ability did he have to protect the divine weapon? Not to mention a peak martial monarch, even a superior grade martial king would be able to defeat him easily. Lu Tianyu said indifferently. There was a sorrowful tone in his voice as he said, Who in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would agree to hand the divine weapon to someone else? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is currently plagued with internal and external problems. A storm is brewing. This is the most dangerous period since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This is also the last wish of this old man. I hope little brother will not reject it. Xiaoqin did not understand. Lung Liusu advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The 3 holy masters will send people to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the support of the Holy Lands, who would be foolish enough to oppose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Tianyu shook his head and said, If this old man could move freely, I would do my best to prevent this from happening. There would not be a good result from interacting with the 3 holy masters. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, The 3 holy masters are detached from the world. They possess absolute strength and are not under the jurisdiction of any royal clan. Their methods are heaven-defying. There will only be benefits to having them backing us. There will not be any benefits. Lu Tianyu smiled coldly and said, How foolish. There are many peak powers in this continent. Do you know who, aside from the 3 holy masters, is the true ruler of the world? Do you know how big this world is? You can imagine how dangerous the competition between the peak powers is. Everyone in the world is motivated by benefits. If they cannot obtain something, they will not let others obtain it. There has never been a true savior of the world. As for how big the world was, how many peak powers there were in the continent, and who was the true ruler of the world, Xiaoqin did not know. Lu Tianyu's series of questions rendered Xiaoqin speechless. He could not think of any rebuttal. Cough, cough. After Lu Tianyu spoke, his expression suddenly turned extremely unsightly. He could not help but cough. Black lines appeared on his face. He looked like he was in great pain. Xiaoqin was startled. He quickly went forward and asked, Senior, what's wrong? Don't come over. Lu Tianyu's expression turned sinister as he shouted. A horrifying death chi emanated from his body. Xiaoqin's expression sank. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and retreated, landing at the edge of the cliff. That death chi penetrated deep into one's heart. Xiaoqin had never seen such a pure death chi before. It made him tremble in fear as though death was just around the corner. Countless black tentacles appeared on the cliff, entangling Lu Tianyu's body. Lu Tianyu's expression remained calm as he endured bitterly. After a long time, the black tentacles slowly faded away. Lu Tianyu's expression calmed down again. However, his face seemed even more aged, as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Lu Tianyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. I originally thought that I could still hold on for a while. I did not expect that I would be unable to hold on so soon. Little friend, this is the last time this old man will ask of you. Please help me pass the divine weapon to that person. Wuxia. Lu Tianyu waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew towards him. Xiaoqin could not dodge in time, so he could only stretch out his hand and receive the wooden box. The wooden box felt heavy in his hand. It was clearly very heavy. Xiaoqin placed the wooden box at his feet and asked, What happened earlier? Lu Tianyu waved his hand and said, It was just a high-ranked demon that occupied my body for 20 years. You don't have to bother about it. Unless the divine weapon is of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, it will not be able to bring out its true strength. It will not even be able to draw the saber. When the previous pavilion master handed it to me, he left behind a holy seal. Now I am passing it to you. When you need it, you can draw this divine weapon. Wuxia. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and pointed. A resplendent holy seal appeared on his fingertip and flew into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen was shocked. He could feel the resplendent holy seal in his sea of consciousness with his spiritual sense. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a drop of golden blood. It looks like this hot potato has fallen into my hands. Xiao Chen withdrew it and sighed to himself. Where is this person? How do I find him? What is his name? Xiao Chen asked. Lu Tianyu replied, he is the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. His name is Leng Tianhe. He left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion several decades ago. I do not know where he is either. Xiao Chen really wanted to curse. He did not even know where this person was. How was he going to find him? Lu Tianyu smiled and said, I believe you will find him. Let's go quickly. After using the divine weapon recklessly, I have exhausted too much energy. I can no longer suppress him. Now I have to seal myself in ice. A strong force pushed Xiao Chen down without any explanation. Frost slowly covered Lu Tianyu's body. The cold qi quickly spread out. Soon he turned into an ice sculpture. The cold qi continued to spread out and soon covered the entire summit. In the next moment, the entire summit, including Lu Tianyu, was completely sealed in ice. Xiao Chen hugged the wooden box and quickly descended. A strong wind blew by his sides. When he saw the summit covered in frost, he felt very complicated. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box into his universe ring and quickly returned to his courtyard. Lu Riyue had not gone to sleep yet. She was standing quietly in the courtyard. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he told Lu Riyue everything that happened at the summit in full detail. Who knew that after Lu Riyue heard this, her expression did not change. She did not seem surprised. Lu Riyue smiled bitterly and explained, back then when he handed Qingyun to me, he told me that the high-ranked demon was a demon second only to the blood demon general. The demon's soul had been attached to his body for close to 20 years. Actually, he had been in pain all this while. He was just unwilling to tell me. Sealing him in ice might be the best outcome. Lu Riyue paused for a while before continuing, you don't have to worry too much about the divine weapon. If you place it in the wooden box, no one will sense it. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, that is all I can do. There are so many people here, it is too difficult to find a person. You should sleep early. If there is a way to save your father in the future, I will think of a way to help. Lu Riyue nodded and said, in that case, thank you in advance. You should rest early as well. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate as usual. He did not put too much pressure on himself because of the divine weapon. However, he was not in a rush to cultivate the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Instead, he focused on the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Since the Purple Thunder divine incantation met with resistance, he might as well focus on cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. In the back mountains, under a gushing waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the surging water. He used the strictest method to cultivate the final layer of dragon essence and tiger fierceness. The body tempering art was much more arduous and difficult than the cultivation techniques. Aside from the endless loneliness, the body had to endure tremendous pressure at all times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion used a lot of manpower to repair the destroyed buildings. Within 7 days, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion completely restored the buildings to their former glory. At the same time, they released a piece of shocking news. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's young pavilion master, Leng Liusu, advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, one of the 3 holy masters, would be sending experts to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the beginning of the next month to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be holding a grand welcoming ceremony on the Heaven Ascending platform. At the same time, they would send out invitations to the various sects and clans within the Great Qin nation to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, the legendary 3 holy masters would be coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, they had produced an absolute genius who advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. In an instant, the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion vanished like smoke in thin air. The restless subordinate sects of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately sent people to present gifts to show their loyalty. There were also many leaders of the major powers who personally paid a visit. They brought valuable gifts, hoping to form an alliance with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had many visitors, immediately became crowded. Chapter 350. This was the influence of the 3 holy masters. Just the news of them coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately eliminated all the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they passed by Saber City and saw the heads of the Divine Dragon Palace's 7 holy envoys, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. They became even more determined to form a good relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqin, who had heard this news from Lu Suifeng, did not feel any change in his emotions. He only responded indifferently and ignored it. Seeing Xiaoqin's calm expression, Lu Suifeng said somewhat depressedly, "Yiqin, why do you not seem surprised at all? The Phoenix's Passion Palace is one of the 3 Holy Masters' lands. This is one of the few big things that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in recent years." Xiaoqin smiled faintly, "Don't get agitated yet. Your sister told me about this long ago. I was already agitated once. Do you want me to be agitated again?" Lu Suifeng became even more depressed. "Why is my sister so biased? She actually hid it from her little brother and refused to tell me." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "After I tell you, Chu Xinyun will know immediately. After that, the people of Jade Maiden Peak will know. After that, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion will know." Lu Suifeng said innocently, "Do I look like someone who likes to be in the limelight?" Xiaoqin countered with a question, "Is that not the case?" Lu Suifeng was speechless. "Never mind, let's not talk about this. I heard that aside from the royal court, almost all the major powers in the Great Qin nation will be there for the welcoming ceremony. All the outstanding youths of the Great Qin nation will gather. At that time, there will be an even more exciting competition than the inner disciple competition." Xiaoqin felt suspicious and asked, "Why? There are no prizes. What is the point of coming to the competition?" "Prizes?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "What kind of prize would be more enticing than being chosen by the Holy Land? Such things have happened before. The Holy Land has always been searching for genius cultivators. This is something that everyone knows. The Holy Land is the only power that systematically grasps ancient martial techniques. It is rumored that the place where the Holy Land is located is the place with the densest heaven and earth spiritual qi. If you cultivate there, your cultivation will skyrocket. Once you enter the Holy Land, your family and sect will be protected." Xiaoqin frowned slightly. If that was the case, Duanyuking, Shifeng, Huayunfei, Jichangkong, Chu Chaoyin, and the others would probably come. For the sake of their respective clans, they would definitely show off in front of the Holy Land. "I feel that you should work hard to fight for it. With your talent, it is very likely that you will be chosen by the Holy Land," Lu Suifeng said seriously. Xiaoqin thought for a while and said, "It's not realistic to think about this. It's better to cultivate on your own. It's better to advance steadily and surely. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation." Lu Suifeng thought about it and agreed. He said, "I will not disturb you anymore. Continue cultivating. Even if you do not enter the Holy Land, you should still work hard. If you can perform well in the competition, it would be more useful than getting first place among the inner disciples." When Xiaoqin heard this, he entered deep thought. "I want to get first place among the inner disciples because I want to make a name for Qingyun Peak. It looks like I have a better way to do so. Representing Qingyun Peak in the Great Qin Nation, defeating the outstanding talents of the various places and obtaining first place would have a better effect. Yes, it's decided," Xiaoqin thought to himself. "This is the last thing I should do before I leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." With a goal in mind, Xiaoqin worked even harder on his cultivation. He spent all his time on breaking through to the final layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He would do his best to completely cultivate the dragon tendon tiger bone before the end of the month, allowing his body to undergo a complete rebirth. The waterfall rushed down with a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged at the bottom of the waterfall. The rapid waterfall struck Xiaoqin at every moment. Every time it struck, the force would reach 5,000 kilograms of force. Even a regular martial king would not dare to try such a relentless attack for a long period of time. However, Xiaoqin was as calm as a rock. He closed his eyes and allowed the torrent to strike his body. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body. Only under such high pressure could his body be in an excited state. Only then could the dragon and tiger body sculpting art make a breakthrough in a short time. Otherwise, if he relied on normal methods, he would need at least 3 months to succeed. After consuming the fasting pill, Xiaoqin no longer needed to eat or rest. He just sat under the waterfall day and night. The sun rose and set in the west. It was like Xiaoqin had forgotten about time. He cultivated bitterly day by day, day by day. He was already numb to the pain. All that was left was the thought of victory in his heart. He did his best to persevere. In the forest outside the waterfall, Lu Ryue watched as Xiaoqin cultivated bitterly for 15 days without eating or drinking. Her eyes turned slightly moist and her heart ached. Pa, pa, pa. Lu Ryue clenched her right fist and punched Lu Suifeng's back repeatedly. It's all your fault, you bastard. Who asked you to talk about a competition with him? He is working so hard now. What if something happens to him? Lu Suifeng begged for mercy. Sis, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I was really just saying it casually. I did not expect Yi Qin to work so hard. Pu Si. Bai flew over and joined the group beating up Lu Suifeng. She pouted and said, Elder brother Suifeng is too bad. Elder brother Yi Qin has not eaten for 15 days. It's all your fault. Seeing the enraged Bai, Lu Suifeng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He thought about the days Bai messed with him. He knew he could not stay here any longer, so he quickly left. How could Bai let him go so easily? She chased him through the forest, causing him to flee. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Indeed, offending women is the most horrifying thing. Unexpectedly, I offended two in one go. As Lu Suifeng dodged Bai's attacks, he sighed, Yi Qin, wake up quickly. If you still don't wake up, elder brother will die soon. Boom. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin, who was below the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He shouted and his qi rushed to the sky. The torrential waterfall actually flowed in reverse under this roar, forming a wave that soared into the sky. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached great perfection. Bang, bang. The final 2 acupoints on Xiaoqian's right arm opened. From now on, all 16 acupoints on his right arm were opened. Beams of azure light came from the Laogong acupoint on Xiaoqian's palm. Following that was the Daling acupoint, the Neguan acupoint, and the final 16 acupoints. The azure light gathered and formed an azure dragon. The azure light blasted the clothes on his arm into pieces, revealing Xiaoqian's smooth arm. After a while, all the azure light gathered in the flesh on his arm, forming a blue dragon tattoo on his right arm. The dragon's head was on his wrist, the dragon's body was on his arm, and the dragon's tail was on his shoulder. When Xiaoqin looked carefully, this blue dragon tattoo seemed to be alive. Every scale was very lifelike. The pitch-black eyes were tightly shut, as though they could open at any moment. The dragon's aura was very serene, as though it was in a deep sleep. However, Xiaoqin could feel the surging energy. When the blue dragon opened its eyes, it would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and split rocks. He would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and crack rocks. Even the heavens and earth would not be able to contain him. Walala. After Xiaoqin exhausted his qi, the waterfall above him came crashing down again. The higher it flew, the greater the weight and force of the fall. This time it was probably 25,000 kilograms of force. Xiaoqin did not show any fear. He looked at the waterfall above him and smiled gently. Then he opened his palm and clenched it into a fist. The instant Xiaoqin clenched his fist, the bones in his hand crackled. With a thought, the vital qi in his meridians surged. Boom. Xiaoqin punched at the sky. A berserk fist wind carried a boundless aura as it surged forward. A formless energy split the waterfall in half. The surging waterfall immediately split into 2 halves on either side of Xiaoqian's body. The energy did not lose any momentum. After it split the waterfall, it soared into the sky. The energy pierced through a passing flying spirit beast. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. When Xiaoqin saw the might of this punch, he said indifferently, in the past, a casual punch from me could reach 25,000 kilograms of force. That should have been enough to break through this waterfall. However, it was impossible to refine pure energy like essence. Now I have done it. This way it will produce a huge might in actual combat. The waterfall grew endlessly. After it was split in half, it quickly mended again. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light. Then he landed firmly on the riverbank. All the essence in Xiaoqian's body trembled. All the water on his body and in his clothes immediately evaporated. His entire body became very dry. This caused Xiaoqin, who had been soaking in the water for the past half-month, to feel incredibly comfortable. He felt an indescribable carefree feeling. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiaoqin leaping out of the water, his face immediately filled with a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiaoqin and smacked Xiaoqian's shoulder. Yi Qin, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, your elder brother Suifeng would have died. Oh, why is your shoulder so hard? Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, he immediately cried out in pain. He held his right hand, which he used to smack Xiaoqin, and flung it around. In the heat of the moment, Lu Suifeng used 70 to 80% of his strength. In the end, it was like he had struck a heavy piece of frost iron. His entire palm was red and swollen. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. He checked his body with his consciousness. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was still circulating on its own. Xiao Qin had already been reborn. His meridians were like dragon veins. His bones were tougher than a tiger's. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated, his body could be said to be even harder than steel. He could not control his strength. It would automatically rebound back to the person who attacked him. After Xiao Qin checked the situation, he immediately stopped circulating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I forgot to stop earlier. It's fine now. How about you punch me again?" Lu Suifeng looked at his swollen palm. How could he dare to continue? Wasn't that just seeking trouble for himself? Lu Suifeng shook his head vigorously and smiled embarrassedly. There's no need. I appreciate your kind intentions. I'll leave first. This time I nearly died because of you. Elder brother Yiqin, you finally came out. I was so worried about you. Lu Ryue, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, immediately flew over and hugged Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin felt the girl's soft body, he felt slightly embarrassed. This was especially so since he was in front of Lu Ryue. He blushed slightly and put Bai down. Don't hug me like this in front of so many people. The pressure is too great. Chapter 351. Bai's eyes were filled with doubt. He asked curiously, there's a lot of pressure. Is Bai very heavy? Lu Ryue slowly walked over and smiled gently. How could Bai be heavy? It is just someone who is embarrassed. Xiao Qin smiled awkwardly. He looked at the two of them and said, sorry for making you worry. While cultivating, although Xiao Qin's mind was completely immersed in cultivation, his divine sense had always spread out in the surroundings, so he knew the situation outside like the back of his hand. Lu Ryue's actions caused Xiao Qin to feel somewhat apologetic. If such a dangerous matter was seen by someone who cared for him, they would definitely be worried. At that time he would not be able to consider everything. Lu Ryue said softly, there is no need to be so pretentious between us. Come, let's go back and rest first. The three of them slowly walked back. Along the way, Bai was the most active among the three of them. He talked about all kinds of things and asked questions that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Time flew and soon it was the end of the month. During this period, Xiao Qin was not as crazy as before. Every day Xiao Qin would only spend half a day cultivating. He would spend the rest of his time with Bai and Lu Ryue, wandering around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After being in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for such a long time, Xiao Qin had not taken a good look around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion yet. Perhaps he would not have the chance to be as free as he was now. Thus, when Lu Ryue suggested walking around, Xiao Qin did not hesitate and immediately agreed. As it neared the end of the month, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was extremely busy. Occasionally, experts from various places would come over. These were all solitary cultivators or some of the smaller sects or clans. They did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Qin had brought many gifts, hoping that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would give him an invitation. He wanted to show his face at the welcoming ceremony, to see if he could leave an impression on the people of the Holy Land. Some sects had especially outstanding disciples, so they were even more eager for an invitation. If the people of the Holy Land were interested in their disciples, they would definitely be able to enter the Holy Land. That clan or sect would immediately become a first-rate or second-rate faction in the Great Qin nation. According to tradition, every time a Holy Land took away a person, the Holy Land would not be able to take them away. Most importantly, they would receive the protection of a Holy Land, and no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Xiao Qin's Holy Land would protect them, and no one would dare to make trouble for them. The endless stream of people made the disciples at the foot of the heaven viewing platform with their flying spirit beasts earn so many spirit stones that their hands went limp. Almost as soon as he picked up one person, another customer came to his door immediately. The sky-gazing mountain was high and steep. If one walked up, even if they ran at full speed, it would take a regular cultivator at least half a day. How could these anxious people bear it? Naturally, they all fought to become flying spirit beasts. Xiao Qin looked at the foot of the heaven viewing platform and the people holding on to hope. He sighed ruefully, the charm of the Holy Land is truly extraordinary. Just one news can shake up the entire Great Qin nation. Lu Ryue, who was at the side, said softly, it can't be helped. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Holy Lands are like gods. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, this kind of reverence is already ingrained in their bones. When Xiaoqin heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly, "How can the path of a martial artist be pinned on the gods? Let's go somewhere else. There is nothing much to see here." Lu Riyue could feel the sharpness and drive in Xiaoqian's words. She was mildly astonished. Xiaoqin did not seem to care much about the Holy Land. "In that case, let's go and take a look at other places. There is still a good place in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that you have not been to yet." Lu Riyue smiled gently. After a while, the two of them arrived at the summit of a mountain. The mountain was more than 10,000 meters tall, which astonished even Xiaoqin. After walking 1,000 meters from the middle of the mountain, the entire mountain was shrouded in clouds. When they arrived at the summit, it felt like they were strolling in the clouds. After flying for so long, the two of them felt somewhat fatigued. When they arrived at the summit, they immediately sat down to rest. Looking at the boundless churning clouds, Lu Riyue had a melancholic look in her eyes. She said softly, "Yi Qin, the people from the Holy Land will be here in 3 days. You will be leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after the competition, right?" To Xiaoqin, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. Lu Riyue knew long ago that he would not stop at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiaoqin should have left already. However, he did not. Lu Riyue clearly knew that it was because he wanted to repay her kindness. Perhaps he might even have some reluctance to leave. When Xiaoqin heard this, his expression did not change much. This was a problem that had troubled him for a long time in the past. However, when Lu Riyue chopped down that tree that night, he had already thought it through. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they suppressed it, a heart demon would appear. On the path of a cultivator, emotions were not a stumbling block for them. Xiaoqin did not know that when he thought of this, he had unknowingly cleared the biggest obstacle in a cultivator's life: emotions. Emotions were difficult to overcome. In history there were many experts and geniuses. However, too many of them fell because of emotions. They suppressed their emotions in the depths of their hearts. There were even some resolute people who cut off their emotions and walked the path of cultivation alone. When they reached the bottleneck of the peak, a heart demon would appear. In the end, they would never be able to cross that bottleneck. In the end, they would never be able to reach the peak. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiaoqin looked at Lu Riyue and said seriously, "Riyue, I like you. One day I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I will bring you along with me." When Lu Riyue heard this, she blushed slightly. She did not expect the normally reserved and somewhat wooden Xiaoqin to say such bold words. Lu Riyue was stunned for a long time, unable to say anything. Seeing Lu Riyue lowering her head in silence, Xiaoqin suddenly laughed loudly. Lu Riyue raised her head and looked at Xiaoqin. Her gaze was filled with doubt as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaoqin did not stop laughing. He continued, "Riyue, I really like you. I'm really an idiot. Only now do I realize that I like you even more than I imagined. Actually, I should have said this long ago. Whether you are willing or not, I like you. If you are willing to wait for me one day with my strength, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I like you, Lu Riyue. I like you. I like you. I like your every word and smile. I like everything about you. I like how you treat me. I really like you." Xiaoqin suddenly said loudly. His voice was like rushing thunder, echoing 10,000 meters in the sky. The words, "I like you," caused the boundless clouds to scatter. They lingered in Lu Riyue's ears for a long time. Lu Riyue blushed. She covered Xiaoqin's mouth and said, "Don't be so loud. I know you like me." Xiaoqin looked at Lu Riyue, whose eyes were slightly moist. He gently removed her right hand from his mouth and held it tightly. Lu Riyue held Xiaoqin's hand. When she felt the temperature of his palm, her tears turned into a smile. She said softly, "I believe you can do it. I will wait for you at Qingyun Peak until you return." Xiaoqin gently pulled Lu Riyue's hand and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them did not say anything as they hugged each other tightly. 3 days later, the grand welcoming ceremony finally began. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. All the inner disciples woke up early on this day. Xiaoqin was the same. Before the sky brightened, he had already put on his clothes and started practicing his saber techniques in the courtyard. There would definitely be a huge battle today. Be it Duanyuking, Muqingxue, Shifeng, Yanqixue, Huayunfei or Ji Changkong, they were all outstanding talents whose name shook the region. Although Xiaoqin was confident that he could defeat them one by one, he did not dare to be careless. A cool breeze rustled and saber lights flickered. Xiaoqin executed all the martial techniques he knew. Of course, he only executed them once and did not use too much essence. Otherwise, if he executed them all, this courtyard would probably be destroyed. When Xiaoqin finished executing them, Lu Ryue, who had appeared at an unknown time, held a folded white robe in her hands. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin looked at the white robe in Lu Ryue's hands and felt a strange energy coming from it. He asked suspiciously, "Ryue, what is this?" Lu Ryue explained, "This is a secret treasure, one of the treasures of Qingyun Peak. It is called the Clear Wind Robe. After you wear it, it can increase your speed by 10% in all aspects. Be it dodging speed, attacking speed, or running speed, they will all increase by 10%. The most important thing is that it does not require you to expend any energy. It will automatically display its effects at all times." Xiaoqin received the white clear wind robe and revealed a joyful expression. If he had only heard the first part, it would not have been a big deal. It would only increase his speed by 10%. However, with the last part, this clear wind robe was worthy of being called a treasure. It did not require any essence to display its effects at all times. It was equivalent to permanently increasing a cultivator's movement technique by 10%. Furthermore, it would increase as the cultivator's speed increased. There was no limit. When used together with Xiaoqian's windwalk shoes, it was a perfect match. "Don't just stand there. Quickly put it on and familiarize yourself with it," Lu Ryue said as she gently pushed Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and nodded. He took the white robe and walked to the bedroom. Then he took off his jacket and changed into the clear wind robe. After Xiaoqin put on the robe and fastened his belt, he looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, Xiaoqin was dressed in white robes. His complexion was pale and there was a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. After the Scarlet Throne's mark was covered, Xiaoqin's aura became very otherworldly. Compared to his usual aura, there was an additional scholarly aura. This completely covered up all of Xiaoqin's killing intent. This was only the change in appearance. What shocked Xiaoqin even more was the internal change when he put on the robes. When he put on the robe, thin energy lines that could not be seen by the naked eye immediately shot down from the surface of the white cloth. They entered his skin through his pores and quickly connected with all the cells and meridians in Xiaoqin's body. Xiaoqin waved his hand. He immediately felt that his waving speed was much faster than usual. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Who knew this step was much faster than he expected? He lost his balance and nearly fell over. This was because his speed had suddenly increased by 10%. Before his body could get used to it, Xiaoqin quickly understood the reason behind it. Chapter 352. Xiaoqin was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. In the past, when the dragon and tiger body sculpting art advanced, his strength would increase as well. After that, his body needed some time to get used to it. However, an increase of 10% was not much. After 5 minutes, Xiaoqin had gotten used to this speed. He pushed open the door and slowly walked out. When Lu Ryue saw the white-robed Xiaoqin, her eyes lit up. She smiled gently and said, "I did not expect white clothes to suit you. I feel that you should wear white in the future." Bai, who had just come out of the house, stretched his body. When he saw the white-robed Xiaoqin, he ran over and smiled, "Elder brother Yiqin, you look better today." Xiaoqin smiled faintly, "Very well, I will listen to you. I will wear white in the future." After the three of them washed up and ate breakfast, Lu Suifeng led Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang to Xiaoqian's courtyard. When Lu Suifeng saw the white-robed Xiaoqin, he was about to step forward and pat him out of habit. However, he remembered the previous encounter and quickly withdrew his hand. He smiled and said, "Yiqin, you look pretty good today. You will definitely be able to achieve victory. After you make a name for yourself, you might even obtain the title of white-robed bladesman." Lu Ryue, who was at the side, said, "Don't just talk about Xiaoqin. You have to perform well today as well. Don't embarrass our Qingyun Peak." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he quickly changed the topic. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Don't say anything. Let's quickly go to the heaven viewing platform first." Lu Suifeng led the way and Xiaoqin and the others followed closely behind. After they descended the mountain, they immediately headed for the heaven viewing platform. There was a lot of people along the way. They were all disciples heading for the heaven viewing platform. This time, almost all of them were inner disciples. This included those who were in closed-door training or those who went out on experiential training. They all returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was several times grander than the previous core disciple exam. The main road was very lively, and the sounds of discussion never stopped for a moment. Up in the sky, countless spiritual beasts flew towards the sky viewing platform, as though they were covering the entire sky. In addition to the disciples of the sect, most of them were small forces that had received invitations. Generally, large forces would have their own warships. He would definitely not ride a flying spirit beast. Even if he did, he would ride a flying spirit beast of rank 6 or above. Only then would he be worthy of his status. Occasionally, there would be a few strong auras flying over the heads of the crowd. The martial king experts, who were normally hard to come by, were actually nothing more than street goods today. With a quick glance, Xianxia saw several peak martial kings. There were even quite a few peak martial kings. Oh! Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura flew over everyone's head. It was an old man in a black robe, and he flashed through the air with a young man. Sensing this powerful aura, Xianxia couldn't help but take another look. That person gave him the feeling that he was a long sword that could cut through the sky, radiating light in all directions, unstoppable. Even though this person had only released his aura unintentionally, Xianxia felt a horrifying pressure. The person who went over earlier seems to be Feng Shuani. I did not expect him to come personally. The young man he is bringing seems to be his grandson. I heard that his talent is very shocking. I guess he is here to try his luck. The attraction of a holy land is really great. I remember when the Misty Sword Sect's sect master wanted to take his grandson as his final disciple. He was rejected by this old man. Isn't that for sure? How can a sect like the Misty Sword Sect compare to a true holy land? It is not even worth mentioning. The people beside Lu Suifeng watched the old man leave. As they walked, they discussed. When Xianxia heard this, he felt curious. He asked Lu Suifeng, "Who is this Feng Shuani? He seems very famous." Lu Suifeng explained, "That person is a famous swordsman in the Great Qin nation. He is not even 70 years old, but he is already a martial monarch. I heard that he is the most likely person to become a sword sage in recent years. However, he is independent and does not belong to any power." No wonder Xianxia felt so much pressure. It turned out that Feng Shuani was a sword monarch. A holy land was indeed a holy land. Even cultivators who had the chance to advance to sword sage could not resist the temptation. As Xianxia continued forward, he met a few peak experts like Feng Shuani along the way. There were even more half-step martial monarchs. Xianxia saw at least 10 of them. It looked like it was as Lu Suifeng said, all the experts of the Great Qin nation were here. At the foot of the heaven viewing platform, there was no way to ride a flying spirit beast. There were simply too many people going up the mountain. Often, when a disciple with a flying spirit beast picked up a guest, a large group of people would immediately surround him. There was no way to snatch the spirit beast away. When Lu Suifeng saw all this, he sighed and said, "It looks like we can only walk up. The heaven viewing platform is high and steep. Even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 2 hours." Lu Riyue said softly, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. Xianxia and I can just fly up with 2 people each. Although it is slower than flying at full speed, it is much faster than walking up." That was a good idea. Just like that, Xianxia carried Lu Suifeng and Xiaoyang. Lu Riyue carried Xiaomeng and Bai. They slowly flew up together. After 1 hour, the 6 of them slowly landed on the heaven viewing platform. The crowd on the heaven viewing platform was much denser than at the foot of the mountain. The 6 of them were nearly separated by the crowd. There were several newly built arenas on the largest drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The arenas were all made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Then a layer of frost iron was poured on the surface. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could spend so much money to water the arenas with frost iron. The surroundings of the drill grounds were filled with spectator stands from low to high. The spectator stands were already filled with cultivators. Aside from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, there were even more cultivators who came from other places. The place was densely packed with people. The rostrum at the very front of the drill grounds had already been expanded. It was now twice the size of the previous rostrum. Behind the rostrum was a row of tables and chairs that were clearly higher than the previous ones. The elders of the Elders' Assembly had already taken their seats. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the first elder, Jianghu, who usually sat in the middle, was not sitting in the middle. Instead, he was sitting on a chair at the side. On both sides of the rostrum, there were many simple but very grand tea tables. It would not be a problem to seat thousands of people. On the left side were the seats for the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Tianyue Peak was the closest to the rostrum. Next was Gangyu Peak, Jade Maiden Peak and Shenduan Peak. The 7 peaks were arranged in order from strongest to weakest. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the people of the other 6 peaks were all present. These peaks had their own warships. It was not strange for them to be faster. There were even more tea tables on the right side. There were at least a dozen of them. The people seated there were all the clans of the Great Qin nation. The weakest of them was a power like the White Water City's Jiang clan. The few tea tables near the rostrum were empty. This was prepared by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for the noble clans in large sections. Without a certain amount of strength and resources, it was impossible to get close. Little brother Jiang, when will the people from the Holy Land fall? The one who spoke was the sword monarch, Feng Xuani. His tea table was on the right side. Currently he was the closest to the rostrum. Only someone of his status would dare to address Xianxia as little brother. Xianxia did not get angry at such a form of address. The other party was much stronger than him. Logically speaking, he should be a junior. Xianxia smiled gently and said, "Brother Feng, don't be impatient. The people from the Holy Land arrived yesterday. They are currently checking the bones of our young pavilion master." Feng Xuani picked up the teacup on the tea table and took a sip. He said, "Let me congratulate little brother Xianxia first. This time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has produced an absolute genius. At the age of 17 he became a peak inferior grade martial king. In the future he will definitely regain his glory." "That's right. Congratulations, Elder Xianxia," the group of family heads and solitary experts on the right said in unison. Xianxia smiled faintly and responded to them one by one. He was clearly in a good mood. Just at this moment, a pure black warship flew over from the sky. A black banner fluttered on the bow of the warship. There was a flamboyant Ji character on the banner. "The people from the Nanling province's Ji clan are here." The person standing on the bow seems to be the genius of the Ji clan, Ji Changkong. The people in the spectator stands around the drill grounds exclaimed. After a while, another warship slowly flew towards the platform. It was the Hua clan of the Dongming province's inherited noble clan. Not long after, a huge ice bird carrying an ice palace on its back slowly flew over everyone's heads. It's the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. Duanmuking is here as well. The Guyi Marquis of the royal court, Ying Xiao, is here as well. The Guyi Marquis is a genius with a holy weapon. I wonder how he will perform this time. The Night Spirit Palace's warship is here as well. The two geniuses of the Nanling province, Mu Qingxue and Ji Changkong, are here as well. Heavens! The Misty Sword Sect's King-grade warship is here as well. Could it be that their sect master is here as well? The three great sects are all here. This is definitely the first time in the history of the Great Qi nation. The crowd was completely excited. These strong noble clans and sects that normally dominated their regions were all here. More importantly, the geniuses of these sects were all here as well. More than 100 geniuses gathered in one place. Just thinking about it made the people below excited. Soon the tea tables on the right were filled with people. As expected, the table closest to the platform was occupied by the Misty Sword sect, followed by the Night Spirit Palace. In the end, the Misty Sword sect's sect master did not come. Instead, the Misty Sword sect's first elder Ling Chen came. He was a half-step martial monarch. His position in the sect was second only to the sect master. His status was similar to Jiangxi's. Ling Chen glanced at Feng Xuani, who was not far away. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Feng, my sect master once personally came to take your grandson as his final disciple. However, Senior did not agree. Now that the Holy Land is here, you come uninvited. Isn't this a little too much?" Feng Xuani's old face glistened with divine light. He did not look old at all. When he heard Ling Chen's words, he said indifferently, "This old man admires the Misty Sword sect's sect master's attainments in swordsmanship. However, it is not to the point of reverence. My grandson's talent is even higher than mine. In the future he will definitely become a sword monarch. If he does not have the confidence to become a sword sage, I will not let him enter any sect. I will teach him myself." Chapter 353. Beside him sat a green-clothed youth, about 17 or 18 years old. He had delicate features and looked like a youth. However, his temperament was very calm. When he heard the older generation talk about him, his expression did not change at all. He was like a silent sword. Ling Chen smiled gently and glanced at the silent youth. He ignored him, but he felt it was unfortunate. This youth's talent was only slightly inferior to Chu Chaoyun's. At a tea table at the back, Duanmuking's cold and beautiful face was expressionless. He was looking at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion tea table in front, searching for something. When Ji Changkong saw Duanmuking's gaze, he smiled gently and said, "Miss Duanmu, who are you looking for?" Duanmuking withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, "Are you still not clear who I am looking for?" Hua Yunfei, who was at the side, took over the conversation and said, "It seems like that person has not arrived yet. I did not see him make a move the last time. Who knows, we might be able to confirm his identity this time." In the past year, many outer disciples of the noble clans had died a violent death. Someone had chopped off their heads. It was clear that someone had taken them to the Flying Snow Mountain Manor to claim the bounty. To these noble clans it was not a serious matter. However, it caused the noble clans to lose a lot of their prestige. Furthermore, after more than a year, the noble clans had not even found a trace of Xiaoqin. They were a joke to the world. Duamuking said sullenly, "Everyone should have no doubts about the agreement we made before we came, right?" A murderous intent flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes. He said fiercely, "Don't worry, this fellow killed several elders of my clan. If we can confirm it, I, Hua Yunfei, will be the first to step forward." Ji Changkong's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "He killed my uncle. Mother already gave me the order to kill him." Chu Chaoyun, who was at the very front, saw all this. There was a look of mockery in the depths of his eyes. However, he hid it very well, almost no one noticed it. At the tea table beside the Misty Sword sect, Mu Qingxue gently held his teacup. Occasionally he would glance at the empty tea table on the left. That was the tea table reserved for Qingyun Peak. Beside him, Mu Yanxue and Shifeng sat quietly. In order to be closer to the people from the sacred grounds, Shifeng didn't choose the Shi family's table this time. Instead, he wanted to bask in the glory of the Night Spirit Palace, so he sat at the second table on the right. "Eldest senior brother, it seems that fellow hasn't come out yet. You promised to teach him a lesson on my behalf. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Shifeng said with a gloomy expression. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly. The copper mirror in the depths of his eyes spun continuously. He placed the teacup on the table and said, "Don't worry. You gave me 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will not take your things for nothing." The leader of the Night Spirit Palace this time was the first elder of the sect. He sat at the very front of the tea table. When he heard Mu Qingshue's words, he frowned slightly and said, "Qingxue, whether the Night Spirit Palace can form a connection with the Holy Land or not depends on you and Mu Yanxue. Don't spoil the important matter because of your personal grudges." Mu Qingxue replied respectfully, "First elder is right. However, I will help junior brother Shi as well. I will help him vent his anger and let the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion know that the people of our Night Spirit Palace are not so easily bullied." The first elder nodded and said, "I heard about Shifeng's matter as well. He has indeed tarnished the reputation of the Night Spirit Palace. It would be good for you to teach this person a lesson." On the streets of the heaven viewing platform, Xiaoqin, who was bravely advancing through the crowd, did not know that before he appeared, he had already attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Ryue looked at the crowd and said, "Yi Qin, there are too many people. This is a waste of time. Let's work together to open a path." Xiaoqin already had this intention long ago. The crowd was so crowded that it made him feel frustrated. The two of them immediately released their energy and formed a cone-shaped shockwave. The two ferocious energies merged together and immediately opened a wide path through the crowd. The group ignored the curses of the people around them and increased their speed by several times. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "We should have done this long ago. When Yi Chen and I fight for Qingyun Peak and perform well, we will go to the Elders' Assembly to request a flying warship. In the future we will not have to be so annoying." 10 minutes later, the group of 6 finally arrived at the gates of the drill grounds. Lu Ryue handed over her golden identity token. After Lu Ryue handed over her golden identity token, the disciples outside immediately led the 6 to a secret path. They did not lead them to the spectator stands like the others. The exit of the secret path was actually behind the platform. That disciple said respectfully, "Martial Aunt Lu, let's go up quickly. The elders have been waiting for a long time already." After Lu Ryue expressed her thanks, she led the 5 of them to the limestone steps of the platform. Before they reached the platform, Xiaoqin could feel strong auras. There were even a few that he was familiar with. After climbing the long flight of stairs, the group finally arrived at the top. Xiaoqin immediately felt countless gazes filled with ill intent directed at him. Xiaoqin looked down and remained calm. He ignored all these gazes. "Ryue is late. First elder, please forgive me," Lu Ryue said to Jiangqi, who was on the platform, with a cupped fist salute. Jiangqi smiled gently and said, "You are not late. The people from the Holy Land have not arrived yet. Take a seat first. I am filled with anticipation for Yi Qin." After everyone sat down, servants immediately placed some snacks and fruits on the table. Then they filled the teacups with water. When Xiaoqin saw the figure of the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gave Song Ke a deep look before withdrawing his gaze. Now was not the time to deal with this person. Without an elder's guarantee, if he killed this person he would offend the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Ke, who had his back to Xiaoqin, felt like someone had used a sharp knife to carve his back. It was incomparably painful. It must be that brat's killing intent. To think it is so horrifying. Song Ke clenched his remaining fist tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. When Xiaoqin walked onto the platform, the delicate youth beside Feng Shuani raised his eyebrows slightly. A sharp gleam appeared in his calm eyes. He could not help but release his sword intent. What's going on? I can't control my sword intent. The youth was shocked. He looked at Xiaoqin with caution. Sword intent would only react like this when it felt danger or a strong killing intent, protecting its master from danger. However, the youth did not feel any killing intent from Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was dressed in white robes and had a calm expression. There were no fluctuations in his emotions at all. The youth frowned slightly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. So he whispered into Feng Shuani's ear. When Feng Shuani heard this, he felt it was strange as well. He looked at Xiaoqin with a deep gaze. It was like a sharp sword tearing through space trying to see through Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin moved his spiritual sense and immediately felt a strong mental energy sweep past him. The strong spiritual sense turned into a sharp blade and sliced through this mental energy. After that, he quickly formed a protective barrier around his body, preventing the other party's mental energy from probing him again. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense along with the other party's mental energy, trying to find out who was spying on him. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiaoqin only needed a thought to complete it. It was shockingly fast. However, the other party had abandoned this strand of mental energy, making it impossible for him to track it. After Xiaoqin's spiritual sense scanned the air once, he could only return helplessly. However, he maintained the protective barrier formed by his spiritual sense. As Xiaoqin looked at the crowd, he felt somewhat suspicious. Who exactly was it that was spying on him? That strong mental energy from earlier was on a completely different level compared to a regular martial king. Only a half-step martial monarch or a martial monarch would have such an ability. Half-step martial monarchs and martial monarchs were not people that Xiaoqin could afford to offend. Even if he found them, it would be useless. I'll just keep an eye on them. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and ignored them. On the other side, when Feng Shuani saw Xiaoqin's reaction speed and his strong mental energy, he was shocked speechless. He had not expected Xiaoqin to react so quickly. However, he finally understood why his grandson's sword intent had erupted uncontrollably. Feng Xin, when you meet this person later, be careful. This person is hiding an extremely strong state of massacre. Your will of the sword has already reached small perfection. You can feel a threat from him, which is why you automatically protected yourself. Feng Shuani projected his voice and told Feng Xin everything he saw. Originally, he had intended to observe a little more. Who knew Xiaoqin's reaction was too fast? Furthermore, his mental energy was strangely strong. Feng Shuani only managed to see something related to the state of massacre. While waiting for the people from the Holy Land to arrive, the crowd at the tea table started chatting. After all, there were so many geniuses. Normally, it was rare for them to gather together and discuss the problems of martial cultivation. This would be beneficial to everyone. About an hour later, a red sun suddenly appeared in the clouds 10,000 meters high in the sky. When the crowd looked up carefully, they discovered that it was not a real sun. Instead, it was a huge, fiery red bird connected from head to tail. Every feather carried a scarlet flame. It was blazing and boundlessly resplendent. With one glance, it looked like another sun. The air in the drill grounds immediately turned scorching hot. It was like all the air had been burned dry, making breathing difficult. Chi! A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. Instantly, the might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Many experts felt a wave of pressure. The martial spirits in their bodies stirred restlessly. They felt an instinctive fear from the depths of their hearts. Their essence became chaotic, rampaging through their bodies uncontrollably. Their meridians ached dully. The cultivators quickly suppressed the chaotic essence in their bodies and stabilized their minds, controlling their restless martial spirits. Who? The fiery red vermilion bird gently flapped its wings and withdrew its divine might. The crowd immediately felt the pressure on them lessen. All the discomfort they felt vanished and they felt much more relaxed. This is the holy beast vermilion bird. What a horrifying pressure. Fortunately, it only lasted for an instant. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress my martial spirit any longer. Even before the battle, my essence is in chaos, and my martial spirit is already out of control. If I clash with the people from the Holy Land, I will probably be defeated in one move. Chapter 354. The people of the Holy Land are indeed not people we can guess at. They are too strong. The crowd and the spectator stands all looked up to the sky. When they saw the beautiful scarlet vermilion bird, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and awe. Compared to the others, Xiaoqin did not feel anything. He did not feel any pressure at all. Song Ke had already shattered his martial spirit and it was hidden in more than 300 acupoints in his body. There was only one chi whirlpool left in his body. Hence, his expression was calm. Everything was normal. Looking at the fiery red vermilion bird in the sky, Xiaoqin's lips curled up in a mocking smile. This is interesting. The moment he appeared, he used the aura of a holy beast to put on a show of strength. He wanted everyone to know who the main character was. Now, it circled around in the air a few times but still refused to come down. Does it like the attention of the crowd that much? Boom. 5 minutes later, the vermilion bird circling in the sky turned into a beam of fiery light and landed on the platform. In a breath of time, it landed firmly on the ground. 5 people wearing long red robes appeared before the crowd. There was a golden vermilion bird embroidered on their robes, covering their entire body. There was an old man and 4 youthful boys and girls. There were 2 males and 2 females. The males were handsome and elegant, and the females were beautiful and pure. They were very pleasing to look at. There was no aura scattered. The energy from the fall of 10,000 meters was perfectly merged into the ground, vanishing into thin air. This showed their strong control over their strength. Xiaoqin was rather impressed by this move. If it were him, he would not be able to do it so casually and naturally. The first elder, Jianghu, quickly stood up. He had a respectful expression and some anticipation as he asked the old man, "Elder Yin, how is our young master's talent?" The old man with the family name Yin smiled gently and said, "His aptitude is excellent. He can cultivate in the Phoenix's Passion Palace for 3 years. If his comprehension ability is high, he might even become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." The group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders all had smiles on their faces. Even the usually calm Jianghu had an excited expression on his face. "Many thanks, Elder Yen." Jianghu cupped his hands in thanks. "Greetings, Elder Yen." The clan heads and elders on the platform reacted and immediately stood up. They cupped their hands in greeting to the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder. Elder Yen raised his hands slightly. The smile on his face did not diminish, making him look very amiable. However, there was an undetectable hint of arrogance in his words. He said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am only an outer elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." After everyone sat down, they discovered that the people from the Holy Land were much more amiable than they had imagined. Their favorable impression of the Holy Land increased even further. Xiaoqin's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He caught a flash of arrogance in the old man's eyes. The arrogance of the youths behind him was even more obvious. The Phoenix's Passion Yen slowly sat down and said softly, "The Phoenix's Holy Land. Sect's Holy Land, sect Palace's sect." At the same time, I wanted to see if there were any geniuses that could be excavated in the Great Qi nation. That was why I asked Elder Jiang to help me invite everyone here. Feng Shuani asked softly, "Elder Yen, can you tell us more about the sacred ground selection criteria?" Elder Yen replied, "It is similar to what everyone is thinking. There will be a competition that will allow us to see the actual combat abilities of the cultivators. After that, we will measure their aptitude. However, there is a threshold before that." "What threshold?" Feng Shuani asked. Elder Yin glanced behind him and a young man immediately walked out. This person's name is Luo Li. He is ranked within the top 100 of our Phoenix's Passion Palace's outer disciples. As long as you can exchange 10 moves with him, you will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, it will be troublesome. When the crowd heard that Xiaoqin had only exchanged 10 moves with an outer disciple, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This person was only a superior grade martial saint. He should have no problem exchanging 10 moves. Luo Li sneered in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. This group of lowly people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they really think that it's so easy to last 10 moves against me? Luo Li pushed his feet off the ground and moved through the air in a red arc. Then he landed firmly on an arena. Wherever it passed, the red sparks on the streamline would linger for a long time. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Elder Yen nodded and said, "Let's begin. If you are confident in your strength, you can come forward and give it a try." Those who can last 10 moves will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Elder Yan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Every cultivator in the spectator stands could hear it clearly. As long as one could last 10 moves, they would be qualified to participate in the grand competition. When they heard this, almost all the cultivators were tempted. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Although they knew that the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples were extraordinary, if it was only 10 moves, most of the cultivators felt that they could give it a try. Oh! A gray figure descended from the spectator stands and landed firmly on the ground. It was a cultivator who was confident in his own strength and had come to test his moves. This gray-robed cultivator was no older than 20 years old. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows and large eyes. He looked very ordinary and had a sword hanging at his waist. However, his eyes were spirited and his steps were majestic. With one look it was clear that he was an expert. This person performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Xia Province's Flowing Cloud Sect Yi Fan. Please give me some pointers." So, it is the Flowing Cloud Sect Yi Lan. This Flowing Cloud sect is considered a large sect in the Xia province. Yi Fan is the strongest person in this sect. If he makes a move, he should be able to test out the strength of the Holy Land's people. Yi Lan has been a medial grade martial saint for a long time. He should not have any problems enduring 10 moves. If even he cannot do it, then half of the people here will be eliminated. Some of the people who recognized Yi Lan started discussing in soft voices. Luo Li wore red robes and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "You are not worthy. Let me give you some pointers. One move is sufficient to defeat you." Arrogant. I want to see how incredible the Holy Land's people are. When Yi Fan heard this, he became slightly angry. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and drew it with a schwa sound. He brandished his sword and in an instant he sent out thousands of sword lights at Luo Li like a torrential storm. The sword images flickered and the wind howled. Every strand of sword light contained a trace of cold chi. When there were thousands of sword lights, there were thousands of strands of cold chi. The temperature of the arena immediately plummeted. The surface of the arena, which was infused with frost iron, was soon covered in a layer of ice. This is the Flowing Cloud Sect's Ice Sword Shadow, a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. I did not expect this Yi Lan to have practiced it to small perfection. He can send out thousands of sword lights in an instant. The sword chi covered in the state of ice is not easy to break. An elder leading the Misty Sword Sect's team commented from the platform. The Misty Sword Sect of the Great Qi Nation was an expert in using the sword. Their understanding of sword techniques was definitely higher than everyone else's. Everyone nodded to themselves at his comment. The only sword monarch present, Feng Xuani, also felt that this sword shadow was not easy to break. Although Yi Fan had not comprehended the state of ice, the ice on the ground showed that his understanding of ice was very close to that of a state. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Elder Yan saw all this, he smiled faintly. He was not worried at all. He thought to himself, if I can't even break this sword technique, then why did I call Luo Li out to embarrass himself? When Luo Li saw the ice sword shadow filling the sky, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a mocking expression. You have not even comprehended the state of ice, and you are not embarrassed to come out and embarrass yourself. Mount. After Luo Li spoke, a ring of red flames appeared under his feet. The flames rose up from his feet and circled around his body. Finally, they formed a fiery red vermilion bird image. Z. A heat wave invisible to the naked eye spread out from Ro Li's body. The ice on the ground was instantly evaporated into water vapor. After a while, the ice sword shadow slowly melted in the air. When it was 10 meters away from Luo Li, the cold chi on the ice sword shadow had all evaporated into steam. With the disappearance of the cold chi, the ice sword shadow was completely broken. All the ice sword shadow automatically dissipated in the air. Everyone in the spectator stands had their mouths agape. They had never imagined that the thousands of sword shadows would be broken so easily. Everyone thought that the ice sword shadow would not be able to injure Luo Li. However, they did not expect him to break it without even making a move. Feng Xuani suddenly understood. He muttered, one has not even comprehended a state, while the other has comprehended the state of fire to great perfection. Furthermore, he has the support of an ancient divine beast martial spirit. They are on completely different levels. Boundless steam spread out in the arena, covering Luo Li's figure like a mist. Hu Qi. The steam filled the air and a fiery red figure soared into the sky. Then he turned into a beam of red light and flew rapidly towards Yi Fan. Pa. While Luoli was in the air before he got close, he sent out a palm strike. When the palm wind struck the air, it gave off a boundless roar and formed an intense chi tornado. Flames surged out from the chi tornado. In an instant, the force of Luoli's palm strike brought out a large flaming tornado. The flaming tornado formed a strange formation in the air. It vaguely looked like the silhouette of a vermilion bird. While this palm strike looked simple, it was actually very profound. When Yi Fan saw the flaming tornado in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He placed 2 fingers on the bottom of his sword and quickly slid upwards. Every time his fingers slid upwards, the light on the sword became brighter. When his fingers slid past the tip of the sword, a boundlessly resplendent sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was 30 meters long and extremely sharp. Its aura was vast and mighty, trying to scatter all the flames in the sky. Suddenly Luoli shouted in the air. The vermilion bird martial spirit above his dantian immediately gave off a melodious cry. A strand of holy might shot at Yi Fan at lightning speed. The vast holy might caused the martial spirit in Yi Fan's body to tremble involuntarily. His essence immediately became unstable. The incomparably sharp sword light immediately showed signs of loosening. That incomparably sharp aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 355. It's over, Yi Fan thought in horror as his complexion paled. He felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Bang! The flaming tornado instantly scattered Yi Fan's sword light, which had lost its sharpness. The horrifying energy struck Yi Fan's body without holding anything back. Yi Fan vomited a large mouthful of blood in the air as he was flung high into the air. His skin was already charred black. Just at this moment, a figure broke through the flames and ruthlessly smashed a palm strike on Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's injuries worsened as he vomited another mouthful of blood. His body fell outside the arena. When the boundless flames scattered, only an unharmed Luoli remained in the arena, standing proudly. I said I would defeat you in one move, so I will defeat you in one move. Next. Luoli's cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the drill grounds. Under the blazing sun, the originally bustling drill grounds fell deathly silent. No one said a word. Luoli thought in horror as he watched the heavily injured and unconscious Yi Fan being carried away by the flowing cloud sect elders. How is this still an exchange of moves? Xiaoqin frowned slightly. This person was too ruthless. If he could not withdraw the flames, then he did not even need to use the final palm strike. However, this person still attacked. It was clear that he wanted to beat the other party half to death, showing no mercy. After the crowd fell silent for a while, another person came down to challenge. There were always people who were confident in their strength. Enduring 10 moves did not seem too difficult. Once they passed, they might be able to enter the Holy Land. At that time, they might become as strong as the other party. This person was slightly stronger than Yi Fan. He had already comprehended the state of wind to small perfection. He managed to endure 9 moves after much difficulty. Luoli was slightly injured and exhausted a lot of his essence. However, he still had most of his strength. He thought joyfully, I just need to endure one more move. However, Luoli smiled coldly. He unleashed the holy might of his ancient martial spirit again. His opponent's martial spirit trembled, and his essence became unstable. An opening appeared and he was sent flying in the final move. You can't even withstand a single blow. Next. You are full of openings. How embarrassing. Scram. Trash wants to enter the Holy Land to cultivate? Go down. For a time, more and more people came down to challenge him. However, all of them were defeated by Roli. Some did not even last 5 moves and were directly knocked down. Some managed to endure 9 moves, but Luoli immediately unleashed the holy might of his vermilion bird martial soul for the final move. Using the might of a divine beast, Xiaoqin caused the other party's martial spirit to tremble and essence to become unstable, forcefully breaking the other party's killing move. Just like that, dozens of people went down. Many of them were outstanding talents from various regions, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. However, none of them could last more than 10 moves against the other party. Furthermore, those who went up were all heavily injured, a tragic sight to behold. Luoli showed no mercy at all. When Feng Shuani saw this, he found it hard to bear. He said to Elder Yen, Elder Yen, isn't this threshold a little too strict? Since it is a threshold, can we not use sage might and test it with our strength? Feng Shuani's words were also what the others were thinking. If they did not use their holy might, there should be at least 10 people who could last 10 moves. However, once Luoli used the Vermilion Bird's holy might, he would be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Even an inferior grade martial king that was 1 grade higher would not be a match for him. Elder Yen smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this holy might is actually the most crucial part of the threshold. If one cannot even withstand the holy might, then what is the point of entering our sect? Furthermore, this Luo Li's vermilion bird bloodline is not of the direct line of descent. It is already very diluted. It is not considered much in our sect." When the crowd heard what Elder Yen said, they could not find any reason to refute. Even if they could only keep it in their hearts. Who asked him to control the Holy Land selection? How could they dare to refute him? As the crowd spoke, another disciple in the arena got his internal organs ruptured by Luo Li's palm strike. He vomited blood and rolled off the arena. It was a tragic sight to behold. He was in a sorry state. When one looked carefully, this person was actually the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list. Unexpectedly, he could not last more than 10 moves against Luo Li. The strength of the Holy Land's people is indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, even the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list could not last more than 10 moves. Many of the cultivators in the spectator stands recognized Liuza. They all exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Li looked at this person indifferently and smiled coldly. With such strength, he can be ranked 9th in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's ranking is too worthless. Even trash like him can make it onto the ranking. When many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples heard this, their faces turned red. They felt humiliated and could not suppress the rage in their hearts. They wanted to jump down and teach this person a lesson. However, when they thought of his strength, they felt helpless. If senior brother Murong had not left, this person would not have the chance to be so arrogant, using the might of the Holy Spirit. This is too much, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples said angrily. When Xianxia, who was on the platform, heard Luo Li's words, his expression changed as well. Elder Yen smiled and said, "Elder Xianxia, don't mind him. Youths always have their sharpness. Don't take it to heart." When Xianxia heard Elder Yen siding with Luo Li, he smiled embarrassedly to indicate that it was fine. Then he looked at Xiaoqin below the platform. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yiqin, go down and exchange moves with this disciple from the Holy Land. 10 moves will do." 10 moves? In that case, 10 moves, Xiaoqin thought to himself as he looked at Luo Li, who was looking at him mockingly. "Yiqin, be careful," Lu Ryue said worriedly as she held Xiaoqin's hand under the tea table. Xiaoqin turned his head and glanced at Lu Ryue. There was no fear on his delicate face. He smiled gently and said, "It's fine. He is not a match for me. I can defeat him in 3 moves." Uchi. Xiaoqin slowly stood up and pushed off the ground with his feet. He turned into a purple beam of light and instantly landed on the arena. "It's Yiqin." Yiqin came out. "Even without Murong Chong, Yiqin will definitely take revenge for us. Indeed, how could we forget about Yiqin? Yiqin even defeated Murong Chong before. He will definitely be able to last 10 moves. Yiqin, don't disappoint us." The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples below the arena looked at the white-robed Xiaoqin who had landed on the arena with a calm expression. Their originally powerless hearts became hot-blooded again as they cheered. Their blood had not turned cold yet, and their beating hearts could still burn. When the severely injured Liuza saw Yiqin appear, he said unyieldingly, "Is he Yiqin? Recently, I have been hearing this name a lot in the Shiha province. He was the one who killed the evil beast on the Black Dragon River. Not only did he kill the black tuna whale that time, he even killed the expert of the older generation Yu Mingshan who chased after them. Previously, I heard that there was a youth called Yiqin wandering around and killing many high-ranked spirit beasts. It looks like he is the one." Now Yiqin's name was no longer as obscure as before. He represented the leading figure of the younger generation in the Shiha province. In many people's hearts he was already the second Murong Chong. It could even be said that he had already surpassed Murong Chong. The white-robed Xiaoqin had a calm expression on his face. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, unfazed by honor or disgrace. An empty reputation would forever be an empty reputation. There was no need to be anxious or happy. The corner of Luo Li's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on his handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily popular. However, you are just a person from the lower realm. You will never know how high the heavens are. No matter how strong a genius is, they are not even comparable to dog shit in my eyes." Xiaoqin smiled gently and looked at Luo Li calmly. He said, "You are just an unranked disciple of the Holy Land. Don't think that you are a god. In my opinion, you are the one who is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, not knowing how big the heavens are." Xiao Chen's words seemed to have struck a chord in Luo Li's heart that he could not touch. A trace of anger flashed on Luo Li's face as he said coldly, "I will make you scram off this arena within 3 moves. Is that so? I seem to have promised someone to defeat you within 3 moves. Xiao Chen smiled gently. Luo Li's expression turned sullen as he snorted coldly, "Arrogant." Boom. Luo Li shouted, and a scarlet flame immediately soared up from his feet. It circled around and formed the image of a vermilion bird behind him. Then he sent out a palm strike. The wind in the air exploded. The force of this palm strike blasted out countless intense cyclones. Flames soared in the cyclones, forming many 100-meter-tall flaming tornadoes in the blink of an eye. The rings of flames of various sizes formed a strange formation in the air. From a distance, it looked like the rough outline of a vermilion bird. Was this move again? Many experts from before had fallen to this move. Xiao Qin used the power of the vermilion bird to create a destructive force that could sweep away all obstacles. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and his expression was resolute. He placed his right hand on the lunar shadow saber and drew his saber at lightning speed just as the flaming tornadoes were about to hit him. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared in the calm sky. Purple lightning tore through the air and infused into the lunar shadow saber. The snow-white saber immediately flickered with a purple light. Xiao Qin moved forward at lightning speed and hacked down. The saber passed right through the center of the vermilion bird's head. He wanted to break the power of this move with this saber strike. The sharp saber strike contained the purest state of thunder. Everywhere the saber light passed, it tore through everything. Wuxia. Everyone in the drill grounds seemed to hear the mournful cry of a vermilion bird in their minds. Then, the flaming tornadoes and the layers of horrifying tornadoes shattered. The scattered flaming tornadoes blew wildly in the surroundings, blasting the 4 fences of the arena until only 4 lonely pillars remained. The pillars were charred black. Xianxia. Xianxia. After that, the 4 pillars shattered piece by piece. Unexpectedly, they were all charred from the inside out. This showed how tyrannical the power of this flame was. Seeing Xiao Qin easily break the martial technique that Luo Li was so proud of, countless people thought to themselves, good. When Luo Li saw his proud martial technique, the flaming phoenix chain burst, being broken in the most direct and decisive manner, his expression changed slightly. Luo Li pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings gently. As the vermilion bird flapped its wings, Luo Li's aura started to soar. Soon it reached its peak and his state of fire reached its peak. Chapter 356. A formless scarlet flame enveloped Luo Li's entire body. The temperature in the arena rose rapidly, and the frost iron under his feet became shockingly hot. Xiao Qin felt like his windwalk shoes were being roasted by a furnace. The soles of his feet felt extremely uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Qin was about to circulate his essence to resist, a cool breeze blew from the windwalk shoes. The temperature immediately dropped. Unexpectedly, the windwalk shoes had such a function. This inadvertently helped Xiao Qin a lot. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he stopped moving. This move contains the vermilion bird sword chi that contains a peak state. Let's see how you break it, Luo Li said coldly as his aura reached its peak. Luo Li's entire body became like a sharp, bright red sword. He held 2 fingers on his right hand together and pointed at Xiao Qin. A scarlet sword chi quickly appeared. It gave off a piercing sonic boom as it shot towards Xiao Qin. Its speed was very close to the speed of sound. The scarlet flaming sword chi contained a state was extremely sharp. Before it got close, Xiao Qin could already feel its sharpness. Xiao Qin moved back gently and moved at lightning speed. He decided to avoid the sharpness for now. Z. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared where Xiao Qin originally stood. Unexpectedly, it pierced through the frost iron. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the frost iron to sizzle and steam to rise. Strands of scarlet sword chi rained down like arrows. Xiao Qin retreated again and again. You think you can retreat? Aha. I have a total of 999 strands of sword chi in this move. Let's see how you can retreat. Stand down and die. Luo Li laughed maniacally in the air as he watched Xiao Qin retreat. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings continuously. When Xiao Qin saw the vermilion bird flapping its wings behind him, he entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly Luo Li's feet left the ground. Half of his body was already dangling at the edge of the arena. The hearts of the spectators jumped. The entire place immediately fell eerily silent. Is Yi Qin going to be defeated as well? Everyone thought unwillingly. The state of thunder that had already gathered in the air churned ferociously. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Arclight slash. With a shout, Xiaoqin swung his saber. The purple saber chi drew a long arc in the air. The end of the arc was pointed at the vermilion bird image behind Luo Li Creek. With a painful wail, the vermilion bird stopped flapping its wings as if it had been struck by lightning. Bang! When the attacks landed on the vermilion bird, it was like they landed on Roly himself. Roly fell heavily to the ground with a pale complexion. The sword chi that filled the sky immediately disappeared above Xiaoqian's head. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he walked forward. Damn it! When Luo Li saw the relaxed Xiaoqian, he roared ferociously and smashed the ground with his right palm. Huchi! Huchi! Instantly, countless small red flaming birds flew out from the ground. They chirped continuously, filling the sky with red flaming birds. Each of these flaming birds could easily blast apart a small mound. With so many of them, they would be able to flatten a mountain. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Xiaoqian brandished his saber as he advanced step by step. The divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere and turned into strands of dense purple saber chi. The purple saber chi flew everywhere in the air, shattering the flaming birds into sparks and shattering them. Sparks filled the sky and deafening explosions resounded above Xiaoqian's head. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He walked at a moderate pace as his white robes fluttered. He continued to walk towards Roly, who was on the ground. Haha. You actually dare to get so close to me. Do you really think this move is over? 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, combine. Roly laughed maniacally from the ground. The countless sparks in the air immediately gathered at a certain point. A horrifying aura spread out, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly formed in the air. Qi breaks Wuxia break. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He did not stop moving as he formed hand seals with his left hand. The drifting purple energy in the air quickly gathered together with Xiaoqian's hand seals. When the vermilion bird completely formed, a strand of dense purple saber chi flew out at lightning speed. In an instant, it shattered the vermilion bird that had just formed into dust. Not good, Elder Yen, who was in the spectator stands, thought to himself as he watched Xiaoqian slowly walk over with a calm expression. Elder Yan's expression changed slightly as he sent a voice projection to the other man behind him. Luo Huang Roly might be defeated. Prepare to make a move at any time. 3 moves have passed. You are full of openings. You are here to embarrass yourself. I hope you can receive 3 moves from me. Xiaoqian said calmly as he looked at Roly, who had an expression of disbelief on his face. This was not the first time Roly had said this to the people he knocked off the arena. When he heard Xiaoqian return it to him, he felt humiliated in his heart. Do you think you have won? I still have not used my holy might. How can an ordinary person like you understand the horror of a holy might? Roly said with a sinister expression. Originally, Roly thought that he could defeat his opponent without using his holy might. That way he would be able to humiliate his opponent even more. Now, it looked like he was the one being humiliated. The vermilion bird above his dantian cried out. Immediately, a strand of vast holy might shot at Xiaoqian. Blue dragon cloud soaring art, roaming dragons 9 transformations. Xiaoqian pushed off the ground and instantly split into 9. 9 cool breezes blew in the arena. Xiaoqian's killing chi was completely gone. No one could even feel his killing intent. How can this be? My holy might, which has always been successful, is actually useless. My opponent's movements are perfect and flawless. It does not look like he is affected by the holy might at all. Roly's expression changed drastically. This time he finally felt some horror. He quickly retreated, but the 9 figures had already surrounded him. The cool breezes hid a boundless killing intent. There was no way for him to retreat. The 9 silhouettes merged together in the air. The killing intent that had disappeared suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This made Roly feel that he was so close to death for the first time. Aside from the holy might, he was just a top-notch genius. His strength was close to that of Duanyuking and the others, perhaps even slightly weaker. Now that the holy might had lost its effect, Roly's heart was in complete chaos. Furthermore, the overwhelming killing chi immediately made him lose his wits. A resplendent saber light immediately lit up on the snow-white saber. Then it stabbed into Roly's chest 10 centimeters away. This was Xiaoqian holding back. Otherwise, this saber would have stabbed into Roly's heart. The vermilion bird embroidered in golden thread on the scarlet robes suddenly lit up with a golden light. The resplendent golden light prevented Xianxia's saber from stabbing into the robes. It is actually a secret treasure. The people of the Holy Land are really generous. Even an outer disciple has a defensive secret treasure, Xianxia thought to himself. Ro Li's pale complexion immediately regained its color. He laughed loudly and said, I nearly forgot. I have a secret treasure with me. You cannot injure me. This robe is an imitation of an ancient secret treasure, the golden jade robes. However, it is useless to tell you. You are just a lower realm bumpkin. You probably do not even know what a secret treasure is. Ah. Ignorant. The people of the Holy Land are actually so ignorant. Xianxia was speechless. With a thought, a strand of the state of massacre on the Scarlet Throne quickly flowed out. Ro Li's smile froze very quickly. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the dazzling purple saber. With a chi sound, the tip of the saber easily pierced through Ro Li's robes. Blood spurted out of the wound. Ro Li grabbed the saber with his hand and said in a fluster, How can I be injured? A lower realm bumpkin actually injured me. One move. Xianxia quickly withdrew his saber. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber onto the arena. Bang. Xianxia gently raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached consummation, this was the first time he used the full strength of his physical body. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the arena, which was made of frost iron. The cracks spread rapidly and countless pieces of frost iron flew into the air with a loud boom. The huge force sent Ro Li flying uncontrollably. His complexion paled and he vomited another mouthful of blood. This kick contained 50,000 kilograms of force. If it landed on his opponent's chest, it would be sufficient to shatter his internal organs and severely injure him to death. For the third move, I will return a palm strike to you. You are not qualified to say whether the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is trash or not. As for you, without the Vermilion Bird martial spirit, you are just trash. On the platform, Luo Huang's expression changed slightly. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of red light, flying over quickly. He shouted, Stop. Xianxia could not be bothered with Luo Li. He stood up and sent a palm strike at Ro Li's chest. Ro Li's body immediately shot backward like a cannonball. Luo Huang caught Ro Li's body in midair. However, he did not expect the force in Ro Li's body to be so ferocious. It was like catching a mountain. A muffled sound came from Ro Li's chest. His body soared up and quickly spun in the air, trying to dissipate the force. Good. This time, the many cultivators in the spectator stands could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They all shouted out loud. Many of the cultivators who went up earlier were all sent flying by Ro Li's palm strike. Then he spoke extremely humiliating words. Many people wanted to step forward and send out a palm strike. However, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only suppress it in their hearts. Xianxia's palm strike and his words struck the bottom of their hearts. They vented the anger they had been suppressing in their hearts. On the platform, Lu Ryue looked at Xianxia, whose white robes fluttered in the wind. There was an indescribable smile in her eyes. At a tea table not far away, Yun Kursin, who was similarly dressed in white, watched Xianxia. She revealed a faint smile on her delicate face and said softly, This is the sharpness that a bladesman should have. Who cares what holy land it is? If you humiliate me, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold. A golden warship floated above the clouds 10,000 meters in the sky. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warship. This was the incomparably huge flagship of the Imperial Dragon Legion. The beautiful Princess Yingyu, who wore golden battle armor, was playing with a wooden sculpture on the deck. The girl depicted on the sculpture wore a long red dress. She was extremely beautiful and very lifelike. This was especially so for her intelligent eyes. They made the sculpture seem alive, showing the exquisite craftsmanship of the person who carved it. Chapter 357. It no longer looked like an inanimate object. Instead, it looked like an absolute beauty that could come to life at any moment. The girl in the statue was Princess Yingyu herself. Yingyu smiled gently and said, Not bad. You hand in your homework every month. Furthermore, they are all different. Nangong Lai, who was not far away, had a wide smile on his face. He said, This brat unintentionally helped us a lot this time. The legend of the Holy Land will become a joke. Yingyu withdrew her smile and put away the statue with a flip of her hand. She peered through the boundless clouds and saw the situation in the drill grounds. She muttered, There is no such thing as a true legend in this world. However, this time he really helped us greatly. In the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range, where the reincarnation well was, 8 old men in red robes were carefully inspecting the seal in the reincarnation well. Suddenly, the expression of the leading old man changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heaven viewing platform. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 9th elder, who was beside him, asked cautiously, "Elder Luo, did something happen?" The 9th elder could not help but feel nervous. The old man before him was an inner sect elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, ranked 6th. His words already carried some weight in the inner sect. The outer sect elders could not compare to him. His cultivation was unfathomable. The person responsible for repairing the seal this time was this person. Elder Luo withdrew his gaze, and an imperceptible rage flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The seal is much better than I expected. Who knows, we might be able to repair this spatial crack. Even if we cannot, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry about a demonic calamity within 100 years." Luo Huang, who had finally recovered from the force, landed firmly on the heaven viewing platform's drill grounds. He gently placed Luo Li down and glared at Xiaoqin angrily. "Friend, aren't you a little too heavy-handed?" "I already said to stop," Luo Huang said with a cold gaze and a sullen expression. "What a joke. Now you know that you are too heavy-handed and say to stop. Earlier Luo Li injured so many people. Why did you not say to stop? It seems like we are not humans in your eyes." Xiaoqin replied indifferently, "My skills are inferior. What's the point of saying so much?" Luo Huang laughed coldly and said in an icy voice, "What a good, I am inferior to you. In that case, if I kill you now, you will have nothing to say, right?" When Xiaoqin felt the other parties killing Qi, he moved back slightly and adjusted his body's condition to its limits. He said softly, "You can't do it. How much stronger are you compared to him? Holy might is useless against me. In my eyes, you are just ordinary martial saint experts. Reckless fool." With a flip of his palm, a sword appeared in Luo Huang's hand. Killing Qi gushed out from his entire body. Sword light danced as he executed a killing move, flying towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was fearless. He held his saber with one hand and flew into the air. Clang clang clang. The two of them crossed each other in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Their weapons clashed and the sound of metal clanging rang out continuously. After they parted, the two of them quickly turned around and started fighting again. Each move was more dangerous than the previous. They did not leave any leeway for themselves. Saber Qi and Sword Qi flew everywhere in the arena. The strong frost iron was riddled with holes from the shockwaves of the two's attacks. It was beyond recognition. Soon, the arena that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had prepared meticulously shattered. It became a scene of desolation. There was no place that was even. The two of them were cultivators who comprehended states. Every move they made caused intense energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Occasionally, there would be sparks and lightning in the surroundings of the battle. However, Xiaoqin's state had merged with his blue dragon's holy might. Furthermore, it had undergone the baptism of the heavenly Daos. It was much stronger than his opponents. After 200 moves, Luo Huang slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiaoqin pressed on, not wanting to give his opponent a chance to go all out. He infused his strong state of thunder into the state of massacre once again. A red light appeared in the purple saber light. The sharp state of massacre instantly turned the berserk state of thunder sharp and horrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoqin brandished his saber thrice, breaking his opponent's sword technique like breaking dead branches. When faced with Xiaoqin's sudden increase in saber technique, Luo Huang was clearly caught off guard. Luo Huang, who was already at a disadvantage, lost all his sword technique. He looked like he was about to lose. Ding. Xiaoqin knocked away Luo Huang's sword with his saber. Then he leaned forward and sheathed his saber. Then he sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. Luo Huang vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. The second person from the Holy Land had been defeated by Xiaoqin with one palm strike. "Senior brother Luo." The two Holy Land female disciples on the platform exclaimed. They flew over and caught Luo Huang. After the two girls treated Luo Huang's injuries, they did not say anything. They just drew their swords and flew into the arena, charging at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "If one is not enough, then the two of you attack together. However, if you are not strong enough, what is the point of having more people?" Cassia. Xiaoqin drew the lunar shadow saber again and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Then he activated the windwalk shoes. Originally, Xiaoqin's heaven-ranked movement technique already allowed him to be much faster than regular cultivators. Now, with the windwalk shoes and the clear wind robes, His speed increased by 30%, reaching Mach 2. Only a white figure could be seen in the arena moving around. Boundless saber chi appeared and disappeared mysteriously. By relying on his advantage in speed, Xiaoqin fought 1 against 2. Unexpectedly, he held a suppressive advantage. He suppressed the 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace female disciples to the point where they could not even retaliate. They could only bitterly endure and deal with Xiaoqian's unpredictable attacks. It was a one-sided situation. After the 100 moves were over, Xiaoqin infused in the state of massacre once again. Xiaoqian's saber technique immediately became twice as sharp as before. The strong force knocked away the swords of the 2 people. Bang! Bang! Xiaoqin sent out 2 palm winds, and the 2 female disciples from the Holy Land followed in his footsteps again. They were knocked off the arena with 1 palm strike. The spectator stands were deathly silent. They all looked at Xiaoqin with astonished gazes. Originally, they thought that it would be pretty good if Xiaoqin could help them vent their frustrations. However, he defeated 4 people from the Holy Land in one go. How strong was he? It was not just these people who did not expect this. The other people on the platform did not expect this either. Even Elder Yan's face was filled with shock. His eyes filled with disbelief, his brain short-circuited. Although these disciples were ranked in the top 100 of the outer sect, they were peak geniuses in the lower realm. How could someone defeat them all in one go? Mu Qingxue, who was on the platform, took a sip of tea. Then he slowly put down the teacup and looked at the white-robed Xiaoqin in the arena. Mu Qingxue revealed a playful smile as he said indifferently, "I love watching people fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Today I will throw you to your death." After Mu Qingxue spoke, the rapidly spinning copper mirror in the boundless depths of his right eye suddenly stopped spinning. A beam of white light tore through the air and shot out. The white light did not contain any killing chi. It was silent and did not give off any energy fluctuations. Before Xiaoqin could react, the white light struck him. In the next moment, Xiaoqin was startled. The bones in his face started to change rapidly. Xiaoqin wanted to stop it, but that strange white light turned all of his efforts into nothing. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Xiaoqin used the shape-shifting spell and slowly recovered his appearance. His originally delicate and ordinary face, aside from his fair complexion, had turned into a handsome and elegant young man with well-defined features. The people in the spectator stands were no stranger to this face. This was because there was a wanted poster of this person in every big city within the Great Qin nation. As long as one entered or exited a big city, they would be attracted by this huge wanted poster. Many of them even had thoughts of capturing this person and claiming the reward. On the platform, the various noble clans' heirs were no stranger to this face. If this person was not the Xiaoqin that they had been searching for more than a year, who else could it be? On the platform, the Guyi Marquis, Duamuqing, Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Shi Feng, and Yan Qishua's expressions all changed greatly. The noble clan elders behind them all had sullen expressions as well. Although they had already expected this, when the result appeared before their eyes, they were still caught unprepared. The person who had been wanted for such a long time was actually hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had become the strongest of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3rd-generation disciples, his name shaking the Shiha province. Lu Ryua's expression changed slightly. She was somewhat astonished as she said, "Yi Qin? How could it be Xiaoqin?" Everyone in the spectator stands could not accept this fact. Earlier, Yi Qin was a genius disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had become a wanted criminal of the noble clans. Oh. After Duamuqing, Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the Guyi Marquis recovered their wits, their figures flashed and they landed firmly on the ground. Hua Yunfei looked at Xiaoqin and smiled coldly, "You killed my clan's elder and hid for more than a year. So, you were hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder I could not find you. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protects you today, you will not be able to escape death. You killed my uncle. You have to stay here today," Ji Changkong said expressionlessly as stars flickered in his eyes. There was no expression on Duanmu Qing's cold face. She said indifferently, "Between you and me we can only fight." The Guyi Marquis wore golden battle armor and slowly drew his holy weapon, the sky-splitting sword. He pointed it at Xiaoqin and said, "No one has ever survived after injuring me." Oh. A figure flashed over. It was the Shiha province's Yan clan's Yan Qishua. Yan Qishua looked at Xiaoqin and said indifferently, "My second brother's whereabouts are unknown because of you. I will not make things difficult for you. I will just leave behind an arm." Ha ha ha. A burst of maniacal laughter came from the sky. It was Shi Feng flying over quickly. He said in a loud voice, "Xiaoqin, you did not expect such a day to come, right? Back then you humiliated me in Xia City. Today I will trample on you ruthlessly." Xiaoqin closed his eyes and looked at Shi Feng flying over. He thought to himself, it seems like anyone can step on me. However, who do you think you are, Shi Feng? How dare you shout at me? Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous intent appeared on his sharp face. Chapter 358. Xiaoqin's originally reserved aura was no longer hidden. His sharpness was unrestrained. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at full force. The roars of dragons and tigers came from the acupoints in his body. Dragons and tigers circled around him as Xiaoqin opened his fingers. His knuckles crackled. Xiaoqin's figure shifted slightly and he dodged Shi Feng's attack. Then he punched Shi Feng's chest. Kaxie. Kaxie. The rock in front of Shi Feng's chest shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and flew back. He landed on the tea table in the Night Spirit Palace. Mu Qingxue was about to place the teacup down when Shi Feng smashed the tea table into smithereens, leaving it hanging in the air. When Mu Qingxue saw the pale Shi Feng in a sorry state, he smiled and said indifferently, "Junior brother Shi, you are so weak. Why do you like to join in on the fun?" Shi Feng felt very depressed. He felt that at least 5 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also injured. He had internal injuries and external injuries. He had completely lost his combat prowess. What a disgrace. Stand back. Don't embarrass the Night Spirit Palace. The Night Spirit Palace's first elder said with an extremely sullen expression. Shi Feng struggled to stand up. He felt guilty in his heart. He lowered his head and did not dare to retort. Mu Qingxue gently let go of the teacup in his hand. The teacup immediately fell to the ground. However, it did not shatter like Mu Qingxue expected. Instead, it did not move at all. It is a little lively. Not just anyone can join in. Mu Qingxue picked up his beauty under the moon sword and leaped into the air. Then he appeared in the arena. Mu Qingxue looked at the white-robed Xiaoqin, who had already recovered his true appearance. He smiled gently and said, "There is still an unfinished battle between you and me. Let's end it today." Xiaoqin remained expressionless as he looked at Mu Qingxue quietly. He did not expect this person to be so shrewd. Mu Qingxue had discovered his true identity long ago but did not expose it. Today his identity was exposed before the world, forcing him into a dead end. The people in the spectator stands were all shocked. The 6 noble clans worked together to put out a bounty on Xiaoqin's head. This was already unprecedented in the history of the Great Qin nation. At this moment, another great sect had appeared. The chief disciple of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Qingxue, also had a grudge against Xiaoqin. If he were to include the fact that he had just injured the people from the Holy Lands, then he would have offended even the Holy Lands. There would definitely not be another person with such boldness in the future. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion wanted to protect Xiaoqin, they would have to think twice before doing so. The 3 strongest aristocratic clans, the Guy Marquis who held a high position in the prince's residence, and the Night Spirit Palace, one of the 3 great sections. With so many strong powers they could sweep through half of the world. Who would dare to offend all of them? Only Xiaoqin would dare to do so. If you want to kill Xiaoqin, ask me, Lu Ryue, first. A pretty figure on the platform drew a small saber in her hand. A strong aura of a martial king surged out and blocked in front of Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin saw Lu Ryue's back, he could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Only Lu Ryue would protect him at the first moment. Although I, Lu Suifeng, am not strong enough, if anyone wants to kill my brother, they will have to ask me first. Lu Suifeng had rushed over as well. The noble clans also want to kill people in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I Mu Qin Zhonglai will not allow it. Zhonglai and Mu Qin, who were in the spectator stands, flew over as well, blocking in front of Xiaoqin. Bai, you have to protect elder brother Xiaoqin as well. If anyone wants to kill elder brother Xiaoqin, Bai will make a move on him. On the platform, the originally excited Bai was stunned when he saw the sudden situation. He did not know what was going on. After he figured out that someone wanted to kill Xiaoqin, his delicate face immediately sank. Hu Qi. Another white figure flew over in a flash. It was as quiet as a falling leaf. It was Yun Kursin standing on the platform. She placed her right hand on the saber hilt at her waist, blocking in front of Xiaoqin. She did not say anything, but her actions clearly showed her attitude. If you want to kill Xiaoqin, you will have to ask for my saber's permission first. On the spacious arena, the scene of the two sides facing each other appeared. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing chi spread out in the air above the arena. Both sides did not give way, clashing with each other. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Before the previous wave had settled, another wave rose. The crowd originally thought that Xianxia had entered a dead end. They did not expect so many people to come out to protect him. At this moment, if one asked who was in the happiest mood, it would be Song Quebec. The others felt conflicted in their hearts, but Song Ke felt carefree. Originally, they thought that Xianxia had outstanding talent and had caught the attention of the elders' assembly. However, now they discovered that Xianxia was a wanted criminal. Furthermore, he was wanted by the big powers of the Great Qi nation at the same time. His chance had come again. Heavens will made a fool out of people. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. What else was worth being happy about? When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh. He said loudly, "First Elder, this Xianxia hid his identity and entered our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He has ulterior motives. He wants to draw the conflict between the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Holy Lands, and the noble clans to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is simply trying to destroy our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, destroying our 10,000 years of foundation. His intentions are sinister and vicious. He must be killed." Song Ke used his identity as the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to throw a few hats at Xianxia. He wanted to consign him to eternal damnation. Jianghu looked coldly at Song Ke and ignored his words. He projected his voice and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. "I don't care what your identity is. I only have one question. Are you going to join the Divine Saber Camp? As long as you say the word, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion will deal with this for you." Jianghu's words rang out in Xianxia's mind. He shook his head slightly. He could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. "Many thanks for Elder's kind intentions. Sorry I cannot accept it." "In that case you are asking for it. Don't blame me for being merciless." If Xianxia could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, then no matter how talented he was, his glorious future would have nothing to do with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xianxia to deal with this unexpected calamity. Jianghu said sullenly, "All Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the platform, listen up. Quickly withdraw. My Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not interfere in personal grudges." After Jianghu spoke, the people in the arena did not move. Instead, when the elders of the noble clans on the platform heard Jianghu's declaration, they all became restless. However, just as they stood up, they felt a formless killing intent heading for them. "Let the youths deal with their own matters. Elder Ji, Elder Hua, what do you think?" Jianghu looked at the elders of the noble clans and smiled faintly. However, the killing intent in his smile was not released. In the end, Jianghu still wanted to protect Xianxia, so he did not push things too far. Feng Shuani, who had been silent all this while, also smiled faintly and said, "I also feel that the youths should deal with their own matters. We old fellows should just watch. It has been a long time since such an interesting youth appeared in the Great Qi nation. This old man is willing to help him. As for the outcome, it will depend on his luck." As Feng Shuani spoke, the strong sharpness of the sword monarch instantly encased the elders of the noble clans on the platform. A sword hovered above each of their heads. The elders of the noble clans smiled bitterly to themselves. They wanted to stand up but did not dare to. Even though they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. When Xianxia felt the situation on the platform, he felt a warmth in his heart. "I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Suifeng, Ryue, Kursen, Muqin, and Zhonglai, I Xianxia thank you all. You may leave. Today's matter is a personal grudge between my noble clans. I have to settle this personally." Xianxia performed a cupped fist salute and persuaded Muqin, Zhonglai, and the others to leave. Before Yun Kursen left, she said softly to Xianxia, "Yiqin, after this battle, I believe you will become a true bladesman." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Are you so sure that I can clear this stage?" Yun Kursen's delicate face was incomparably calm. She smiled gently and said, "I said it long ago. My judgment of people has always been very accurate." After sending off Yun Kursen, Xianxia went over to Lu Ryue's side. He felt somewhat guilty and said with much difficulty, "Sorry Ryue, I lied to you for so long." The corners of Lu Ryue's eyes turned slightly moist. She said, "Idiot, why did you not tell me earlier? Why would I blame you? Whether you are Xianxia or Yiqin, in my eyes there is no difference." The last knot in Xiaoqian's heart was untied. His sharp face immediately revealed a joyful smile. "You may leave first. This is my karma." I have to settle it personally. Trust me. Lu Ryue knew that Xiao had made up his mind. She nodded silently and left. After everyone left, aside from the noble clans, only Xiao remained. Xiao was dressed in white robes and had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He swept his gaze across the faces of these people. Duamuking, Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Mu Qingxue, Yan Qixue, and the Guy Marquis. For the past year or so, in order to hide from these people, Xiao had changed his appearance, hiding his true appearance. No matter how quiet or low-profile a person was, who would be willing to hide their true appearance and hide? Who did not want to walk openly in the world? These noble clans had had enough of it. He, Xiao had had enough of it as well. Today he would put an end to this. He would make Yi Chen's name become history. He would make everyone only remember Xiao Xiao's gaze returned to the front. His expression did not change. He tightened his grip on his saber and said indifferently, "Are you all coming at me together or one by one?" When Duamuking, Ji Changkong, the Guy Marquis, Hua Yunfei, and Mu Qingxue heard Xiao words, they all jumped off. These people were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to practice with others against Xiao. Only Yan Qixue and Xiao remained in the previously bustling arena. Yan Qixue felt depressed in his heart. His strength was considered the weakest among these people. Originally, he had intended to work together with the others to deal with Xiao. Even if they did not work together, they would at least wait for everyone to finish fighting first before they went up. However, with the current situation they could not retreat even if they wanted to. Otherwise they would lose their face. There is no need to worry. He has fought many battles. He must have exhausted a lot of essence. I should be 50% confident, Yan Qixue consoled himself. Chapter 359. Yan Qixue looked at the white-robed and calm Xiao and said indifferently, "Today I will seek justice for my second brother." Dragon seizing hand. Yan Qixue clapped his hands and a huge black palm appeared in the sky. This was the Yan clan's inherited martial technique, the dragon seizing hand. The huge hand was 100 meters wide, and the patterns on the palm could be seen clearly. When it descended, it felt like it covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky and Xiao leaped into the air. Electric light flickered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber, and a saber light appeared. Chop! Xiao shouted and swung his saber. The huge black palm was instantly chopped in half, splitting it in the middle. Yan Qixue's expression did not change. He flipped his palm and the huge black hand in the air immediately healed. The huge black hand grabbed at Xiao who was in the air. Xiao's figure flashed, and he moved 100 meters to the side before landing on the ground. Bang! The huge black hand that had just landed clenched into a fist and punched at Xiao. The might of the huge hand was very strong. If Xiao clashed head-on he would exhaust himself. Furthermore, this was just an appetizer. It would be disadvantageous for the later battles. I'll dodge it first. Thinking of this, Xiao's figure flickered continuously. The huge black hand smashed the arena, causing it to tremble continuously. However, it could not catch up to Xiao's speed. Instead, it drained its essence continuously. After a long time of not being able to take down Xiao, its momentum started to weaken. Right now Xiao found an opportunity. He felt that the speed of the huge black hand had slowed down significantly. Xiao quickly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and raised his right hand to the sky. A similar huge black hand appeared, and its two fingers formed a sword. It pierced through Yan Qixue's huge black hand. Isn't this the inherited martial technique of my Yan clan? He does not have an inherited martial spirit. Even if he had a secret technique he would not be able to learn it. When Yan Qixue saw the sudden appearance of the huge black hand, he was stunned. Xiao's expression turned grave. He did not give Yan Qixue any chance to hesitate. The giant black hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Yan Qixue's body. Puchi! Yan Qixue's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was slammed to the ground and he still could not understand what was going on. Xiao gently waved his hand, and the giant black hand slapped Yan Qixue's body out of the arena with tremendous force. He actually defeated Yan Qixue in one move, and he even used the Yan clan's inherited martial technique. The Xiao is too surprising. They both used inherited martial techniques, but Yan Qixue actually lost to an outsider. How embarrassing. Several cultivators in the spectator stands commented. They were not optimistic about Yan Qixue and Xiao's duel in the first place, so they were not too surprised. However, he did not expect that Yan Qixue would not even last 10 moves from Xiao and would lose just like that. Look, the Guy Marquis is going up. I wonder who will win this time. The surrounding cultivators perked up again. The Guy Marquis was wearing golden battle armor. He held the 2-meter-long holy weapon, the Sky Splitter, in his hand. He looked at Xiaoqin and said, "You have been fighting continuously and have exhausted a lot of essence. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. After 3 moves I will make my move." Xiaoqin smiled faintly, "There is no need for you to give me a handicap. We will talk after you can block 3 moves from me." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. The Guy Marquis was not Yan Qixue. He was much stronger than the latter. Xiaoqin did not have any intention of testing the other party. He was prepared to end the fight quickly. He did not wish to drag it out. That would not be good for him. Hence he immediately used his big move. Thunderclouds churned in the sky and a huge electric whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Instantly the clear sky turned dark. As the whirlpool spun, electric light flickered. The lightning attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered. Rumble, rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping resounded from the electric whirlpool. The sound resounded throughout the entire drill grounds, reaching the ears of every cultivator. What martial technique is this? Why is the mysterious phenomenon so shocking? When the cultivators in the spectator stands felt the horrifying energy from the electric whirlpool, their expressions all changed. The Guy Marquis' expression turned grave. With a dang sound he stabbed the Sky Splitter into the ground in front of him. ZZ. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. They were like water, causing the figure of the Guy Marquis to turn blurry. Xiaoqin felt that the other party was thousands of kilometers away from him. Furthermore, the Guy Marquis' figure was floating without a definite location. The Guy Marquis had used the might of the holy weapon to change the natural laws of the arena, causing everyone's senses to turn chaotic. However, in the end you are only using the holy weapon to change the natural laws. It is not your own strength. In front of absolute strength the natural laws are useless. Xiaoqin shouted, and all the lightning-attributed knights in the whirlpool gathered together. Then a knight flickering with golden electric light walked out. The golden knight roared ferociously. It held up its spear and broke through the obstruction of space, charging at the Guy Marquis at lightning speed. When the golden knight was 100 meters away from the Guy Marquis, his body turned blurry. His lightning-fast speed turned into slow motion, allowing everyone to see him clearly. Oh, oh. It was like the golden knight had run for tens of thousands of meters. Time seemed to last forever. However, the flickering golden knight could not touch the Guy Marquis. It was still 100 meters away. However, this situation did not last for long. The rippling space started to crack. Soon the entire small world shattered. There was a limit to how much the holy weapon could change the natural laws. It could not be extended indefinitely. After the electric knight ran for tens of thousands of meters, the golden light of its spear had already dimmed. However, it was still resplendent and dazzling. Dang! The Guy Marquis held his sword horizontally in front of him. The broad blade of the sword pressed against the tip of the spear. A huge force pushed the Guy Marquis back continuously. The Guy Marquis' feet sank deep into the ground. After a while, 2 deep ditches appeared on the ground. The Guy Marquis retreated to the edge of the arena. Half of his feet were in the air. Unable to retreat, the Guy Marquis shouted and leaned back slightly. Then he swung the sky-splitting sword with both hands. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce him, the sword struck the electric knight. Xiaoqin knew how horrifying the Guy Marquis' strength was when he was in the ink forest. The electric knight, which had already run for tens of thousands of meters, had exhausted a large portion of its energy. Naturally, the outcome was easy to imagine. There was a loud sound and the force of the sword blasted it into purple electric currents that scattered into the air. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Everything was within Xiaoqin's control. He had already stored up energy and executed the rare move of the Wuxia saber technique. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. Its branches were luxuriant, covering the sky and sun. It gave off a resplendent purple light. It was like a mountain made of lightning as it pressed down on the Guy Marquis. The Guy Marquis, who had lost the initiative, had yet to recover his wits from the first killing move. He could only place his left hand on his sword, hoping to block this divine Wuxia tree. Bang! The Guy Marquis had no way to resist. The absolute force crushed a corner of the arena into rubble. The Guy Marquis' feet slipped and he fell off the arena along with the rubble. The lightning-attributed energy of the divine Wuxia tree did not show any signs of dissipating. It tore through the Guy Marquis' defenses and pressed down on his chest. Pusi. The huge force caused the Guy Marquis' internal organs to tremble. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Xiaoqin's figure flashed and stood above the arena. He looked calmly at the Guy Marquis on the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to continue?" The Guy Marquis felt extremely dissatisfied. He still had many killing moves that he had not executed. If he had attacked from the start, he would not have ended up in such a passive position. He could not even receive 2 moves. However, it was already too late. Against Xiaoqin he still dared to be arrogant. His fate was sealed long ago. Unfortunately, this Guy Marquis' defeat is too unjust. To think he was so arrogant, giving Xiaoqin the opportunity to execute his killing move with his full power. Otherwise he would not have lost so easily, getting knocked off the arena in 2 moves. He dealt with Yan Qixue in 1 move and the Guy Marquis in 2 moves. Furthermore, he fought in consecutive battles and defeated the people from the Holy Lands. What is the limit of this Xiaoqin? Could it be that the noble clan heirs could not defeat him in a continuous battle? After consecutive battles and consecutive victories, Xiaoqin displayed startling strength, shocking everyone. At this moment, there were already people who suspected that he might become famous in 1 battle, shocking the world, trampling on the geniuses of these noble clans and climbing to the peak that belonged to him. That is impossible. The 2 killing moves earlier exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, he is only a peak medial grade martial saint. At most, he would have half of his essence left. The remaining people are all noble heirs with high-ranked inherited martial spirits. Each one is stronger than the last. His essence will only decrease. I guess that he will be defeated soon. Furthermore, don't forget that there is still Mu Qingxue whose strength we do not know. The moment these words were spoken, there were immediately people who retorted. They felt that it was impossible and that Xiaoqin would definitely lose today. Xiaoqin turned a deaf ear to the heated discussions outside the arena. His mental state had already reached a state where he would not be affected by praise or humiliation. The discussions of the outside world did not affect him at all. Hua Yunfei is going up. I heard that he awakened an ancient evil soul. This is the true showdown. Up in the arena, Hua Yunfei looked at the dilapidated arena. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go to another place." The 2 of them flew up and landed firmly on a brand new arena. Hua Yunfei quickly drew the scarlet sword in his hand. Xiaoqin revealed an evil smile on his handsome face. "Although I have only comprehended the state of massacre to small perfection, it is sufficient to deal with you now. Wuxia." Without giving Xiaoqin a chance to speak, Hua Yunfei sent out a scarlet sword qi. His figure followed the sword qi and quickly pressed forward. Clearly, Xiaoqin did not want to make the same mistake as the Guy Marquis. Glittering Wuxia. Xiaoqin gently swung the lunar shadow saber and sent out a strand of dense purple saber qi. This was the first move of the Wuxia saber technique infused with the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "The state of massacre is on a higher level than all other states. No matter how powerful your state of thunder is, it is useless." Wuxia. The incomparably ferocious state of massacre on the scarlet sword qi easily shattered the purple saber qi that Xiaoqin sent out. Bloody world, shadowless sword passing.